No, I didn't want to like cause a scene on her live. I just no, you don't. We don't do that. That's just I don't know. I don't. I'm just. I don't know. And I wasn't thinking that was gonna like upset me looking at that, but it did. So I mean, I don't. You want me to lie? Oh no, that didn't upset me at all. That didn't phase me at all. I don't care about that. No, it did. I'm like, I don't fucking feel right now. I feel very, very upset and fucked up. And I don't know. I just feel. I feel unfair. I feel like I'm nothing. I feel like I'm never gonna amount to anything. I feel like nothing I do matters. Nothing I do makes sense, and nothing I do is gonna work. So I mean, and looking at that, just I didn't want. Uh, I don't know. I'm at a loss of fucking words. I don't know what to fucking say. It doesn't matter what the fuck I say. Nobody cares about me. I don't have a boyfriend. I don't have anybody. I have my cat, but I'm thankful. I am happy for that. But yeah, I just don't want to cause a scene on her live and all that, and just I'm not really not feeling well. Oh, thank you, Star Bunny. Yeah, I thought that was just the best decision to make. Yeah, I didn't think I was gonna get that emotional or that upset looking at that, but I did. So, mm-mm. I look a fucking mess. Mm-mm. And I need to shave. Do that first thing tomorrow morning. Still Monday here in California, so that's why I said tomorrow. I don't know, just jealous, angry, confused, just I don't know, puzzled. I don't know. I just want to be happy. That's all. What do you want? Do don't please don't knock that down. And you're gonna do it. Yeah, you're gonna do it anyways, aren't you? Yes, you are, Mr. Badass Cat. Yes, you are. And I'm not mad at Milky. I'm not. I'm just. I didn't want to just. Yeah. I don't know. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. That's why I make the AI stuff because I don't want to see his videos because I'm not there. I should have been there. I should have been that fucking bitch. Sorry, did the fuck I said it. Can't take it back. I already said it. Oh well. Yeah, I could have. I could have. Yeah, I wasn't thinking. That's autism for you. I just don't. I don't read people. So been autistic since I was 5. So I mean, I want to squirt you again if you don't get down. No, I'm still cool with Milky. I was in the chat for a couple hours and I don't know. I just wasn't feeling well. That's why I left. And I came back. I'm like, give it one more shot. No, that's no. I need to step out. I'm just losing my mind again. Well, that's that. What, baby? What? Thank you for getting off of that. I appreciate it. Well, I still have a sob taco and a burrito I haven't ate yet. So yeah. What water? Oh, what the Taco Bell? Oh, yeah, I haven't had a drink. Oh, when was my last drink? Oh Lord, I don't even remember. It was sometime last year. I think it was maybe like February last year. I had a wine cooler. I had a Voodoo Ranger wine cooler, and that was the last drink I had. And I just drink because I just don't want to. Because I don't drink because it's not a healthy outlet because I smoke these, so that's kind of stupid. 'Cause I should probably give up these as well. But I just don't drink because I don't want to. Like I'll have a drink if Brandon's having a drink, but I'm not an alcoholic. I never was a heavy drinker because the guy that they said was my dad, but he's not my dad because he said I'm not biologically his, and he said I don't have a faggot son, so that he's not my dad after saying something like that. I'm not your son, and it's kind of mutual. Okay, if you're gonna treat me like that, then I won't. I'm not your son either. That's what. And I'm pretty sure he wouldn't mind because that's like less. That was one less child to provide for, one less child to feed, one less child to buy school clothes for. So he didn't give a shit, and I didn't give a shit because I was little. So it's whatever. I'm not gonna go over what like somebody grown says, so they don't want to mess with me. But as I was saying, the man that they say is my father. He's had like 4 or 5 different DUIs. Like he's very alcoholic. So that's kind of maybe why I attached to Brandon because like men drinking liquor doesn't like I just it's whatever. They like to drink. Okay, I like to bitch and play victim. So we all have a vice, right? So I don't drink because alcohol ill. Like no, I just don't really like drinking. I'll have my one little girl cocktail. That's about it. And the thing of it is, I don't mind guys that drink. Like a man that drinks, at least you know where the fuck he's at. Passed out in the alley, right? Think about it like that. No, I don't know his number. I don't know where he lives. He's not on social media, so the man's in his 60s. Like it's okay. That ship has sailed. It's all right. He does have a Facebook. I don't know if that's him. I don't know if that's his page or if he even still uses it because he has like 3 friends and it has him like the last thing that he has the same name as him and that doesn't mean it's him, but the last thing he posted was like some like news article from like oh he's also a Trump supporter. I forgot about that. Yep, it was like some like conservative like news post from like 2019 or something like that. Yeah, it was like this. It's a 5-year-old, and that was the last status he posted. So yeah, if that's even him, but yeah, he's on Facebook, but he's not on Facebook because I don't even know if that's him. Mm-mm. No, it doesn't help. It didn't help that that ignorant ass like high sheriff. He was in charge. He fucked everything up. It didn't help that faggot ass reporter Brian Enton. He didn't really do shit. People always praise him like he's not really helping or doing anything. He's like a fucking robot. It doesn't help like all the theories people have are bullshit. I mean, I still kind of think they took her ass to Mexico, and nobody was like, "Oh, you're delusional for thinking that." You know, the whole true crime community, they're full of shit and stupid, and I don't fit the mold as to what a true crime reporter is, so I don't get involved. So you know, the first subject I had, even though I do think they took her to Mexico, I think it was somebody, that knew her took her there. So it doesn't mean that it was a Mexican that took her there, and I don't, and it wasn't. But my first subject was her son-in-law, Tomas, the bald guy with the beard, because he was the last person to see her alive. He drove her home. Her son-in-law, and he and the rest of the family took lie detector polygraphs and they passed, so that rules them out. No, you can't use polygraphs in court, but you can use them during the investigation. And they passed the polygraphs, so that rules them out. But all hope is not lost. There was another guy that came out, looked like he was the same figure, same face, everything as the guy on the porch, Luke Ryan, whatever his name was. I think that's it. That was his name. Guy has a pretty dangerous looking rap sheet, and it's not just he got in a bar fight or something like that. He just a petty shit, but no, like really like serious shit. Several armed robberies. He's a felon. So a lot of guys that have long rap sheets but they're not felons. They just do like petty shit. You can be a bad boy, but being a bad boy that kind of like points targets at you. People are saying no, it's not him. You're just rushing to conclusions. You know, but he was a suspect. That he was my next. What he was my next suspect, and he's still my current suspect because that interview he didn't really score him any points or make him look good. Uh, so when you don't have a suspect who can tell you where her ass is, where her body is, if she's living alive, if she's like forced to make tortillas in Mexico, that was another theory I had because how could you kill an 85-year-old woman? So I don't know. It takes a lot of you have to be a really fucking fucked up person to kill a child or a fucking old person. So uh, I just part of me like the moral side of me, the angel side of me is like how could they kill an 85-year-old woman? So I just think that maybe she's dead to the world, but she's still living. They have her held captive making tortillas in Mexico, right? That makes sense. It's gonna be hard to find her if she's in a position or circumstances like that, right? But maybe she is dead. Maybe they were sick enough to kill an 85-year-old woman. So yeah, either or, they can't find her body, living, alive or dead. The suspects that seem suspicious, they're not pressing hard enough on, or there's not enough evidence to, you know, keep them. So the person they keep saying the guy on the porch was stupid and he didn't know that the ring doorbell was there and he was messing with the bushes and the trees and all type of shit and he was looking kind of dumbfounded, his head all down, bad body language, but he got away with it. So that he's opposite of stupid because he got away with it. So he was stupid, he would have been caught 3 months later now. So I mean, I just feel uh if the case is cold, the case is unsolved. I hope not, but the way it's looking might be indefinitely. So, they the person, they were smart. They didn't leave behind evidence, and that's how you get away with something. If you don't leave behind evidence, you get caught if you leave behind evidence, and if you're stupid. And they didn't leave behind any evidence except her blood on the porch, which that didn't help except make people more scared. So, but what we can do is that we can, I guess, all we can do is just learn from this. If you have an 85-year-old woman, do not have her live alone in a big ass house like that. No. And what's stupid is her daughter, biological daughter, because she had 3 kids. Savannah, the NBC News reporter, we all know her. Uh, her brother, his name is Cameron, and he's like a farmer or something. He's like a farmer, or he runs a dairy farm or some shit like that. That's what he does. And her other daughter, Annie, who they say she's kind of mentally not there, like she's kind of like me, like she's kind of probably autistic, probably a little bit slow, and she just lived 20 minutes from her with her son-in-law, who was everybody's first prime subject, but when the whole family did lie detector tests, including him, he's kind of ruled out now. And he doesn't have a criminal history, so that's kind of he's before this like he wasn't really and she was married to him for like they've been married for like 15 something years, and they have kids. So it's not like he just came into their family. She just met him like last year, and he married her. No, and she Annie, her third child that lived nearby her, and they lived so close, but yet they knew she lived in that house alone. But whatever. She doesn't do anything. She's just a stay-at-home female. That's all she does. Her husband Tomas, he's a mechanic, I believe. So yeah, that's what he does. And so yeah, and they her daughter and her husband, her son-in-law, who drove her home, the last person to see her alive. Like they couldn't like say, hey, mama, Mama Nancy, like you can stay with us, like you can stay in our back bedroom, and then you can watch her kids while we're at work. Like you can watch your grand, how it usually is. Grandma stays, sitcom style, right? Like people would have a brain, they would like, but no, they had her in that big ass house. They had about like 50 different ways to get inside. Big ass backyard pool penthouse, everything, just her. Nobody else was in there but her. 85-year-old woman, and I don't want to hear, oh, well, that's a house that her and her husband lived in since the 80s. Okay, her husband's dead. He's not no longer here anymore. Okay, she doesn't need to be there. And that's I can understand. See, old men, they're more resilient and they're more protective than older women. See, if the 85-year-old man is not the same as the 85-year-old woman. 85-year-old woman, she's gonna be watching soap operas, eating pretzels, and crocheting and knitting. 85-year-old man, he's probably still out hunting, fishing, like doing So that's where if her husband was still around, that's different. Because her husband's there to protect her. If some asshole comes in her house, he can get a shotgun and blow his ass up, blow his brains out. But it's just her. Just and from what like she had mobility issues, she couldn't walk around that well. Like why was she in that big ass house by herself? And this would have all been prevented. And so I guess now since the case is cold and it's unsolved, hopefully not forever, but that's what it's looking like. What can we do to prevent this? And that's don't have your 85-year-old mother live in a house like that alone, big ass house like that alone. Let her stay with you. Let her stay in a protective, secure senior building complex. I don't.
Good morning everyone, my name is Michelle, I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. It is Saturday morning, the 4th of April. In this video we're going back to Arizona once again to the case of missing 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, who was taken out of her bed in the wee small hours of the 1st of February, 2 whole months ago. And as we enter month 3, as far as we know, there are still no suspects and no leads that have panned out to find Nancy and to find the person who took her. We've been hearing an awful lot about the inadequacy of the investigation, particularly in those first crucial hours of the case. Brian Entin and Ashley Banfield's law enforcement sources have been saying the investigation was woefully inadequate, even so much as the supervisor, he was the lead detective at the time, the early stages of the investigation, when they brought the homicide unit in from Pima County. That lead investigator had never worked a homicide before. So, had they just joined the homicide unit? If so, why were they given the responsibility of being the lead? It doesn't make sense, does it? Well, these are all from unnamed sources, but people close to the investigation who should know. It's Sheriff Nanos, Chris Nanos, once again with the supersized ego, who puts his friends in high places, people who will agree with him, whilst those with perhaps more experience are sidelined because they don't agree with him. So it's all very unsavoury, so bad. But what we're going to do in this video is look at 3 clues that should have told the investigators from the jump that this wasn't a wandering off scenario as was originally thought. There's actually 4, but 3 actual clues on the scene. But there's 4 things I want to talk about. So let's do it. Alright, the first thing at the scene isn't a clue as such, but it's what the family said. And Savannah, in a recent interview with NBC on the Today programme, she said, there's no way in the world that my mother could have walked away. On a very good day, she can walk to the end of the drive to the mailbox, but usually she can't. We know she walks with a cane, she's got a bad back, she can't walk very far, she's in constant pain. And the family said, this is not a away scenario. From the jump, why weren't they listened to? That Sunday around midday when they called 911. If you remember, Nancy was meant to turn up Sunday morning to her friend's house. They get together to watch an online church service. And the friend contacted Annie, the other daughter of Nancy, to say she was concerned because Nancy hadn't turned up and it's not like her. You know, she can't make it for any reason. She's just going to call. So they were concerned that maybe she'd had a fall. Maybe she was unconscious. Anything could happen, right? Old lady living on her own. So Annie went round and Nancy's nowhere to be seen. There's blood on the porch. The Nest doorbell camera is missing. Panic stations. Call the cops. Cops turn up. Think that Nancy is an old lady, maybe with dementia, and she's just wandered off. So they started a search. Now, there is something we've talked about quite a bit over different cases, and that is how scenes are handled when there's a missing person. Because a scene, like a house in this case, isn't routinely closed down. They don't declare it a crime scene if they believe it's a missing persons investigation. If it turns into one, well, because it hasn't been closed down initially, it becomes problematic. However, this is where the 3 clues at the scene come in, which should have told them, should have told investigators from the jump. And I don't think you would have to be a seasoned homicide detective to be able to see these clues. They were obvious to anybody who is not an expert. But yet they...
Oh, I forgot to mention, oh shit, I almost closed the stream. That was not what I wanted to do. I forgot to mention, okay, so Savannah and Cameron, like Nancy has 3 children. Savannah and Cameron, they live in New York. Okay, she lives in New York because that's where NBC is. Of course, she's an NBC reporter, so she has to live nearby the studio. But so she grew up in Phoenix, Arizona area. She's from Arizona, but she lives in New York because that's where NBC Studios is. So she's an NBC reporter. It makes sense for her to live, in New York. And I guess her other brother Cameron, I guess he wanted to just lived by his sister, so he also has his business in New York. However, her third daughter Annie, like I said, lived 15 minutes away with her husband. So yeah, I forgot to mention that. And also, I'm gonna get back to her. She has like a very uh thick English accent, so it's hard for me to understand her sometimes, but I get what the fuck she's saying. But they can say the same about us Americans that we they can't understand us. And really, what's sad is if it wasn't for England, there wouldn't be America. So they're speaking the original English, but still her accent is. I'm not mad at her, just that it's hard, like just like they can't understand American accents. So yeah, sometimes. So yeah. So he probably deleted it because there's so much controversy around him. But there was one of the guys. So there's Brian Enton, there's Ashley Banfield, there's Nancy Grace. There's like so many people covering this case. Uh, Interview room. I look at them sometimes, but one of the people that was covering the case, his name was JLR, and he's just like a what's the best way to like? He's one of those YouTubers that oh, he's still making videos despite all the controversy around him. Okay, well, I guess he's just ignoring all that. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna get to why I brought this man up. So, anyways, so JLR, he's one of those YouTubers that he's I don't know if they still use this term. They use they were called cop watchers, and that's basically what it is that they have a police scanner, and basically if they're nearby wherever the police scanner action is, they go on live and they record it. So, example, if there's a robbery or the building is on fire or whatever, there's like a big wreck or something, like anything that's suspicious that they hear on that police scanner, they go and take their camera and film it. That's what he is, but he got involved with the Nancy case because he's from Arizona. So he said, since I'm in the area, might as well get more views. Like, why not for that? Even though that's not his normal content. He's not a true crime channel. He's more of tape the police or anything suspicious, like murder scenes, crime scenes. So that's what the JLR guy does. But what happened was with him, there's like information that came out that said that he beat his girlfriend pretty bad. Like he gave her a black eye, busted lip, and then it doesn't help that woman has a tendency of filing uh, false reports, or like she ends up like later dropping the charges or lying. Like she later, no, he didn't hit me, I lied. So that doesn't help. That doesn't mean he didn't do it. It's just that doesn't help. So anyways, where I'm getting at is I thought he was like kind of canceled, and it was kind of sick. He's one of the main Nancy Guthrie people. He would be at her outside her house like 24/7, and I even had some of his streams. Or I would even look at some of his videos in my past streams. And when that DV situation came out, I thought that he got canceled, but I guess not, because he's still making videos. But he did a live. He did a live stream, and then it was like a phone in, like a radio show, but not really, because it was on YouTube. And I actually called in, and if I can find the damn video, because I feel like because I was like, because I when like all the accusations came out that he's a woman beater, I just didn't want to believe it, because he let me. I called in his show. I talked to him for about I don't know, 8 minutes. Wasn't that long, but it was still, he had me on for a while, and I was talking to him, and I was sharing my theories on the Nancy case. And yeah, and if I can find the video, I'll play it. Damn. Let's see here. Was it this one?
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning.
Oh no, fuck you, YouTube. Why did it do that?
the technology's there to be able to have everyone download basically the same free.
And the smell wouldn't show up for a long time.
Jeremiah, you're up. 202.
Hello,
Hi, Jeremiah.
JLR. What's up? How's it going?
It's going, Jeremiah. How are you doing?
I'm witnessing probably, in my opinion, the craziest missing person case in ever in true crime history, if I say so myself.
Jeremiah, I 100% agree with you right there.
Okay, I don't want to take too much of your time. I know you have a lot of viewers. I just wanted to say a couple things. Luke Daly.
Yep.
I was watching this gentleman, the interview he did. He's looking very suspect. I'm sorry, it just something isn't.
Like what?
What do you? What? At least with Carlos, he was like very, confused. Like I don't know this woman. Like, I had nothing to do with this. Like I pray she's found. With this Luke Daly man, he just, I don't know.
You're getting bad vibes with Luke.
I think he was a porch man. I do. That's just my opinion. Okay, chat. Just my opinion. But
you call him the porch man. Call him the porch man.
Face. I don't know.
Jeremiah, this is so you watch a lot of these true crime cases?
I do.
And
I do. I'm a big fan of Unsolved Mysteries. I'm a big fan of 48 Hours. I'm a big fan of true crime vloggers. So yeah.
And this one
I'm a fan of your channel, of course.
Thank you, Jeremiah. And so this is wild. I repeat myself like a broken record. I've never seen anything like this.
And there's so many differing opinions. At first, I thought it was Tomaso.
Yeah.
But Bullhorn Betty is like adamant it's not. So I don't know if you're a fan of her or not, or if you look at her channel. But yeah, Bullhorn Betty is like I kept telling her like, girl, I think it's Tomaso. Which like, no, it can't be Tomaso because they ruled the family out. And then this Luke Daly guy comes out with this interview. With his mom, and I don't know. It just. People say he's innocent, but I just, based off his body language, something isn't right. I don't know. It just. So you're eyeing Luke. At the moment, yes. I just feel like right now things are kind of shut down, which is. I'm praying that this woman is still alive, because this is somebody's mother, grandmother. Like, how could you do this to an 85-year-old lady? Like, this is just ridiculous. But I'm just praying she's alive, but I'm just, like, any theory at this point should be considered, because we want to get to the bottom of this. Hopefully with Nancy, still here with us, we're all praying, so yes.
So what was your take on Luke shaving for the interview?
That was very interesting, yes, that was, and his attire was very interesting as well. He had on, like, this thick suit and, like, this, wool vest on. I didn't know what the hell that was about. It's just everything about that man just wasn't clicking right. It just, I don't know.
We shall see. We should see if he gets.
Just my theory. He could be innocent, but I just, based off that interview, just things weren't adding up right.
Jeremiah, appreciate the call. Anything else you want to add?
No, that was it. I just wanted to just add my little 2 cents, and I enjoyed the stream, and just really interested in this case. There's just so many unanswered questions. So yeah.
Thank you for your time. You be safe.
All right, brother. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
All right, we got the other one that we were supposed to speak to here. Just called me. We're going to call back. Maybe. See what we got. Walkie-talkie in his pocket. People think walkie-talkie. Is this the missing person advocate? Yeah. Missing person advocate. Call me back. Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
Hey, JLR. I've been trying to get a hold of you forever.
Nice. What's your name anyway? Because I saw you were a missing person advocate.
Yes, my name is Tanya, and I'm a missing persons advocate. I'm out of West Virginia. I've been following this case for a long time, but I started following you when you was covering the Micah Miller case.
Yeah, Micah Miller.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say, I mean, I can't be boots on the ground right now. I'm so glad that you're there covering this and continuing to put Nancy's face out there. This is what she needs. We can't give up. We got to find her.
Gotta find
But
her.
I also sent you another case that is very suspicious. It's a young man that disappeared in Arizona.
In Arizona.
And, yes. And his car ain't even been found.
What's his name?
Matthew Spencer.
Matthew Spencer. What's going on with Matthew Spencer? Another person missing from Arizona.
Yes, he was traveling from California to Texas.
Yeah, this I don't want to. This is a sweet lady. Yeah. So I called in, because I didn't think I was gonna get through when he's gonna let me on, but he did. So, and somebody decided to be an asshole. Listen, hold on, not this woman sweet, but hold on, the next person that calls.
Heavy.
It's pretty far. What's your take on?
Because and that he and I maybe you
Yeah, this is a troll because of me.
The
next guy that calls, he decided to be fucking cute, motherfucker. Fuck
there.
All right, sounds good. You take care of yourself. Thanks for talking.
Everybody wants to be cute on the internet. Yeah, this is the troll that called because of me.
And I'm praying for you, JLR.
All right, thank you.
And it's a really bad troll too. Listen to this troll. Listen, all because of me.
Right, Matthew Spencer. Ian wants to talk. Ian says he has a theory that no one else is talking about. Ian got a theory that no one else is talking about.
GNA,
Ian
gay
says.
nigger aliens.
Let's see what Ian has to say. I want to hear
come
this
with an
theory.
original troll, you fucking asshole.
We want to hear a theory that no one else is talking about.
Gay black nigger alien.
Come on in, Ian. Welcome aboard.
Hello.
Hi, Ian.
Hey, is this JLR?
It is. Welcome aboard. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good, man. How are you doing?
Fantastic. What kind of theory do you have that no one is talking about?
So, it's the international theory. You remember that TMZ got an email and it said that they're probably going to have to go international?
They did say that? Yes, I do remember.
Okay. So, when that came in, I started doing some investigating about it, and I found a group called GSN. And they are a professional kidnapping group that's based in Europe.
GSN.
Yeah, GSN. Gay space niggers. Fucking faggot.
Whoa! 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 Well, sir, I don't know.
Motherfucker, yeah, he's fucking old ass, fucking saggy balls, fucking piece of shit, spoiled, fucking boiling bag of garbage. Say that shit to my face, motherfucker. Like, if you want to fuck, just say so. Like, fuck, is that some type of secret message? Like some type of subliminal message? Like fucking, like anagram or something? Like, what the fuck, motherfucker? People are so fucking stupid on the internet. I swear to fucking God. Like, wow, motherfucker, fuck you. Well, he had a lot of callers. He had, that was the VOD. That was the playback. But he had like 50,000 people in his live. So did you think I was going to like get connected? No. And do you think I'm going to stay on forever if 50,000 people are trying to call in? And like, no. I feel like I was on long enough. I only went on there to talk about, because that was the day that motherfucker did that interview with his mom. That I kept calling him Luke Bryan. I don't know why. I think that's somebody else. I think he's like a baseball player or something. Luke Bryan. No, Luke Daly, that's the motherfucker's name. And he has the same build, same face, same figure as that guy on the porch. Everything. It's so scary. And then he was like covering his whole body up, like he was trying to like hide any markings or like because supposedly the guy on the porch had a tattoo, like a sleeve tattoo on his right arm, and like he was like And it turns out that Luke Daly does have tattoos because they found pictures of him. In that interview, he was all covered up though because they didn't think people were gonna stalk his pictures and shit. But yeah, no, I think I got in what I had to say. A lot of people were trying to call in. I called in. I could have got a busy signal like everybody else got, but I didn't. So I mean, and I said my 2 cents, and I hung up. And then that motherfucker had to come in and say how much he loved me and how much he enjoyed me sharing my opinion, and how much he was jealous of me, and how much he was intimidated by me. See, people always love when you're like you're unconventional. People can I don't know why people just can't they can't handle that. Like you think it'd be the opposite, like oh you're different or you're not you exceeded all my expectations. I was expecting you to do something else, but you didn't. I love you. No, because humans are stupid. They're not going to do that. But they'll do that. But they'll do that. Gay space faggot niggers. Like really? And that's like a fucking 40-year-old joke. Like that shit, like it was like some like that like back in the '90s that people were that gay niggers from outer space shit. That's if you're gonna use a joke, at least do a new one, not like one that's 50 years old, motherfuckers. Like God, so fucking stupid. It was, it was his right. What? How come when I called, that person chimed in with that? Yeah, but he was a troll. But he knew that I was he was I know that the next person that called after me was that sweet old lady. Yeah, I'm not, but he was a caller after her. So I just it's just what it's not a coincidence. How come that he yeah he was a troll, but like all trolls are stupid. And he's like, oh, this uh gay black man just called. I was gonna troll about something else, but damn, he gave me ideas. Now I'm gonna do this troll. Now you see what I mean? Yeah, because he's a dumbass. Like I inspired him. I was his muse. I motivated him, and thank you, sweetheart. I suck his saggy balls. I suck his 800-pound truck driver balls. I don't care. I'll do it. I don't care. Like somebody that trolls enough that much must love me. So I'm game. I'm not picky. I'm in the hobo. Of course, I'm not picky. Fuck you. Anyways, but yeah. I forgot I went on JLR show a few weeks ago, but yeah. All right, let's go back to this lady, this British lady. Hold on.
They were ignored, or maybe not even noticed. Even if cops didn't believe the family, the first thought was, well, yeah, maybe she has wandered off. Maybe the family are saying she can't, but she actually can walk further than they think. All right, okay, that's valid. But right from that front porch, why was it not taken seriously? Because of the blood. The blood on the porch. That's clue one.
Because of my
clue
voice.
number one, that this...
Because of my voice. I don't have to say it. That's the thing. People always say, oh, why do you have to throw, like, you have to play victim. You got to say you're black. Because people can tell. They can tell by my voice. I can say apple and they can tell I'm a black gay man. Just by my voice, by my agenda, by my energy. They could tell. Like, you could tell, Jim Carrey is a white man. You could tell Beyonce is a black girl just by by the way they speak. Not always. Yeah, there's some white people that sound black and black people that sound white, but that's not me. That you can tell I have a black person's voice, and you can tell I have a feminine gay voice. There's nothing wrong with that, but people are going to use that against me, and I don't even have to say anything. I think it would, even if I wasn't gay, even if I was straight, they're still going to use that against me because straight men that have feminine voices, they also get bullied because people are fucking stupid. They just attack any little thing that they want to attack you on. They're going to take advantage of that because they're stupid. But yeah,
this potentially was a crime. Well, you might say maybe she had a nosebleed when she wandered off. Okay, all right. But still, this is highly suspicious. Even if that's not enough to change your mind, that this was not a wandering away scenario, this was a crime. The blood should have been taken as a potential clue, and that whole area should have been cordoned off. People should not have been walking through it at all. The second clue also could be seen from the porch, so we're not even in the house yet, and that is the doorbell camera mount was there, but the camera was missing. You might look at that and not realise what you're seeing, but questions should have been asked. So in the same location as the blood, we've got a doorbell camera that's clearly missing. So questions should have been asked. Things like, is that doorbell camera usually there? Was that doorbell camera there the last time you were here? We don't know whether those questions were asked, but if they were, and even if Annie couldn't say for sure that the doorbell camera was there last time she was here, still it's a clue. And again, that area should have been cordoned off anyway because of the blood. And then the third thing, we go around the back now, and we know that the back doors were propped open. There's actually 3 back entranceways, but one of them has 2 doors, the outer screen door and then the inner door that goes into the kitchen. And Savannah said both of those doors were propped open. Now, that's not something that you would see immediately because it was round the back. All right, but it should have been noticed within minutes. You know, somebody should have done a perimeter walk around the house. And I'm sure someone did, because Nancy may have been round the back, injured. So I'm sure someone went round the back straight away, and questions should have been asked. Does Nancy normally prop her doors open with flower pots? If not, you know, the family have said that she doesn't lock her doors, but does she prop them open with flower pots? And what about the gate? One of Ashley Banfield's sources said the gate was also propped open, the back gate, with a flower pot. Well, would that be something that Nancy would do if she wandered off out the back? Maybe. But again, it's mighty suspicious. And it should have been taken as a clue that this was a potential crime. But no. For the first, I think it was the first day, maybe just over a day, when they were searching, it was, oh, this is a wander-off scenario. And the scene was released. That's why we've got the video from Michael Ruiz from Fox, and we've got Brian Entin's videoing of the blood on the porch. One of Ashley Banfield's sources says there's a similar blood spatter pattern inside, like in the front hallway, like the other side of the front door. We haven't actually seen that, but apparently, which would make sense if Nancy had a nosebleed. Maybe the nosebleed dripped blood in the house as well as on the front porch. That makes absolute sense. But there's no big pooling of blood. It's not like she was stabbed or shot or anything like that.
Okay, so no, we don't know how this blood got there, if it was even there before this whole ordeal. We know that there's blood in the porch, and since this is a unsolved case still, as I'm speaking, it still needs to be considered. And you know, once the case is solved, we'll find out that the blood was related or wasn't related. Like maybe it was from like a few days ago. Like she I don't know, like she had a paper cut or something while she was going through the mail. You know, it could be anything. Like I don't, you know, it's but but uh but she's and a lot of people are saying that she had a nosebleed, and that's I guess while she was being abducted, like she had a nosebleed, and the abductors didn't like get a towel and cover her nose. I guess not. I don't, you know. Anyways, so but now that they're saying that this trail leads into the house, and I didn't know that. I'm today years old finding this out. Now, because first of all, mind you, we have not seen anything about the inside of the house. Nothing. We just seen the outside, and we know that there's like 50 gazillion entrances. There's like a side patio where she would like go and read, and you know, like you know, I guess do her crosswords or whatever, or knit. There's the pool house, the pool patio, the back door. You know, there's another side door. So there's like 50 different ways to get in this house, because we've seen pretty much every nook and cranny of the outside of the house, but not the inside, which I don't know why. Maybe they're trying to, they want to do that for the integrity of the case. They don't want the public seeing the interior of the house, living room, bedroom, work, Nancy's bedroom, all that. I don't, whatever. But what I didn't know, what this lady's saying, is that this pool of blood that we all knew was on the porch, we all knew this, that the trail leads into the house, like into the kitchen area, which is interesting because I didn't know that. I'm just now finding that out. Yeah, this blood right here that's on the porch. There's like a little like trail inside, and to me, okay, if I would have just known the blood was outside, like maybe it was a nosebleed, like maybe they were carrying her outside, and they might have punched her to get her to shut up, like shut up, old bitch, and they just like punched her, and she started bleeding on the ground, right? That would make more sense. But now that the blood is leading in the inside, maybe she just got stabbed or something. That's what that's more looking like, right? If the trail is leading to the kitchen area, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm retarded. I don't know. Like I don't know. What the hell? Oh, why is it? Why is she muted?
Actually seen that, but apparently, which would make sense if Nancy had a nosebleed, maybe the nosebleed dripped blood in the house as well as on the front porch. That makes absolute sense. But there's no big pooling of blood. It's not like she was stabbed or shot or anything like that.
We don't know
There's
that.
no big pooling of
We
blood.
don't know
And
that.
to me, I've said from get-go, as soon as I saw it, I said, that's noseblood. Now, there has been some discussion. The latest podcast from Ashley Banfield, she had 3 experts on to discuss the blood pattern. And apparently there's been some talk on the internet about a foot impression. One of the blood spatter patches looks too symmetrical to be natural. So Ashley had 3 blood spatter experts on, and 2 of them said that it's very unlikely that this is the tread off the bottom of someone's shoe. The third
No,
guy said maybe it could.
By the way, I love her puppies. I like how she has, and that's how you know she's in England because they could do. You can't do that in America, but I like she has her puppies, no leashes, but it's okay. But they are cute though. She has 4. I think 3 are boys and one is a girl. I forget their names, but they're like Rover, Spike, Dover. Like she has, those are their names, and they look like Boston Terriers. They're all the same breed because they have them droopy ears and all that. So yeah. Anyways, that doesn't look like a footprint to me. Uh, and this also my first time seeing this. Like I get this is the inside of the house. It's my first time seeing this. That doesn't look like a footprint. Uh, it might be a handprint actually, like a palm of somebody's hand. I don't know about footprint or shoe print. I don't know. That's her blood though, right? Yeah, I don't know.
It could be, and we don't know. To me, it looks like a patch where there's been several drips of blood all at once. Could it be that someone stood in a patch of blood? Yeah, sure. But we know that Nancy went out that way because the blood is Nancy's. So therefore we know that the abductor went that way as well. So I don't really see why it's so important to determine whether this is a shoe impression or whether this is just natural blood spatter from Nancy. Now, obviously, for the investigators, if there's enough of a shoe tread that could determine perhaps an unusual gait, yeah, if you've got potential suspects, then you can match up tread on the bottom of a shoe with the tread at the scene. But as there's no suspects, then at the moment, that's just a what if. And we know this matters. We know this has caught other people, this kind of tread pattern. A recent video that I did about the Canadian monster, Russell Williams. He was actually caught because of tyre impressions at the scene of his last murder, where he actually kidnapped someone. And there was tyre tracks that they could match to his truck, and also shoe impressions that matched his shoes. Like he'd not done anything about getting rid of his shoes or anything like that. I think Russell Williams had a huge ego. I think he didn't think he was ever going to get caught. and he was a bit of a rubbish criminal because of it, that he left clues. But in this case, if it is a foot impression, there may be evidence that we can't see with the naked eye, and hopefully when they put the tent up, maybe did some testing. I don't know. Why they didn't take that welcome mat away, I don't know. So there could be more blood and more patterns than we can see with the naked eye that investigators know about that we don't. But unless it's an unusual tread, unless it's something that you can match up with a suspect, well, it doesn't mean anything, honestly. So we know the abductor went that way. Is it possible that there is partial treads? Yeah, sure. Sure, it's possible. But I think these spots of blood are drips, and I think they're from Nancy's nose. But it remains to be seen. If they are drips from Nancy's nose, it means she was taken out alive, like she was actually walking.
No, not
Or I
necessarily.
guess it could be drips from a dead body. A dead body can't bleed, but they can still drip blood that's there on the body until
We don't know, but I doubt it was a nosebleed because I think of a nosebleed as like something minor, like if somebody's drooling or something, like you just and if the whole point, because these people seem like they kind of got away with it, like they're making smart choices, but they were too dumb. Like if she's like has a nosebleed or, but uh, and the nosebleed isn't unless from it could have been, but it doesn't mean that like they like hit her or like knocked her out with something. It could be like she just got scared. Like who are these the strange man in my or men in my house? And she had a heart attack or panic attack. That can also cause nosebleeds. And so it doesn't mean that the nosebleed could have been something they didn't even fucking do. It could have just been her being an old lady, like she just got a nosebleed, due to the like she was stressed out or just scared. Uh, you think of it, I think they would if they would just something as petty as a nosebleed, they just would have got a washcloth or something, or something, just to so she wouldn't bleed, and so they wanted that would make the crime scene look more so. Even though if I'm making sense, but yeah, uh, so that's why I don't think it was a nosebleed. Because even if it was a nosebleed, they would have just got something like a tissue or something like to wipe her nose. Uh, and that's why I'm thinking it's more that they attacked her. And I'm not saying that they killed her because she might still be alive. I'm hoping this woman's still alive. But I just think that is more that they punched her or they hit her, and that's what the blood looks like. And then it was like they didn't want her. She was screaming like, "Help! Help! I don't fucking know you. Get off me!" And they were just trying like to hurry and get her in the getaway car, all that, and they just they probably didn't know that maybe a little bit bloodshed or when that happened, or they thought they had her covered. They might have like had a towel under her or something, but then the blood just came out. To me, I don't think that's a nosebleed. That's just I just feel like it was a nosebleed, like she was like her nose was bleeding, or I would think that a nosebleed is like if like she was drooling or like if she had snot out her nose, like they would like try to wipe that up. If it was like they're trying to kidnap her, like or they just didn't want to leave any type of like nothing out of the ordinary, like she just I don't know went to Vegas and like so that's kind of think what they were trying to do, make it seem like she just left. Because now that pool of blood can kind of like show that there was a struggle and all that. So uh, I don't know. It's yeah, but that's why I think that they weren't planning that they probably didn't know that blood was there. They probably hit her, or they probably knew the blood was there, but how like she was like trying to resist or scream, and they just try to like grab her, put her in the getaway car and get out, and that's why the blood is there. Like from the way this lady is describing it, like she was just like, here, ma'am, here, take our hand. Like, just don't say a word or we're going to shoot you. And it was just dripping blood. I don't know. It seems like, I'd like, why would they just, that's DNA, that's evidence. Why would they just let her just bleed like that? I don't know.
congeals
I
and
don't
dry.
know.
eyes. So, yeah, it's interesting, but it should have alerted investigators. Don't need to be a seasoned detective to be able to see that this was very suspicious, and it should have been cordoned off. It concerns me that future prosecution is going to really struggle because of the missteps in the early stages of the case and how much evidence was lost or damaged. It could be that to lead them to the perpetrator was lost because of those missteps in the early stages, in those first few hours. Yeah, this is not just an academic discussion. It's really bad on more than one level. Bad work by Pima County. Yeah, Chris Nanos has got a lot to answer for, but let me know your thoughts in the comments, and I'll see you in the next video, guys. Ella.
Oh, fuck you, YouTube. It's so slow. Oh. You know, damn computer. That's what the fuck it is. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Come on. Oh, that's not good. Oh, Lord. Oh, that's not good. That is not good. Oh, oh no. Like Google is mad because I'm making all these theories, so they're punishing me. Oh Lord, it's not good. Not good. Not good at all.
Hey everybody, I'm Ashley Banfield. This is Drop Dead Serious. I have some really big news to share with you about the Nancy Guthrie case. We're on day 65, and I know I already dropped an episode earlier because Savannah returned to the Today Show this morning, but I've learned something from TMZ that I did not know before, and it all comes amid sort of a whole tumble of information about new ransom-like letters that have come into TMZ. So let's be really clear, because it's getting confusing about all of the different letters. But the headline here is that the original letters that came to TMZ and local TV stations in Tucson, there were two letters. They threatened to kill Nancy Guthrie. We had not heard that until now. We always knew that there was a consequence threatened if you don't pay by Thursday. Then by Monday, there's a second deadline, and the consequence is that the money goes up, I think, to $6 million. But we never heard that the other consequence was that they threatened to kill Nancy Guthrie. And then, of course, after those two letters, they went silent. And we never heard anything afterwards, and they didn't give a mode of communication to the FBI, to the police, to TMZ, to KVOA in Tucson, to KGUN in Tucson, and incidentally, KGUN, also called KGUN, they received a second letter from these same people. And it's known that they're the same people because they had the same Bitcoin address. So the first letter went to KGUN, KVOA, and TMZ. And the second letter just went to KGUN. Don't know why, but it did. But they had the same Bitcoin address. So they're from the same alleged ransom seekers. And that's the one that Savannah refers to in her interview with Hoda Kotb when she says we received, the two that we received, we tend to believe are real. And TMZ has also told me that the FBI, with whom they've been working, hand in glove because they're receiving the communications and they're turning them all over to the FBI indicated to TMZ that the FBI also believes that those two ransom letters are from the kidnappers, the real kidnappers.
Okay, but
so let's talk a little bit more about.
I don't think we should, because back to these damn ransom letters. If they're real, like 5 seconds. Like, Savannah, it's me. I'm fine. I'm okay. Just do what they say, please. I want to come home. That's it. And that how usually they just some type of proof of life. Or am I just retarded? It sounds to me it was trolls and people trying to get money, which is I thought that's what was confirmed, that the ransom notes actually turned out to be, it was like some African guy here in California that wrote them. Like, it's just so stupid.
What other notes came in, because it started to get confusing. Then there were text messages that went to Annie and Tommaso. Annie is Savannah's sister. Tommaso, named Tommy, is her husband. There were text messages that went to those two, and there were two separate messages. An FBI's, or I should say a federal affidavit, lists out a man in California who was arrested. Derek Colea is his name. They say he was scamming. They arrested him for scamming. To my knowledge, they don't believe he's involved in this. He hasn't been charged with kidnapping or anything related to the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, just the attempt to extort money. So he's facing those federal charges in the near future. He's made his appearance. I believe either he was extradited or he brought himself to Arizona to make a court appearance in the initial offings of that case. But that's a different set of letters. And then come the third set of letters. And these are the letters from somebody who has reached out repeatedly, a half dozen times, to TMZ to say, I'm not the kidnapper, but I know who they are, using the words they every time there's a reference, whether it's they in the singular, as some people use, or they in the plural, we don't know. But I know who they are, and for one Bitcoin, I'm willing to turn that information and, quote, hand them over on a silver platter. Those emails went into TMZ early.
One Bitcoin, which is so funny because I remember, I was like in my senior year of high school, around that time when Bitcoin first came out. I was on a website called Newgrounds, which I think is still around. It's just a website where it's just a gaming website, just talk about video games and all that. It's called Newgrounds. And I remember there was a guy on there who was actually a moderator, and he was selling Bitcoins for like $5. One Bitcoin, $5. And this was 2010. And I was like, what the fuck is a Bitcoin? Like, what am I going to do with this? I can't buy anything with just a Bitcoin. Like, is it an actual coin I can like get? Like, I didn't know nobody knew about anything about cryptocurrency back then. Like, as opposed to now, to where it's kind of like, everybody uses it, or at least used it once. So yeah. He was selling one Bitcoin for $5. And to think, if I just would have just bought it, and here we are in 2026, and I never touched that Bitcoin or forgot my Bitcoin email or code, and I just so happened just to how much is that Bitcoin worth now? $50,000 American dollars. Yep, that's how much one Bitcoin is. $50,000. And I kick myself every fucking time. Every fucking time I hear Bitcoin, I just think of that asshole on Newgrounds that was selling one for $5. Like damn. But the thing of it is that usually people would have sold it by now. I don't know anybody who bought a Bitcoin back in 2010 still has, if they didn't sell it or trade it to another crypto like Dogecoin and all that, they exchanged it or whatever. Like, it's so stupid. But that one Bitcoin is $50,000. And think of it as when I first found out about Bitcoins, they were $5 each. Crazy. But I fucking hate Bitcoin because if I hear Bitcoin, I just think of that. Damn. I would have been rich if I just would have bought one.
Leon as well. Okay. Many thought that they were phony. Not necessarily TMZ, though. The information started with time is of the essence. And then suddenly, just within a day, I think, time is no longer of the essence. And that's important to Harvey Levin because he said if the sky isn't real, why would he downgrade the importance of his information or the fact that he could deliver either alive or dead Nancy Guthrie, either one, there's value there. Why would he diminish that himself if he didn't know for sure? That's the gut feeling of Harvey. And you're going to hear from Harvey Levin in just a moment. And he's going to tell you everything about what they went through at TMZ today. But I do want to read for you. So I didn't make Harvey read on camera. I'm going to read for you their communications. And so first off, Harvey and Charles Ladabodiere, they went live on TMZ to say they've received another communication today from the guy who says he has the information, he knows who those kidnappers are, and he wants to turn them in, but he wants a Bitcoin. Wants half a Bitcoin now, half a Bitcoin upon the arrest. And they said the news that sort of was made with this initial overture in an email to TMZ today was that Nancy's dead. That this person said, Nancy is not alive. She is dead.
Damn.
That's what TMZ says. But he's still willing to turn these people in. And so Harvey Levin and Charles Ladabodiere did their TMZ lives telling the news that they had received this email communication from this same person who they've received each time because it's.
Which, by the way, I don't know if y'all know that Charles Ladabodiere, whatever his last name, that's that black guy. I guess Harvey's boyfriend with the dreads that's always next to him. That's who that is. I don't know if y'all knew that. That's his name. I didn't even know he had a name, but yeah, that's his name. Charles Ladabodiere. He has like a French last name, but he's black, but whatever. Yeah, that black guy with the dreadlocks. Yeah, that Harvey's boyfriend, like, because they're always inseparable. But yeah, that's what she's talking about. That Charles guy. But yeah.
It's the same Bitcoin address each time. So the half dozen communications about, I know who the kidnappers are and I'm willing to turn them in is always from the same person with the same Bitcoin account. But after they did their live broadcast, they got another email from him, her, whoever. They got another email after their live address. And this one is more specific. They said in the second letter, quote, I saw her alive with them in the state of Sonora, Mexico. Interesting. I saw her alive with them in the state of Sonora, Mexico. Okay. And then this is where the sender starts to get angry. They're frustrated that the FBI isn't taking them seriously and said this, quote, it is unbelievable that millions have been wasted. And yet here I am waiting to deliver them on a silver platter since the 11th of February for a Bitcoin. But I am disregarded as a scam. They are free and the case is frozen, but the egos remain hot when it comes to me. Arrogance at its finest, end quote. And then you should note that the price of Bitcoin has been dropping, and so now
not by much.
It's a lot less. A half a Bitcoin's about $35,000. And TMZ made this deal saying, look,
it's going to go back up.
We could get the ransom money for you, right? You tell us the information, we tell the FBI, therefore there's a record that you're part of it because the guy didn't believe he was going to get the ransom money, but we still can't figure out why he wouldn't go for the $1.2 million instead of the, half a Bitcoin's 35,000. Maybe if you get the full Bitcoin upon the arrest, it's only like 70,000 compared to 1.2 million in ransom money. So this isn't, rather in reward money. So this isn't making a whole lot of sense. But you'll hear why Harvey is unable to impart that wisdom on this letter sender. They also are distancing themselves from Nancy's kidnapping, saying they're not the ones to do it. They said that they've been out of the country for more than 5 years and had nothing to do with the horrific crime, just that they know who it was who did it. And in the second note, they said they're not motivated by greed. This is what they said. The motivation was, quote, "I just want what's fair and to live peacefully with enough to start my life again quietly without having to join a witness protection program." Again, I don't know what 70,000 is going to get you in terms of trying to live your life out peacefully if you're afraid of these kidnappers, right? Because 1.2 million would be a lot better. It would be a lot more money to buy yourself some safety if that's the concern. A couple of other things that I want to let you know is that TMZ, I mentioned they've been working hand in hand with the FBI by giving them all of the communications that they receive. But it has been a two-way street. And Harvey Levin is going to tell you in just a moment what the FBI has been doing with TMZ, because they have been busy working with TMZ. I know that there are a lot of people out there who say, what's TMZ got to do with anything? A lot. Because that's where the communications are coming in. And so the FBI is taking it very seriously, and they are doing a lot with TMZ. That's coming in just a moment. But first, I want you to hear from Harvey Levin. He was super busy today, but he stepped aside to do a quick interview with me. First, a quick note from my sponsor. Let's face it, I cover some pretty dark stuff, right? Some of the darkest stuff out there. But let me tell you, some of the scariest stuff actually happening very quietly behind your screen. Your name, your phone, your number, your home address, all floating out there online. And it isn't because you gave it away. It's because somebody sold it.
Public record, bitch, and that shit's not going to help. Like all these sickos are still going to find a way to get your info. This shit's not going to help. So you just pay them to block your information. Good luck with that. Shit. They probably might block it if it's like somewhere obvious, like, Facebook or something. But if it's on the deep dark web and they have all your information, phone number, address, how big the shit, how big of the shit that the last dump you took, how big it was. Yeah, they're gonna have all that. So yeah, and this shit's not gonna help. So yeah.
Drop Dead conversation with Harvey Levin. So Harvey, more activity, more communications from these alleged ransom seekers.
Well, this is somebody, we've gotten more than a half dozen emails from this person. This is somebody who says they know who the kidnappers are, plural, and where Nancy Guthrie is. We haven't heard from this person in almost a month, but today we got 2 notes from him. And, he is persisting. Now he wants half a Bitcoin, and he will divulge the location. Now, he says that she is in Sonora. Let me just
Sonora.
check. Sonora,
yeah.
Mexico. And says she is dead, but says that he can lead them to the kidnapper. And so, he said this before, but, he is kind of repeating what he told us early on, which is she was no longer alive as of the Wednesday after she was kidnapped.
And the interesting thing is you have turned all of these communications over to the FBI.
Yep.
They won't tell you, they won't tell anybody what they do with them, but, you're privy to the Bitcoin wallet.
Yeah, and so far no money has been deposited. And look, I've talked to the FBI, and I've frankly said to them, look, I'm not you, and you clearly know a heck of a lot more than me, but my spidey senses are just telling me something about this guy, because they asked me a long time ago to put the word out, which we did, that anybody who is doing this as a hoax to get money would be prosecuted by the federal government. And this person wrote back and said, I understand that. I am not in any way hoaxing. This is real. And then the other thing that just got me was, I believe it was the Tuesday after Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped, he sent us this note saying, I know where she is, I know who the kidnappers are, time is of the essence. That was on a Tuesday. On Wednesday, we got another note from the same person, but said, time is no longer of the essence, meaning, I think, she is no longer alive, right? Well, if somebody is carrying out a hoax, why would they take the immediacy away and say she's no longer alive? That made it feel to me like there's something legit, because why would he take away the incentive to get the money fast?
Or take away the incentive for a bigger payout.
No,
it's just bugged me.
No, it isn't, because the thing of it is the reward, which it keeps being raised, the reward money for information is $2 million to get this case solved. That reward money, to my knowledge, is if she's revealed dead, alive or dead. So I don't understand that. I mean, if she's alive, and if the tip they got gives her live body, they get the $2 million. If she's dead and they tell her where her corpse is, and this person wasn't involved, obviously they're killer, they don't get shit. But if it turns out that they weren't involved, but they get, like, this is her, God forbid, her corpse, the case has been solved. Because really, from my understanding, Savannah, and if they just really want closure, they would like for her to come back. So like, mom's back, grandma Nancy's back. But if this woman's dead, they want to give her resting ceremony, her full, which they can't have that if it's just indefinite unsolved case. She could lie, she could be dead, she could be, who knows. And that's, so the reward money is for any information that closes this case, whether she's dead or alive. So I mean, I don't understand what this lady and Harvey are talking about. The reward money is going to be given for closure, and the closure is if her body is found dead or she's found alive. It doesn't matter, or at least that's what I was thinking. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Girl.
That there's something about it that I just thought, more seriously,
No,
they
another troll,
have very consciously looked at this. They've tried to find out who this is, but they are not convinced enough to pay that money. And I know that as of a conversation I had with the FBI today.
And so, to be clear, I think a lot of people are getting confused about all the different ransom notes. Savannah herself made a comment to Hodo saying,
all the other notes are
the two,
because granted, let's say this guy is telling the truth, right? Okay, if where her body is, so send a photo that's generated or fake or chopped of her, like something like she, like her shirt or whatever, blouse, nightgown, muumuu, whatever she had when they took her. Show a picture of that. But Savannah did, oh my God, that's mom's. They're right. That's her gown. That's her nightie she would always wear. Those are her bloom wear when she went to bed. Damn. This is the people. No, because it's a troll. It's a goddamn hoax. So stupid. Something. Like, to show her clothes. Because maybe her body's decomposed by this point. Well, it is. So, I mean, like something, her clothes, her muumuu, something that shows that I know where her body is. Other than, they told Harvey the first time that time's of the essence, now time is not of the essence. So this can't be a liar, because a liar would say that she's a liar so they can milk more money. What the fuck? Like, no. Like, if you're telling the truth, give me proof that this woman's dead. Give me proof that this woman's alive if it's a ransom and you want her the ransom money that she's alive. Give me proof if you send yet another letter to fucking TMZ, because there's been so many hoax letters and one guy got caught, the other ones just haven't been caught yet. If she's dead, proof that she's dead. Show her the clothes that she had. Show her Give me a picture, snap a picture, text me a picture of her nightgown. God forbid, like fuck, we're getting to that point. I want to see her bones, like her dentures, like something. Since you say you know where her dead body is, like am I just retarded? Like wow, so fucking stupid.
Two ransom notes we received, I tend to believe they're real. Those are the ones that originally came to you, correct? And KVOA and I think another Tucson local station?
Yeah. So there are two different things we're talking about. These notes that I've just mentioned are people, not somebody who was a kidnapper, somebody who says he knows where the kidnapper is and where Nancy is. The ransom notes you're referring to, yes, there were two. They were written by the same person. We know that because it has the same Bitcoin address in both. We received the first one along with two Tucson stations, the local stations. The second one was sent to just one local station, their K-Gun, but it's from the same person. I know that the FBI believes that those ransom notes are real, that is from the kidnapper. They have done everything they can, from what I understand, to figure out who sent these notes. They were on with my IT team for hours and hours and hours, working with my IT team, and they came up dry. And they could not find it, and they still haven't found out who wrote it. This is a cold case, and they're just waiting for one of those breaks that often comes, but they are at a dead end right now.
You heard from the FBI that they believed those first two overtures were really from the kidnappers as opposed to scammers overseas or some ne'er-do-well?
All of them were
Yes,
fake.
and they are from the
attention,
same person.
And sick people. No,
Holy
all
cow.
of
So
them
when
told.
Savannah said that, she must have had that indication from the FBI. They must have told her that they thought that they were real.
Yeah, now what I don't understand is that she was going to pay, and for whatever reason they backed off. They had a reason for backing off.
All of them are fake. The only time I would say any type of ransom note, killer note, confession note, I have her note. The only time I would say this is 1000%, 200% real is if you give me some evidence that you have her, and it's not computer generated or Photoshop. That's the other thing, You know, I mean, I'm not gonna talk shit about AI because I make AI, but I make AI for different reasons. I make funny AI, I do like just me and the guy I crush on, us hugging and stuff. I wouldn't do no damn AI of Nancy Guthrie. Here she is. I got her. No, so you need ransom note that has proof that she's alive. It's probably real. Other than that, I'm just gonna assume that it is not. No assumptions that they are a fake note because if it was real, they would do a 5 second. Everybody has smartphone now. Everybody has, camera phone now. 5 seconds. Savannah, it's me, Mama Nancy. Please, just do what these people say. Please, please, I'll come home. Just please, please. They're treating me right. Like I'm just. They promise. They said they won't hurt me. Just do as they say. Click like in the video. Like no, is that so hard? No, because that means it's not. It's a fake. It's a hoax. Like all these notes are. Or if not that, if she's dead, okay? Because if she's dead, you can't do that option, right? Obviously, if she's dead, she can't do it like plea for help video, like do as these people say. I want to come home, baby. I love you, Savannah. I love you. Just do as these killers say, please. No, so if she's dead, she can't do that. Okay, if she's dead, show a picture of her nightgown. Show a picture of her dentures, her earrings, her nightcap, her like she wrote it, like something. Panties, her dentures, something that show her. God forbid if she's decomposed by now. What this was back in January that she was like, if bones, like something, like to show that this is like I know where this woman's at. Other than that, all these are fucking hoaxes and trolls. I'm sorry they are. I'm sorry. No proof of her alive body, no proof of her dead body, no proof of nothing. So yeah.
And I know they did something. I don't feel comfortable saying it, but they did because they had asked me not to way back then. I don't know if it's changed at this point. But they thought they had a way of tracking that Bitcoin address. Didn't work.
Holy cow. And there's been no other communications ever since those those two, right? Like there was the first note that said you've got deadlines, right? You've got a Thursday deadline and then you've got a Monday deadline. And then that second one that went to Kagan, you said. And how is the second ransom note different from the first? What was it suggesting?
I never saw it. I never saw it, but I don't think it changed the game from what I'm being told by the FBI, that they believe from the same person. It had to be because the Bitcoin address is the same. And they just told me that it was from the same person.
And those folks at KGUN never did disclose the contents of their note.
They've never talked about it. We don't know what's in it. We didn't read it. But it didn't change the game. The person who wrote that first note, they believe is the kidnapper. And they have just come up dry.
And we know that they used the same Bitcoin address in the note that went to you and the two stations and to KGUN. That second note, they all had the same Bitcoin
That's
address.
what I'm told.
So the interesting thing is, Harvey, if you think back, and it's hard now with 64 or so odd days, Savannah and her family did a second or subsequent address on Instagram saying, we understand. We've heard your communication and we understand. And we just now want her back with us so we can celebrate with her. And we're willing to pay. And that, to many people, sounded like, we've heard what you've said. We understand what's happened. We still want a body back. Like it sounded as though they had made an overture that maybe Nancy died.
I agree. I mean, that's the way I took it as well. That's the way I took it as well. Again, if you believe the guy who's been writing us these notes, she died somewhere between Tuesday and Wednesday after she was kidnapped. And I don't know whether that's because, look, and they said in the letter that they would kill her if they didn't get the $6 million by that Monday. So it's unclear whether this was foul play or she died because, she was ill, she didn't have her meds. So I have no idea. But if you believe this guy, it happened somewhere between Tuesday and Wednesday.
So the ransom letters did threaten to kill her.
Yes.
Oh. All right. And so let's be clear.
And I want to say one other thing.
Yeah.
When I talked to somebody from the FBI today, this person wanted us to repeat that there is still a $1 million, actually $1.1 million reward out there. So, they're hoping, because they believe money can be a motivator here, and that's why they're doing it, but they wanted that word out because they feel like people have kind of forgotten it. But there's a lot of money on.
It's not because the person that took her is not worth the money. They're just sadistic. They're the fucking psycho. They're the sickest of the sick to do this to an 85-year-old woman, so it's not worth the money. This person might be filthy fucking rich. They don't need to fuck $2 million. So they probably have $40 million. Like Epstein, like you never fucking know. But that's not the point. Like you would think, oh, well, if it's $2 million, like, this, it'll like money, yeah, to like somebody broke and poor, that's, but if and like somebody that needs the money, like a single mother that can't feed her kids, can't buy Pampers for her kid. But we're talking about someone that would take an 85-year-old woman. You think they give a shit about money? No, their brain is on. They don't give a damn about money. For all we know, they could have had another victim. They could have killed somebody else since then. To be a serial killer, you never know. They don't give a shit about money. It's not about the money. It's about, I got away with this kill. I might kill somebody else. And this fucking stupid ass, high ass, junky ass sheriff was like, you could be his next fucking victim. Exactly what this motherfucker said. He did. Because he don't know shit. You could be his next victim. Like, shit. Mm-mm. The Nancy Guthrie people, they're still out there. You could be his next victim. Like, damn, yeah, sheriff. Yeah, that makes us feel so comfortable. Yes, stupid.
Money on the line for information.
And I think it's even up to 1.2 million with the different sources. But 1-800-CALL-FBI. I say it on every podcast. 1-800-CALL-FBI. If you know anything, if anybody acted weird, on February 1st, even 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th of the next week when the video came out of the masked man, that guy had to be scared. He had to act differently that day. I always say for people who think that someone they know acted in a weird way in those dates, 1-800-CALL-FBI. Harvey, the letters that came out today to you, it seems like there's a mixed message. Like in the first letter, does he say she's dead? And then the second letter to you today, he says, I saw her alive with them in Sonora?
No, he never said she was alive at all. He says she's dead.
But he just said after you talked about when you did your TMZ live today, they sent a second letter saying, quote, I saw her alive with them in the state of Sonora, Mexico. Maybe he's referring in past tense because in the first letter they said she's dead.
It's past tense. It's past tense. Yeah,
And so now
I saw her. You know, he's saying I saw her alive with them in the state of Sonora, Mexico. My request is not huge, and he goes on. He's talking about. He says he saw her there, but he's talking
Past
back
tense.
then.
Yeah. And now he's definitive
In the first,
that
yeah.
Nancy, he says, if this person is truthful, he's saying that Nancy is dead.
Now, again, I talked to the FBI about this. I had a fairly long conversation today. And, you know, it's just, I've gotten to know some of these people, and we were just talking. And I said, look, I feel kind of out of place to even say it, but there's just something that's been gnawing at me with these letters that, you know, this guy knows it's a federal crime. He keeps sending these notes, and it was that whole thing about time is no longer of the essence. And they said,
Well, no, what else is a federal crime? Phony phone calls, prank calls, and people still do those. So I mean, it's you know, it's a federal crime, but it's kind of a crime that you know is unless you're stupid and like you just you know they're able to like you know trace or block your number or you know all that you're gonna get away with it. So I mean, if it's yes a federal crime, but if he's not getting caught doing these sick fake, you know, I have Nancy, I know where she's at. Like my friend has her, like all that with no proof of her alive, dead or alive body. You know, it's you know they're just hoaxes, and they're kind of going to get away with it because it's whatever. They're bigger fish to fry. They're trying to solve this case, not trying to worry about trolls that just want attention and with false information. So yeah, so stupid.
said, yeah, we hear you, but, you know, there are a lot of crackpots out there. So maybe they know something, I mean, I'm sure they do, that I don't know. But on the one hand, they seem to be dismissing it. On the other hand, I can tell you they spent a heck of a lot of time trying to track down this guy's email, and they weren't able to do it.
Of course
I'll tell you,
not.
that's the
Why would he not
craziest
have? Why
thing
would he
about
not block
this,
his email?
Ashley, is that this is 2026.
Yeah.
And when you look at it, it's like a perfect crime that I didn't think that existed anymore, but that you can kidnap somebody from a residential where there are cameras that people have in their homes, and yet you can't find the car. And that you've got these emails and you can't trace these Bitcoin addresses. And I can tell you that the FBI did something with that Bitcoin address from the kidnapper, and they actually did something, came up dry there. And I just never thought of the perfect crime being something like this, where somehow you could evade everyone. Now, there were clearly mistakes made, especially by the sheriff. Nonetheless, you know, the FBI came in, they got nothing. And in 26, it is really stunning.
Yeah, I mean, you've got all of the opportunities for the regular forensics to work, right? A guy's got a bite light in his mouth, which he had to put in and take out, maybe with those gloved fingers, and touch something. Door handles to get in, the actual bracket behind the camera, which he's messing with. There's all sorts of opportunities to find that. Right? A vehicle that he had to have conveyed Nancy in, and you can't take her on a bike.
What happened? Did they not know the details of the like? Are they just growing cold? Are they forgetting like key details? The motherfucker left DNA, but when there's DNA left and they don't know who the DNA is, they're running through the CODIS, the CODIS slash the IMIS, whatever different names for it. Thing of it is that it only has records for convicted felons. So people who pretty much are already in jail. So that, of course, you know, it wouldn't have been them, but you know, but if it was somebody out, it was somebody that was like really, really bad because there's in order to be a convicted felon, you have to be really bad. Usually, people that are bad, they just do like minor things like shoplifting or grand theft auto. Those are some usually misdemeanors, and so those are not felonies. So that database only has convicted felons, and so all we know is that it wasn't a convicted felon that did this. That doesn't mean he's still not a bad person. He just wasn't caught yet, and he wasn't caught during this situation. Or, uh, uh, what was the other point? I lost my train of thought. Or, or sometimes the DNA sample wasn't good enough. It was too inconclusive, or it was because it has to be 100% match. If it's like kind of a match that it can't, the computer's going to say no, not probable. Like it has to be 100% match, like 1 in 50 billion chance that this DNA match. That's when the investigators could put that DNA in the evidence. Yeah, this is the guy. This is. And then if it's like a 30% chance, unfortunately, by law, they can't consider that a DNA match. But that can't happen to where it's kind of a match, and that's where they were going. But I guess that theory didn't like it fell through. If it's a 30% match, that means uh whatever group of guys, gentlemen that came up with a 30% match, well, maybe he's their brother, maybe he's their nephew, and they were trying to go through that approach, but I guess that fell through too, because family members have the same DNA. I was like identical twin, he passed away, but identical twins have the same DNA. But yeah, so there was they didn't come up with a conclude that he did leave DNA. The person did leave DNA, not much, but they were able to get some, and it wasn't neither the DNA sample wasn't conclusive enough, and the DNA would have like a 20% match, 30% match, and they were trying to see, well, maybe, and this person wasn't, and if it was 100% match, this person wasn't a convicted felon, but first, from what I heard, that they did get like a 25% match, and that those men that were in that 25% category, for all we know, that could have been his son, the guy that did it, or they could interview the dad, like, where was your son the night that Nancy got, or so yeah. But I guess that fell through because I did hear in the news they were trying to see if they could do genealogy for the DNA, but yeah, I don't know if y'all heard about that. That kind of fell through, unfortunately, but yeah.
A moped,
Right.
then there's the digital trail, and none of this is working.
It's crazy, and we cover so many cases, as do you, where people make mistakes, they get spotted, and he just disappeared.
Yeah, vanished, and as did she, which is just so. Tell me about the frustration in this latest email from this perpetrator, or at least the person who suggests he knows the perpetrators. I would consider this a perpetrator as well. He feels like millions of dollars have been wasted, yet here I am willing to deliver them on a silver platter, meaning willing to deliver the kidnappers. And he's talking plural. I don't know if he's talking about them in plural or them in the singular sense.
He's constantly talked about them in plural.
He is?
Yeah.
And he seems angry that the FBI is dismissing him.
He's been kind of bent out of shape from almost the beginning, saying everybody thinks I'm crazy, they don't take me seriously. He's gone on and on about this. And he says, at different times, at one point he said he had a criminal record, I forgot what he said the crime was, but it was some kind of burglary or something like that. And that he was worried that they might try and implicate him, and he would have to go underground, take care of his family, he said, and that's why he needed the money. So, he's kind of given this life story in kind of a weird way over a series of letters, but that's his point. He's saying that I'm going to be put out a lot by cooperating, so make it worth my while.
Well, what doesn't make sense?
Worth my while is a Bitcoin, and now he's saying, give me half a Bitcoin up front, and I'll give you the info.
Half a Bitcoin is about $35,000. A full
Right.
Bitcoin is about 69 or so today. It's gone down since the original overtures. But $1.2 million would certainly guarantee him a whole lot of freedom and protection from whoever it is he fears. It just doesn't make any sense. Are you able to email him back?
No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Yeah, and we, he addressed the reward. I don't know if he addressed it after they made it 1 million, but when it was 100,000, he said, I don't trust the FBI. That's why he started contacting us. He said, I don't trust the FBI, so, he said, we're going to you guys, and we ended up doing, social media, which he saw, and we said, look, if you don't trust the FBI, give us the information, and we'll convey it to the FBI. Yeah. But now you've got a record through us that you've given us information, so they're not going to screw you out of the money if you really believe they would do that, because we have the record that you gave it to us and we gave it to the FBI, but he didn't do it.
Well, you're playing checkers and maybe he's playing chess, and right. Suddenly he didn't know what to do other than just rant and get angry and just try again. I know your time is precious, and I'm just very appreciative of the time that you've given us. Keep me posted. Let me know if you hear again.
Yeah, I mean, you'll be my second call.
Right?
Honestly, we're giving everything to the FBI when we get it. I just don't think they are looking at this in a real serious way, and I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just telling you what my spidey senses say, and
what are they
I may
supposed
be
to do,
all
Harvey?
wrong here too.
1-800-CALL-FBI. Anybody who sees this, and
what
we've got thousands watching.
Harvey?
So
they have an unblocked email. 99.9% sure it's a troll. It's somebody want attention like all the others. No proof that this woman is dead or alive. No picture of her bones or like her bloody nightshirt or something moo and something to prove that she's nearby this person, or they know more than what they're telling. No picture of her alive, no video, selfie, like something like Savannah. I'm here, like these killers. They're not gonna hurt me. Just do what they say, honey, and I'll come home. Like no, like a 5-second video, nothing. It's a hoax. Bullshit. Unmarked email, like just stupid.
Thank you, Harvey. I appreciate you telling us about this.
My pleasure, Ashley.
So there you have it. I could have talked to Harvey a lot longer, but he is wall to wall today. Obviously, he's got a lot going on with 2 communications.
That's a corrupt news station. Hold on.
And good evening, everybody. Aloha.
Welcome to the interview room, and thanks for being here on our Monday Night Live.
Man, we're so grateful to each and every one of you, and we got a great show ahead of you. Tell us where you're at. Everybody jump into the chat here and tell us where you're living, or at least hanging out.
Chris has his groove on tonight.
I do. Denver's in the house. Lost Wages. St. Augustine, Ohio, Mississippi, Spain, Branson, Missouri, La Mesa, Tennessee, Louisiana. Wow, this is flying. Aloha. Woohoo.
And while you're doing that, I just want to remember to thank our mods. They are very hardworking ladies, and they do an incredible job of keeping our chat classy. So we want to be sure to thank Miss Sophia, Maui Girl, Mimi J2, Teresa M, and of course, Laura Waldy.
Absolutely. Without them, we can't do any of this, can we?
We can't. And we're just so grateful to them and all that they do for us.
Most definitely. Man, everybody is here tonight. Pittsburgh's in the house. Atlanta's in the house. Wow, this is flying. Scotland's in the house. Oklahoma's in the house. Wow, thank you so much, you guys. Hit that like, subscribe, and that thumbs up button and that bell. Man, that would really help us out, and that's the only thing we ask for. That's the only thing that Karen and I, we appreciate. We're almost at 275. We're trying 300,000, and I knew it. We can most definitely do it with your help. I guarantee you we can do it. Thank you from Detroit. Thank you from Ohio. Thank you from California, Wyoming, Indiana, Texas. Everybody's in the house. Thank you for being with us on this Monday. Man, today was kind of an interesting day, wasn't it, hon?
It really was. Absolutely. Yep.
And, we put this thumbnail up earlier last night. We thought about it. We said, you know what? And I told Karen, I said, I got a feeling something's going to pop. I don't know this. And we just got this thumbnail up, seeing how this was going to be the first day back for Savannah. And boom. Next thing I know it, there's this report of another note. What was your first time?
I think impression probably most of you think, or some of you that, well, wait a minute. The timing of it is interesting, and definitely the veracity of it is very questionable.
Yeah.
In the camp that doesn't think it's real, but it hit the news, so we're getting it.
You who know Buddy, right? So you may see him cruising around. That little rascal, if he gets into trouble, keep an eye on him. Let us know, because we don't have eyes behind our head
And
here.
Russell seems to be naughty when we're both on live together and highly distracted. So he knows what time it is.
Yeah, he's done that job, but we love him. And those of you who see us at CrimeCon, we bring him to CrimeCon, and we
I hate this computer so fucking much.
on him. We brought him to Denver, and he got love more than us, which is right. Well, that's the right thing to do anyway.
Yeah, Buddy loves CrimeCon.
Yeah, Buddy
He
loves
loves meeting
CrimeCon.
people. So,
and we're hoping to see you at CrimeCon. If you're going to make it to Vegas, we love to connect with you guys. We're going to kind of put together hopefully a little meet and greet on our own to where we can hang out for a little bit, and so we'll give you more information about that. Also, we want to get a pulse from you about merchandise. We've heard people say, why don't you guys get cups or hats or hoodies or pajamas or whatever. If that's something that you really feel is important, then we want to consider headed down that road. But we haven't done that, as you know, because we're all about you. And but if that is something that you would be interested in, please let us know in the chat. That way, we'll go back and we'll take a hard look at that. Anything else that I'm missing? Happy Easter, if you, those of you who celebrate Easter, and happy Passover for our Jewish friends
For
out
another
there.
couple days. Yep.
What is the correct terminology for that?
Probably just happy Passover. That works really well.
Nothing in Hebrew?
Probably, but I don't know. I'm no expert.
Yep. And so today we're going to talk about two things tonight. We're going to talk about the return of Savannah to the Today Show, and we're going to see how that impacted the ratings when she was gone and now that she's back. And we're also we're gonna cover that note that's gone out there, and you feel, Karen, that's just again one of these anomalies, right?
Yeah, I mean, the timing is so questionable that the day that Savannah makes it back on the air to the Today Show is the same day that TMZ happens to receive yet another note. And I don't think we can really call it a ransom note, because it's not really talking about ransom. It's more about whereabouts. Let's call it the whereabouts note. Somebody claiming to know the whereabouts of Nancy and her captor or captors, abductors, and asking for Bitcoin again. And, TMZ said they turned it over to the FBI, which is the right thing to do. And I guess I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, but we haven't seen an arrest. TMZ said they believe it's the same person who continues to, I think, incessantly contact them about this. And so, I don't know. What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, no, I'm baffled. I got to be honest with you. I don't think it's connected, but then again, you can never say never. But at this point in the investigation, what really strikes me right off the get-go is the fact that guy in LA in Hawthorne, Derek Carilla, is that his last name? Colella. That guy, he all of a sudden was on the radar like instantaneously, and the feds were all over this guy. But in this situation, they can't figure out how to get the guy,
Yeah, because that guy was caught sending a fake ransom note, the African guy, the David Kayunya, whatever his name, he was stupid. Like, he didn't use a VPN, or he just slipped up. Like, these people, it just takes one little thing like to slip up, and these people are smarter than that man was, but they're still hoaxers, they're still trolls sending these damn notes and shit. Just that they're being smarter with it. They're using, VPNs and triple, double, quadruple changing their IP and all that. So yeah.
Who's sending these encrypted notes to TMZ? It doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, it's something's not adding up.
Yeah, they've got to have traps or something going on here, and maybe the guy's using encrypted servers. Yeah, I get that. They can send it through, Proton Mail or whatever. They can send it through Tor, a lot of other things that they can use, but there's still ways of deciphering and pulling that information back and kind of nailing this guy. But man, they were on top of that guy quickly in Hawthorne. I don't understand why they're not on top of this guy quickly. Thoughts?
Yeah, same. Let's go from the top.
Okay, what do you guys think in the chat about the latest one here? And we'll throw your questions up and we'll get to them in a little bit. So here's a breakdown essentially of Savannah's return today, April 6th. And, she's been gone since late January, and she comes back today. And her co-anchors, 7 to 9 a.m., Craig Melvin, she's known that guy since about 2025. She stepped away from the show after her 84-year-old mother, Nancy Guthrie, disappeared from her home near Tucson on or around January 31st, February 1st, 2026. And the authorities have been treating this, as we all know, as a possible abduction or kidnapping. And this investigation still remains active with no suspects publicly identified. There has been some information about initially, the family members' cars were impounded. I still have a problem with that. Just saying, that's my personal opinion, and we can dive into that in a little bit. I still have a problem with some of the searches going back into the neighborhood. I have a problem with the authorities going over to a gas station nearby and grabbing some things. So we'll jump into that. But right now, Nancy Guthrie has been absent for almost 2 months. Savannah has also been gone the same amount of time from the Today Show. And she shows up today. No pun intended. April 6, 2026. And let's play a little clip of when she, what the first opening words were. She also did that emotional sit down with Hoda.
Yeah, last week.
Yeah.
I guess it's been maybe 10 days already.
So kind of set this up from what do you think's happening behind the scene from your experience in your journalism?
Well, obviously, Savannah felt like she needs to come back to work, and you cannot blame her. I mean, what she has gone through in the last 2 months and continues to live with every day, the not knowing, and just the emotion.
I was one of the people that, out of principle, hell no, I am not going back to NBC until this gets solved, and that's what she's dead or alive. Obviously I can't force this woman not to go back to the NBC anchor job, but if that was me, if that was my mother, out of principle, like, no, I just can't do it. No, this is too many unanswered questions. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I hate to say it, but it kind of looks suspect that she's going back to work and your mother is possibly murdered out there. Like, for all you know, like, it just, maybe I'm just stupid, but no, I was always, when there were reports saying, oh, Savannah, she's going back to NBC. Like, I hope not. Like, she better not be, but she went back yesterday. She went business as usual. Like, it just, I don't know. And all that. Well, Nancy would have wanted her to continue that. No, not in this type of circumstance. No, she wouldn't. Like, if she would have, like, died of natural causes, and she was thinking, and she's, oh, my mom was I'm depressed. I don't know if I can go. I'm still grieving over my mom. That's when you can use Nancy would have wanted you to go back to NBC News. If she's in an unsolved case, cold case, no, you can't use that. Nancy would have wanted her, girl, Savannah, I raised you better. You come find me. Whether it's my dead spirit or I'm alive, like being held captive in Mexico making tortillas, like, come get me, girl. So the fact that, no, so all that, Nancy would have wanted Savannah to go back to NBC News, not in a circumstance like this, no. Like, so stupid. You can use that example, like, again, of, like, she just died of natural causes, like she was at her house, like, she was cross stitching and she just died in her sleep, like old ladies do. That I can understand. Like, Nancy would have wanted her to continue, but no, if she's a part of, like, an ongoing cold investigation as I speak, no, I'm not going back to NBC News until this case is closed and that's my mother found dead or alive. I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't. Girl.
Emotional roller coaster. Can't even imagine. So, of course she's going to want and need to come back to work. That's a must. I think it's kind of interesting. Everyone's, looking and hanging on to kind of every word. What is she saying to her co-host? What is she saying on the air? How do the producers set this up? Meaning, does she acknowledge that her mom is still missing and she's been going through this living nightmare? Does she just jump right into the news? We go through all that. If you guys haven't seen that and haven't seen any clips of her appearance back on the Today Show today, she showed up in a beautiful, bright and sunny yellow dress. Yellow obviously is symbolic, not just for the set of the Today Show with yellow flowers, but it's also symbolic of people waiting and hoping for loved ones to come back home. Tie a yellow ribbon around the old oak tree, that kind of thing. And, we're going to see this, but she jumps right into her work. She doesn't directly talk about her mom's disappearance. She is thankful that she's back home. She thanks everybody. The interesting part is when, I think it was at the 8:30 hour, they go outside. Part of the Today Show is they step outside of the, at Rockefeller Center, and they're meeting. They have the audience. There's people out there who, I guess, like early in the morning, no matter the weather, are out there with signs and, whatever. And I guess she got emotional when she went outside and saw the live audience and the people with the signs and all that. And, you can just, your heart breaks for her. But, she came back, and I thought it was great. I thought, she's extremely professional. She's been a journalist for decades now. She's also a lawyer in her background. And, this is what she does. She feels like, and she said, it's good to be home. And, everybody welcomed her co-anchors. And, it seemed like it all seemed like it went off probably as the producers intended.
Yeah. So do you think, obviously there was a big setup to get to today, to this point. And it's ironic, that the show's name is Today. And, the headlines are really interesting because here's the headlines. And by the way, love the interview room. Thank you, Andrea, and all the panel from Nashville, Tennessee. Way to go. Thank you for being here. Note today could be angry guy, frustrated Savannah back to work and has ignored him.
Thank you.
That's a really good point. And we cannot say that's not a possibility for sure. Check out the headlines here. Savannah Guthrie returns. Hey, it is good to be home. I thought that was a really interesting choice of words, to be honest with you.
How so?
Well, that's her work. It's really, her heart's in, her heart's in Tucson with her mom. Yeah, had to be something going on behind the scenes that, kind of drive that right to the point. You know what I mean? When she first sat here. So let's listen to it real fast. Here's what happened this morning.
Good morning. Welcome to Today on this Monday morning. We are so glad you started your week with us. And it is good to be home.
Yes, it is good to have you back at home.
Well, here we go. Ready or not.
Yeah.
Let's do them.
Good to have you back.
Back at 8:30 on this beautiful Monday morning. So,
this is what I'm talking about.
Okay, so I have
her mother's case is still
that was sincere, not from
fucking unsolved. This woman could be dead somewhere.
From the co-host.
Hold on.
No,
Hold on.
Everybody's got an
Stupid ass computer. Hold on. See, her mother could be dead somewhere. Like all her limbs, torso, just laying. That's why they can't.
opinion on that.
I thought
they know each other. They work together.
Girl,
it's hard.
Shut up. Damn. See, that thing. Her mother's case is still unsolved. Nothing. Dead body hasn't been found. Her alive. She hasn't been found. No, nothing. Like not even like a little 2-second clip saying like I'm here. Just I'm safe. They're treating me right. They're giving me coffee. They're making sure I have my meds. Nothing. No information. Nothing. We have got no information since January. Right. For all we know, her mother could her torso could just be there. Like that's probably why they can't find her, because whoever did that to her chopped her in half. Like put her arm in New Mexico and her leg in Arizona and her torso in Texas. We don't know. because killers are sick and they do shit like that so they don't get caught, right? And then she's going back to the morning show, right? The morning show, where all these people holding out signs, trying to be on TV, not knowing that this is what I'm talking about. But I'm crazy for thinking that for on principle she shouldn't go back until all this is resolved. Like a girl, and she just did an interview with that black lady, Hobo, whatever her name is, a couple weeks ago, saying, I think it's my fault. I think this was a stalker of mine because he couldn't get to me. He got my mom, and I feel so guilty. It's my fault." And yet go back to the thing that made that stalker attracted to you. Like ooh.
It's hard to think somebody's going to be compassionless when it comes to Savannah and what she's been through. So I don't know. You know, I mean, some people, everybody has a different opinion on the Today Show. It's morning television. So I think everybody, we know this is not like hard news. It's never considered serious news. This is really what we call infotainment.
Right.
You know, yes, they go through the news but they do lightweight interviews.
Show, yeah.
And the whole idea is to like get people up and excited and, you know, watch perky people in the morning before they start their day. That's like the whole point of morning television, obviously. And so, you know, is he genuine? Is he not? I think everybody's going to have their own opinion on that.
Yeah. And one of the things, you know, you pointed out the yellow. I mean, there's Craig has a yellow tie. She's got a yellow dress. There are yellow flowers. There's yellow everywhere. Even the people outside are wearing yellow bands. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but watch when they go outside in this clip and they show the crowd. They passed out.
They're being cryptic about it.
The producers passed out all these yellow ribbons for people to wear on their clothing as Savannah, you know, came outside, which is, you know, it's interesting.
Welcome to Today on this Monday morning. We are so glad you started your week with us, and it is good to be home.
Yes, it is good to have you back at home.
Well, here we go. Ready or not, let's do the news.
Yes, so good to have you back.
We are back at 8:30 on this beautiful Monday morning. And it's a special Monday morning for us and for this crowd as well. Special because we're welcoming back our North Star. Yeah. SG, come on out here. Come on back up.
What the fuck? She's a news reporter. She's not Britney Spears. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is this?
Good morning. Good morning.
They've been waiting for it. How does it feel?
These signs are so beautiful. You guys have been so beautiful. I've received so many letters, so much kindness to me and my whole family. We feel it. We feel your prayers. So thank you so much.
It's not just today. They've been out here
every day.
Every day.
This is such a nice pocket square. I don't want to slobber on it. Okay, it is. I know.
You know, it's not just today. They've been out here every day. I mean, that's a qualifying statement. And I don't know. I don't know.
I'm sorry.
How little is a million of them?
We love you.
All right. So that's that on today's show.
Yeah. So, you know, it is coordinated. I thought it was very respectful for Savannah.
I didn't.
Meaning that Today's show, what she did, you know, how they presented it. She's in the yellow. Everybody, you know, her colleagues acknowledged it, but they didn't dwell on it at all. And she didn't reference her mom. She kind of got into it. They got into their news, their interviews, everything they were going to do on the show. So, you know, it's probably a big relief to her that she has it behind her. That first day back.
Behind her?
You know,
There's nothing behind
you know, I was
her.
telling Chris.
Behind her is if she, her mother, she can visit her gravesite and have a proper burial for her. That's behind her. My mom's in heaven. Like my mom's in heaven. She died when I was 11. That's behind her. Behind her this is an ongoing case, and there's no answers. And I'm not going to rest. I'm not going back to the morning show until her body is found dead or alive. That's behind me once I get to the end of this. Because the motherfucker who killed my mother is looking at me right now, probably jacking off. Like, haha, bitch, I got away with it. Yeah, I got away with it, you bitch. Yeah, yeah. See, maybe I'm just retarded. Like, so fucking stupid. Like, oh Lord.
I always go, I just don't think about today. I'm thinking down the road. Okay. And she made it through her first day back at work, which of course was going to be tough emotionally. And I think everybody agrees she did an amazing job. She was composed and professional, and, you know, she did her best. And I don't see how anybody could fault her for that at all. You know, now the hard part begins, because we're at day, I believe it's 65 at least, since her mom's been missing. And when we go back to the investigation and go back to
like
Tucson and look at what is going on and the no news that's coming out officially,
January?
That part has to be a huge letdown.
I don't know.
You know, there's no regular news coming out. The sheriff hasn't given a, well, I guess he has given an interview to,
local.
He did an interview with the local KVOA. I believe it was last week, maybe 10 days ago. I have to go back and look. But there's no regular messaging coming out of Pima County Sheriff's Department. Today we get this, you know, crazy note from through TMZ.
That's a hoax, yeah.
And it's like, where's the case? Is it stalled? Is it cold?
It is.
You know, I don't think we're asking, can it be solved? I think all law enforcement experts we've talked to, I mean, Chris, you certainly feel like, yeah, it can be solved.
I think it can be.
We just don't know when.
That's a great point right here. The Ellen Wood's mom. I wonder if they wanted her back to work to draw someone or something out. That is a great point.
That is a really astute
solid point.
Yeah.
Very good thinking.
Yeah. You know, we don't know. We'll have to wait and see.
I don't think they would have prevented that to that point, you know, to her point, that if Savannah had come out and said, look, you know, I want to go back to work. What do you guys think? Will it hurt, etc.? No, in fact, I've been, you know, advocating that if they have more photographs of this guy, they have to release the photos. And what's really interesting is the sheriff on that one interview you were just talking about, Hun, where, you know, he was talking about, you know, don't criticize, you know, our homicide guys, you know, or the fact that, you know, I'm hearing that the investigator only had 2 years worth of experience. You know, don't say that. The sergeant, you know, had been in there at least 2 years. And then he goes about to say right behind that, and we didn't make any mistakes. Okay. Well,
there's not a person on the planet who believes that.
Well, and then he says, and by the way, you know, when the reporter asked him in a follow-up question, well, what about the union that's saying that you have a vote of no confidence? And how does he answer it? He says, well, we have 5 unions. So that's only 1 out of 5. Well, yeah, but what he failed to tell you is some of that is what they call the Fraternal Order of Police, FOP, which is the entire state of, you know, Arizona. And they're not going to vote on that, number one. The second is a civilian union where, you know, you have civilian employees like the record staff and all of those. They're not going to vote on that. The people that voted were the competency deputies, those that work directly for him, not the support staff. And so, which gave me a really interesting insight into how this guy continues to think. Okay. Now, you know, I was the president. I was the president at one point of our bargaining unit, in our union, in Southern California. And I've, you know, I used to meet with the chief all the time. You know, we all had our pluses and our minuses. Never had I ever worked for any leader with such an ego as this guy, or a record like this guy. Never met anybody who spent 35 days.
So because her son-in-law and her other son and they went back to work, so Savannah shouldn't go to work. Yeah, because they're not celebrities. It's different when you're a celebrity and you're being viewed by 50, 40 million people each morning, and your mother is still undetermined, undisclosed. Like where is this lady at? Why has this case have not been solved since January? That's different. Now Savannah just, I don't know if she like had her own, I don't know, like cupcake business or whatever, like craft store, that I wouldn't give her shit. Okay, she has to make money. She has to, pay her bills, like pay her mortgage. Of course, she got to go. That I can understand. I'm not saying, of course, the circumstances like that, but no, she has enough money to not ever go back to media, NBC, until this case is solved. It's not the same. Like it's the fact that she is a public figure. She's damn near a celebrity, and she's going back to work. Morning TV, morning news show, which is being watched by 40 million fucking people each morning. And her mother, for all we know, her old ass could be chopped up somewhere in like different states. Like her left arm is in Arizona, her right arm is in Utah. Like we don't, how this case is going, that could be what it is, because they still have not found her body. We don't know if she's even alive or not. She might be still alive. We're getting all these hoax letters and emails and shit. Like, no, now is not the time to go back to your news job. It's not, and she's fine. Like I looked up like Savannah Guthrie's net worth. She's like worth like 30 million. So it's not like she was desperate for money. Like I needed, like I'm gonna get evicted if I don't go back to NBC Today show. Like, oh Lord, Jesus.
Days off on the job because of suspensions. And so I went back and I looked today at the annual report for 2025 in Pima County, which every year the sheriff has to prepare. And I would encourage you to do the same. The sheriff has to prepare it and put it down, to the supervisors. And today the Board of Supervisors came out in Pima County. It's just going to kind of give you an idea of where these people are at down there. Okay. Now, the law is the law. I'm a pretty black and white kind of guy. There may be gray area, and they call that officer discretion. Okay. Where you want to keep moving on to something else. Okay. Well, the Board of Supervisors down there, even today, said that the federal government, i.e. ICE, can't come in and enforce any laws. And they're going to need a warrant. Okay. Now, this is the jail that the sheriff operates. Okay. Now, that means people that are in the system, potentially, okay, maybe even the killers of Nancy Guthrie, if they'd crossed over the border and they came back and they were arrested, if there was a detainer warrant for them, i.e. for them to be picked up by a federal agency, guess what? What this Board of Supervisors just did today is prevent individuals from being taken into by the Fed. Now, say what you will about the issues. We all get it. But at the same time, these are the kind of that get in the way of what the law is, not what people are doing. Okay? We need to work on these problems. Not a question. Okay? I'm not taking one side or the other. I'm just saying, even in this case.
So let's reframe that and just kind of simply state it.
Sure.
Especially if they're just coming in and joining us. What we're saying Board of Supervisors made today is that they're not going to cooperate with the ICE agents in Pima County for arrests.
Right.
And if I'm understanding what you're saying is that if potentially Nancy abductor or fall into the folks that ICE would be looking for, the County Board of Supervisors just made it extremely difficult, if not impossible, for them to be arrested if they're still in Pima County.
Right. So
is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah. So let's play this out. They brought in BORTAC the very first day. They brought in Customs and Border Patrol with their search dogs, remember? Okay.
I do.
So let's say those dogs now and those agents are out in the field somewhere and they run across Nancy Guthrie being held by somebody who's not necessarily here legally. Okay. What the Board of Supervisors just said is they can't take them into custody. Now think about that. Somebody who potentially could be out somewhere with her, and we're hearing now in this TMZ note that this suspect is saying he saw her over the border.
That's not what that means. That means if it's somebody undocumented and they're not doing anything wrong, they don't have any criminal history, their case is still pending with immigration, it takes a while. Like being an American citizen, that's probably, I argue that it's probably easier for Americans to get Canadian citizenship, English citizenship, fucking Mexican citizenship, fucking German citizenship, Australian citizenship. It's way easy for us to do the reverse, like become citizens in a country that isn't as United States as being an American, but it is a lot harder for people that are English, Australian, Mexican, Latino, for them to get American citizenship. It's very long. America has the strictest citizenship process, and so what that means is that Arizona, being that a lot of Latinos are there, there's racism and ICE being assholes and targeting people. What that means is they know that you can't just overnight, you can't just become legal, but they know they're trying to escape a fucking shitty country. Mexico, Venezuela, Guatemala, they don't want to be here. Be there. That's why they're here, trying to work. They're landscapers, doing stucco, like construction, they just want to work. They come to a safe country, right? But they know it takes a while to get legal, and so what that's all that means is that if it is somebody illegal, as long as they don't have a criminal record, they're not doing anything fishy, like no trafficking, like nothing illegal, then they'll be left alone, because they're assuming that they're going to eventually get citizenship. So they're just giving a warning that next time we see you, you better get have a green card, visa, something. So yeah. That doesn't mean that if they come across illegals and Nancy Guthrie is duct tape, no, they have every jurisdiction to get these people. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like, what the fuck? Like, so fucking stupid.
Border.
On the other side of the border.
On the other side of the border. Now now let's do the math here. Okay. This is the same county where she was abducted from. And what they're saying now, the Board of Supervisors is saying, and that means Sheriff Nanos, Nonads, has to support this. And so he's in a catch-22 situation.
That's not what they meant, Chris.
Which, when you are not telling, also being straight to the public, what else is he not telling us about this investigation from the get-go? From the get-go. Because he says he's cleared everybody. Okay. But on one side of the coin, he says, well, no, all of our investigators are experienced, and yet you have reliable law enforcement sources, including Sergeant Cross, who we had on this program, who said, no, that's not the case. The officer that was assigned this investigation has never worked a homicide. And so now we have to think about this and go, well, wait a minute, what else is going on here behind the scenes? And then when we pulled his record, when you went to El Paso and pulled his records, all of a sudden we started seeing a pattern that this guy had lied or had been deceptive on his resume.
Right. Chris Nanos, the
Chris-
sheriff.
Yeah, Chris Nanos. And immediately it came out that they scrubbed it and started changing it, and then they started making excuses for it. Okay.
You know, just as you're talking and talking about this one particular issue regarding who Pima County can and can't arrest per the Board of Supervisors, I don't know. Like I think probably like everybody out there, like you would assume there's this kind of dragnet scenario going on, meaning we want to make sure that the authorities are making it difficult, not easy, for anybody potentially remotely involved in Nancy Guthrie's disappearance to be hauled in, obviously legally, for questioning. And, people want an arrest. They want the sheriff to make an arrest or arrests in this case. And anything that they do, I wish they would have held off just a little bit, even if this was something that they wanted to do, because it would be horrible if this ends up, if is the key, if it ends up impacting the Nancy Guthrie case. Now, we don't know if it will or won't, but why make it any more difficult for Pima County to solve this case?
Okay, so here's the article for everybody to see right in front of us.
You may have to read it super small, especially if people are on their phone.
That's fine. It's the Attorney General, okay, of Arizona, and they have directed officials right here in Pima County, which encompasses Tucson, have directed county authorities to deny immigration enforcement agents access to county property unless they have judicial warrants. Okay, so here, let's play this out. Basically what they're saying is, you guys can't come up here no matter what. That's what they're saying. Okay. So here's a question. Now today, you have TMZ gets a letter.
Yeah, let's go over what was said in that.
An anonymous letter. So let's see here. TMZ received 2 reported notes now today. A second one.
Wow.
So this is number 2. Claiming to know where Nancy Guthrie's body is and who is responsible for her kidnapping, the outlet revealed. The pair of notes was sent from the same mystery person who nearly 2 months ago demanded 1 Bitcoin in exchange for information related to Guthrie's February 1 disappearance. Now, this is 2 notes sent to TMZ. Okay. Now, I don't know the validity of these notes. Do you?
No, we don't. I mean, and they could be bogus.
Yeah, they could be bogus. There's a high probability it's noise, as I like to say. This is just like totally out of left field. But if this is something closer to the home, which I believe it is, somebody within the South Tucson area, then this could also be part of that play as a ruse to keep the smoke, the wind blowing this way towards TMZ. Does that make sense?
So what would be the strategy for doing that? Why would somebody do that?
Well, when there's heat, you want to create wind, and you want that when the smoke comes up, you want it to go the other way. Okay, because think about this. Let's talk about this a little bit at length tonight. Whoops. All right, here's what I mean. We have only one concept that law enforcement is operating under. And in the chat, you guys tell me what you think that one concept is. I want to see what you guys are thinking, and then we can have a really, I think, interesting conversation. Hey, what I mean by that is, on the timeline, what's the one idea that sticks out to everybody?
When her pacemaker disconnected, or the 1:47 a.m. when the person is seen on the camera?
Yes. Well, all that happened after this first concept, after this first timeline piece. All of the sightings, all of her spiking, everything. But there's one piece of evidence that was presented here. Okay. And thank you for for my sneeze. You're very kind.
He couldn't hit the mute button in time.
Did I hit the mute button in
No,
time?
you didn't.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I apologize.
No worries.
The fact, who puts Nancy Guthrie in that house?
The children.
The family. Actually, one member of the family, allegedly. Okay. At what time?
9:48 p.m.
Correct. And then the garage door closes, right?
We're told.
At 9:50. That's the last proof of life. Now, why should we believe that?
It's a good question.
Because the sheriff says so? Because the sheriff can't even get things correct from the get-go. And when you have these counter conversations, okay, that take place in an investigation, that usually means you're smelling something, i.e., you're getting close to the source of the smell. And so now we go back again to the craziness of this whole thing. Okay. We have an Uber driver that can definitely say proof of life.
Yep, that was 5:32 p.m. Saturday, January 31st.
5:30 p.m., 5:32 p.m. And then we have the next piece of this at 9:50 p.m. At 9:50, that garage door closes. But we don't know how she got in that house. We don't know if she was escorted in, because we did a show early on, about 2 months ago, where the sheriff said in the first press conference, yes, the family did go in with her. And then it was changed to no, the son-in-law, how did she get in the house is the question.
Yeah.
Right?
Right. I mean, we only know what the family provided to the sheriff's department.
Okay. And so if we think about this whole thing, this whole narrative, the entire narrative has originated on one side of the coin. It did not originate in totality with a suspect and evidence of that suspect until you see the video. Now, what do you see in that video?
The video of porch guy, right?
Right. So while everybody's focused on porch guy, we're missing the fact that the authorities were doing other things. Okay. We have this information from the sheriff, the very first press conferences that he does, that quickly puts the timeline together for the public. But now we're hearing maybe there's additional information of this suspect. They may have recovered more information. The fact that this person now, and we're hearing that the doors were propped open, but where did all that information come from?
The family.
And so it's almost like this common denominator that keeps circling back, you know, and then you have, you know, the authorities going over to the house, searching the house, going back again. I'm not going to kick a dead horse, but this is also stuff we cannot ignore.
Well,
And I'm not.
Because everyone in the family were given polygraph tests. Had that not happened, okay, I shut the fuck up. Everyone was given a polygraph test. Savannah, her brother Cameron, her sister Annie, her husband Tomas, they're you know, Cameron's wife, Savannah's husband, children, you know, cousins, you know, other sisters-in-laws and in-laws and you know, our aunties and uncles, everyone in the family was given a polygraph test and everyone passed. This was said by the FBI. So the FBI is lying that they passed the polygraph test when they didn't. I mean, that kind of, you know. Now, do I think Savannah's involved? Like she hired somebody to kill her? No, I don't. Do I think she should have returned to the Today Show? No, I don't. But that's just me. But I don't. They're not involved. They took everybody was polygraph tests. Everybody passed with flying colors. So yeah, this theory unfortunately has to go out the window.
Saying they're at the porch or anything like that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying these are the kind of things that don't look right. Because I want to hear from the family. I don't want to hear Savannah say, "My family thanks you." I don't want to hear, you know, the idea that the sheriff says, everybody's been cleared, nothing to see here, move along. Okay, then how'd the family get in the house? Tell the public. Did they use a garage clicker? Did they use an app on their phone?
Maybe.
How come we don't have a data point if that was the case? Why didn't they see the blood on the porch? Was it suspicious that the back doors were propped open? If so, how long did they search for their mom? Was it 11 a.m. or 11:56 p.m. a.m.? Okay, that's a 56-minute difference that you put out there. The sheriff put all of this information out there. And then the second question is, why did you download their phones? Why did you impound their cars? Why did you search their houses? Why did you go to the gas station? Why were all of these things done? I want to know that. I don't want to be told, the public, well, they passed polygraphs, therefore they're cleared. Okay, well, Ted Bundy passed a polygraph, okay, and they're just a tool. We used to use them all the time. Did they pass a CVSA? Did you give them a CVSA? Do you even know what a CVSA is? A computer voice stress analysis test? Did you do that? Did you swab them? If so, why? Why did you do that? If you've cleared them, go ahead.
And then I wanted to know, and I brought this up on the last show that we did on this, how were they all interviewed? Were they interviewed separately, brought into the Pima County Sheriff's Office, into an interview room with a recording going on? Or was it more casual on the couch because, you know, you're dealing with a famous person who has a friend named Senator Mark Kelly, who we know was called in immediately. I mean, I'm not saying that we know something that may or may not have happened. I'm asking questions because I've seen in other very high profile cases where family members were incorrectly interviewed and either cleared or not cleared. And so, or family that, you know, is happy to talk with the detectives when they come to their house, but won't go into the station for a one-on-one recorded interview. It's a basic question. I mean, we're not even asking what was said. We're just wondering what was done. We've heard and we've seen from the very beginning on this case, standard protocol is not what they did.
It wasn't followed.
It wasn't followed.
Well,
Obviously,
they said they passed polygraphs in order. From what I could be wrong, but I think when you do an FBI polygraph, those are not done. I mean, I see what she's trying to say, but you know, they're not done like, you know, like a news interview. Like they're just like in the living room, like, you know, like, did you do anything to your mother? Like, no. Everybody was probably called individually in the different interrogation rooms or conference. Well, not conference room. It's not the right, like whole interview room or whatever. Ironic, that's what their channel's called, but whatever. Anyways, and there's a person giving a polygraph test, the guy with the machine, and they put that, you know, put the things on their wrist or whatever, like how to, you know, how to do polygraphs, you know. And there's another maybe two people. There's a detective, maybe another detective, and they ask, you know, very, you know, no tricky questions, like, did you have anything to do with your mother's disappearance? Do you know where your mother is? Do you have any issues with your mother? And those are all part of the polygraph test. So if they would, so even if like if the polygraph, like one of the people in the polygraph, like their answers were like kind of like iffy, like when they would have came out with that. The fact that they said that they passed with flying colors, like nothing, like they respected mama, grandma, Nancy, like no, that's everything was accounted for, and they passed. And move on. There's, you know, sometimes it's a family. In this case, it's not. Okay, there's a billion, 500 million people in the United States. It could, for all we know, it might not even been they're saying it might be an illegal, which, like I said, even if it isn't illegal, yeah, that they did, Arizona did put that ordinance, but that's if that's someone who is a law-abiding citizen and they're not suspicious and they're not up to no good, like they're not trafficking or drug trading or like, you know, they're just here like just cutting grass or, you know, like working at McDonald's, but they're illegal, like, you know, that's different. You know, that's just a warning to like, hey, next time we see you, you better get your green card. Like, we're not going to grill you. We're not going to prosecute you for being illegal. But the next time we see you, you better get your papers. Like, you better get your application in process. That doesn't mean if they pull up on somebody and like like Nancy Guthrie's in their back seat, like duct tape on their mouth when she's screaming. No, they're going to prosecute them. But despite that, that vetoes that overrides that, and they should know that. But yeah, so frustrated.
obviously the crime scene was turned back way too early after 24 hours ish, something like that. So my question, I'll tagged along with what Chris is asking, his questions. How were the family interviewed?
Well, and here,
I think it's a legitimate question.
Well, we have an 84-year-old woman, right, hon, that's been missing now over 2 months, and you sit down with somebody, and I'm gonna talk about a case. I'm gonna do a video on it. Karen remembers it. I've shared this briefly. Her name was Rebecca Ann Jensen. And she was a mom who disappeared. I'm not going to go into a lot of details tonight, but this case reminds me so much of that case where this woman just vanished off of the earth. And the irony here is the women don't vanish. 84-year-old women don't vanish out of their homes. They're like children. Children don't vanish. Summer Wells did not go into her basement and vanish in Tennessee. Okay, something happened there. And this is the same situation where, you know, you see this guy on the porch and everybody goes, okay, that's the guy. That's our guy. Okay, well, yeah, he's probably part of the problem. There's no question about that. Okay. But then you have to reverse engineer that and say, well, why did this guy come on the 11th? Why did this guy show up, you know, even before that?
On January 24th.
On the 24th.
Another Saturday night.
And then show up, you know, to, okay, tonight's the night, the full moon. I'm going to make sure that, you know, everything's good to go here. And then I'm going to abduct her out out through the.
The problem with that is, what's funny is like through this, through the help of this case, what's funny about that is it found out this is actually, believe it or not, even though this is supposed to be like a ritzy part of Phoenix, like it's like Arizona, like I think it's called Catalina Hills. That's the name of this part of Arizona, like by Phoenix. Like you would think that it wouldn't be a sketchy area, but thanks to this case, like there has been like 20, 30, 50 different like ring cameras, like days leading up to Nancy being abducted of guys acting like sus and weird in the same, like just like not even like houses away from her. Like across the fucking street, there was a guy trying to see if doors were unlocked, car doors were unlocked and shit. Like so, I mean, it could have been it could be just a sketchy place. Like it's people like are gonna. It's a rich neighborhood, so people always have that misconception. Oh, we're in this ritzy part. Like these are $1 million homes. Ain't nobody gonna burglarize us. No, that's where they're gonna burglarize. Why the fuck would they burglarize the hood, the projects, where nobody doesn't have shit in there but rats and roaches? No, they're gonna go to the rich fucking houses, the rich neighborhoods, the ritzy neighborhoods. And what's funny is because of this case, because they're trying to see who this guy was, a lot of suspects were ruled out. Like there were like 30, 40, 50 different ring camera videos of guys at houses like across the street from Nancy's, like around the block from Nancy's, acting sus, like jumping off of fences and shit, looking in their trash cans, like trying to see if their car doors are unlocked. Like what the fuck are they talking about? Like it's a hot area because there's expensive houses there. And so maybe Lord. Like there's guys probably I wouldn't be surprised every night there's burglars, and thanks to ring cameras now we can see all this now. But thank God, like they'll do the do the ring camera thing. Get the fuck off my porch, and it'll scare them off. And if their people are smart, that's what the fuck they'll do, and they'll run away. Right? Every fucking night, probably in that neighborhood, there was guys like suspicious. It could have been that same guy. He chickened out, or he just he just said, I'll come back later. Like I'll rob some other house. Like I don't know. So yeah.
The front door, and we've hit that hammer, and nail more than once. It's just like it doesn't make sense. It does not make sense, and that's why this is so confusing, and that's why for me it's not. I stay very simplistic task. Am I a task oriented person?
You're highly task oriented.
And I don't get distracted, unfortunately. Okay? Because when you get distracted, you end up going off into, left field or right field or whatever. Okay? And I even got hammered. Nancy Grace, my friend, she goes, McDonough, you're still on the family? I said, I can't take them off the plate yet. I'm not saying they're involved. I'm not saying they did it.
That Teresa that did that super chat. Yeah, that's a good question. How come they didn't release the 911 call yet? Yeah, I think her daughter Annie did. That was a 911 call, which I'm very surprised wasn't released. Like you would think it could any evidence at this point help, including the 911 call. Like why the fuck wasn't that released? However, this was like late January. We're 3 months into this. However, I don't know how long it is though. I know it can't be longer than a year, like definitely a year. But I don't know. Arizona statutes and laws might be a few months, might be half a year, might be 8 months. I don't know. Might be now. Enough time has passed. You can just do a public records request to get that 911 call audio, which I wouldn't be surprised that's what's going to happen. But yeah, I am surprised that that 911 call hasn't been released yet. But whatever. That is very whatever.
But if you can say they're off the plate because the sheriff says they're off the plate, then you need to explain all of these other things. You need to explain why there's no data point, how they got into that house. And then you need to explain when they did get into that house to search for their mother, why they didn't see or feel that any of those doors propped open or left open, or the lights being, dislodged outside of the exterior of the home, or the gates left open, why that wasn't suspicious activity. And immediately the alarm bells went off for that family and they weren't on the phone calling 911. Why is that information not common sense to the public?
It's not the family, and if it is, if Savannah's not involved, because even though I don't agree with her decision to go back to the morning show, she has her reasons. I don't know. Maybe she's trying to prove a point that I'm not scared of you, stalker. I'm not scared of you, weirdo. Like my mom would have wanted me to continue. Again, I disagree. To me, if that I would have been Savannah, I am not going anywhere. If anything, I'm not leaving her in front of her house until these people are fucking caught, like boots on the ground, as they say. Like I'm not leaving this area until she's found alive or dead or alive. So even though I don't agree with her going back to the morning, so I think that's a very bad decision. Uh, I don't think she's involved, and if she was involved, you think she can go back to the her news anchor job knowing that she's in collusion with it? Like she knows like who did that to her? No, the family are not involved. They had polygraph tests. They were grilled. The family isn't involved. Okay, her son-in-law, he doesn't have any criminal record. He doesn't. Tomas, that they think is who I thought was a prime suspect, but I got over it because there's a few other guys that are. I don't want to name them, but well, I have named one. That Luke Daly guy, he's one, but there's a couple others too that are more sus. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, it's crazy, yeah.
And then, if that was common sense to the investigators, the rookie investigators, okay, then why'd they impound the car? I go back to, yeah, the car is back. That's fine. But I was the only channel out here saying, why the hell the guy's car?
Okay.
Why they impound the daughter's car? It's not for normal investigative routine in evidence.
I mean, I like Chris when
collection. That they did it.
You get on my nerves sometimes with like these meaningless tapes.
Trust me.
It doesn't matter because, like I said, they gave the car back. It was
from a guy for 300 murders in my career.
He's thinking that car has mixed.
That's
it doesn't. Let's just keep
it's not why we do it.
No, it's part of the investigation. Why does this?
We do it because we think there's evidence.
It keeps on pausing.
From a guy who's worked over.
My girl. Anyway, as I was saying, no, he's the fact that her daughter Annie's car was impounded at that has means that she's suspicious, and her and her husband, her Nancy's son-in-law, Tomas. He said, no, it doesn't. It's an investigation. There, anything. It could be. You never know. That the killer might have, they could probably be wanting to hurt Annie and her husband next. They could have probably put a bomb in her car. Like, hello, he's a detective, not me, and I'm coming up with all these sensible theories, right? The point is that she got the car back, so obviously there was nothing, it was inconclusive. Nothing in there was bad, so I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I know you don't want to play now. Okay, there you go.
300 murders. That's not why we. Okay. We do it because we think there's evidence. Car, and what evidence possibly find in that when you have the driver of the car saying, "Yeah, I drove her over here, and she went in the house." Okay, fine. Well, why do you need to prove she was in the car if you believe him? A jury doesn't want to hear that. A jury wants the ability of the witness getting up, putting their hand up and saying, "What? I drove her over, dropped her off. She got out of my car and went into the house." Okay, thank you. No further questions. Let's move on. But now it becomes an anomaly when the detective gets up there and says, "Well, you heard this statement." "Yes, I did." "Did you believe it?" "Well, yeah." "Then what did you do?" "Well, we impounded his car." "Well, why did you do that?" "Just to make sure Mrs. Guthrie was in that car." "So you didn't believe him?" "Well, no, I believed him." "Okay, then why'd you impound the car?" Do you see where that goes? And it goes, it's so simple sometimes to kind of just follow the bouncing ball. Okay? the bouncing ball. And what were they looking for? And then you add on top of that this time frame from the moment she went in that house and the narrative of her going in that house at 9:48 p.m. We're supposed to believe that's it. That's how it happened. It's over. 9:48, she got out of the car. 9:50, the garage door closed. 10.
Well, I don't see why not. This is the timeline of the events. All this happened on a Sunday. Sunday, January 31st. This was a Sunday. Nancy woke up, and on Sundays, because I guess she's a Christian woman, she's church. Like most old Christian ladies, it's church. And there's been conflicting reports. At first, people were saying she went to an actual church house or mega church or whatever to go see a pastor talk, sit down, like, she got a ride there or whatever, go in the church door, see the church greeters, like get her like the cup of coffee that, you get when you go to church and sit down and, they play like the music, the worship music, and then like the pastor says what he wants for a couple hours, and then, that's it. That's what we all assume, but then reports came out that, and this is real confusing, but whatever, I guess maybe because of COVID and all this, how things are nowadays, this is the alternative. She went to a girlfriend's house to look at church on YouTube or on TV, some kind of televangelist or something. Which, okay, it does semantics. Okay, she still went to church, but still, I just So that's what she did. She woke up, went to her girlfriend's house, and from what I she actually, her girlfriend picked her up from her house to go to her girlfriend's house to sit down and look at church, the pastor on YouTube or on TBN or whatever they were, church TV, right? Okay, so after that, Nancy didn't go home. She took a Uber. Around this time, it was about let's just say, because we don't know what time we went to her girlfriend's house. Let's just say it was around like 10 a.m. That's usually when church service starts, whether it's you're going to an actual church house or looking at it on the computer or on TV. It's usually around 10 o'clock is when Sunday service starts, right? And so at this time, it's about like 3 p.m. She's leaving her girlfriend's house from looking at church on the computer or TV or whatever. And it's an Uber ride that her daughter Annie bought. And she's the Uber driver confirmed that, yeah, Nancy was in his car. Uber driver has been ruled out as a suspect, of course. But he confirmed, yes, that, there's even rear view camera of Nancy sitting in the back seat, which we haven't seen, but the feds have. Yeah, so the Uber driver picked her up from her girlfriend's house about like 3 p.m. in the afternoon to take her to her daughter Annie's house, and they basically were just going to just have Sunday dinner. Like, they were just going to look at movies and just have dinner. And that's where Nancy was last seen alive, at her daughter Annie's house and her son-in-law Annie's husband Tomas' house. So that's why people are saying that they're suspects and all that. So because that's where she was last, of course. And then she was there for a while, spending time with her daughter and her son-in-law, seeing her grandchildren. And it was time for her to go home. It was getting late. She was getting tired. Around this time, it's about like 9 p.m. Her son-in-law, Tomas, drives her home. And I guess that Tomas, he has a clicker to her garage because that's his mom-in-law. Of course, why wouldn't he? And the garage timer said 9:40 something. So of course that lets us know that that's when she got home, was 9:40, because that's what the garage clicker fucking said. And at that time, Tomas probably kissed her goodnight, mom, and he drove back home, and she went to bed. And around like 11 p.m., that's when fucking Scorpion from Mortal Kombat showed up on her porch. And according to because she did not, she didn't pay for a Ring subscription, she can't access the complete footage. And so she didn't have a subscription. What they were able to get was what we got, that little 10-second clip of him fumbling through the trees and him like rubbing his hand against. Yeah, that's all that they were able to like to get through the algorithm and they were able to hack because she didn't pay for a subscription. So yeah, that's the scary part. But yeah, but what they weren't able to find out, that man out on the porch was around 11 p.m. So the ring camera's lying, the garage door clicker's lying, her girlfriend taking her to church is lying. That like her son-in-law and her daughter are lying that she went over there after watching church at her girlfriend's house on TV. Like, oh my, I can't. Like, I mean, the facts are right there. The facts. I mean, I don't,
10 p.m. She's supposed to take her medicine, or she dies within 24 hours, according to the sheriff, the next morning. So did she take her medicine? Did she not take her medicine? We know that her watch spiked. We know her pacemaker spiked within a 4-hour period. Within a 4-hour period. And then what did he do? He drove home. Was there a conversation about, did you drop mom off? Yeah, she's at home. Okay. Mom, is there a text message? Mom, did you make it in okay? 84 years old. Yeah, I'm fine, hon. Okay, good night. I'll see you tomorrow. All right. And then all this thing goes down, and the only two people we don't hear from are the last two people that saw her alive. And we're supposed to believe, or we're supposed to think, oh, you can't question that. You can't ask questions about that. Are you kidding me? I'm the sheriff. I told you everything's clear. Yeah, you also told us that your resume was clean too.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't believe him. There's something wrong here. There's something wrong here, and the math is not mathing. And I hope I'm 1,000% wrong. I really do. I hope I'm 10,000% wrong.
You are.
And you know what? I'm good with that. If it meant Nancy Guthrie,
it had nothing to do with the family.
and I'm asking these questions at least to stimulate conversation and thought, thinking out of the box.
Her son-in-law, the last
To
man to see
a
her
rookie that's never investigated a homicide.
The only thing that man is guilty of.
But the sheriff says,
looking
yeah,
like
but
a
the
damn
sergeant
deputy,
has.
that's about
Okay,
it.
well, great. He's not making
not
all the
involved.
decisions. And if he is, then you're micromanaging him. And that's why there are mistakes. That's why the tape was torn down. 1,000%. Okay. And I could be wrong. I hope I am. But guess what? Right now, I think I'm right. And the reason is we've not heard from them. If I'm wrong, then I hope that Annie and Tommaso come forward and do an interview.
Say what?
That would be very enlightening.
Say what?
A hard
I think
interview.
it would really help.
No, you
A
don't have to say
question
shit.
interview.
You don't have to say
A Q&A interview with the news.
The mother in this case is still, they don't have to say shit. I mean, if they want to, they can. They don't have to say shit. Like, why? They don't have to say jack shit ever. Especially if the fans said that they're not involved. And they took a polygraph. Like, what more do you want? What more can they fucking give? Like, what the fuck? Oh, God.
Not just your sister.
No, like maybe even local news.
Yeah, just
some hard news person in Tucson.
sit down and tell the world what occurred that night. What happened that evening? And I understand people are like, well, yeah, we don't want to they want to be private. They want to do this. They want to do that. Well, then why is their sister on national television talking about their mom? Is she the only one that can do it?
No, yeah, she's a celebrity.
I think it's logical that if they're a team and they're a solid unit, then why not hear from them?
Yeah, and what if somebody out there sees that interview and finally realizes, hey, I have a tip. I need to call into the FBI, and it's a legitimate tip.
Great point.
You know, more media coverage helps. Less media coverage does not keep this case in the news, and it will lead to a cold case.
Yeah, and if a lawyer did button them up,
they can sit down with the lawyer.
Yeah, why? Yeah, let's all get together because there's nothing to hide.
That must be them.
Remember, this is their
can't
mom.
fucking win. So they're doing the best fucking thing and shutting the fuck up. So nobody can on the internet. These retards on the internet don't have anything. My God.
You don't hide, okay, when your mom is missing. You don't do that. Okay? And people can say, well, that's how people grieve. Well, okay, but then what happens when the media goes away and the music stops and everybody goes on to the next case? What happens then? Another Dale Warner who sealed his wife in a fertilizer tank? And by the way, I'm batting 1,000 right now because Billy and I went up there to Michigan and we told the police up there who, Greca, which we found out he was dirty. And Billy and I called that the day we were there. I pulled Billy aside and I said, this guy's dirty. There's something wrong here. Or how about Maya Meliette? The chief wouldn't help Richard.
And Mary Chris.
He wouldn't help him.
And eventually he did. He came around.
Yeah, her. And we went out there and I facilitated a meeting between everybody and got the families all on board. And guess what? He's in custody. They did an amazing job there. But those are the things that don't look right. Don't look right. And in this case, I think it would be very logical to have
dumbass people in the
these questions answered. Or even more importantly, if you have more pictures and you want the public to solve the case or help you solve the case, which you just mentioned, Goodwill, the double homicide there in Pima County where your experienced investigator solved it. Okay, well, guess what you did? You put the suspect's picture in the paper and the public picked up the phone and said, here's your guy. You didn't solve it. The public did, once again.
Which they often do. And sometimes in videos and photos, even family members recognize their family members and then call the family members and say, hey, is that you? And then eventually call police.
Yeah.
Get that family member turned.
Or friends that say, hey, man, you're on TV. Oh, hey, there's $1.2 million reward for you. I'm no longer your friend. How come nobody's collected the $1.2 million? The guy here who knows where the body is in the latest TMZ.
Right. So I actually think that on this, it's not a no. What did I call it?
It's a demand.
Yeah, it's just a demand note. Okay, if he really does know where Nancy's, who the kidnappers are, why don't the FBI drop the information and say, I'll buy $1.2 million, please?
Yeah.
Why are we going through teams and demanding now we're down to half, which is what, 35 instead of
bipolar ass chat
62,000 or whatever?
Obviously doesn't know how to use a calculator.
Yeah, yeah. So that's just noise. There's just no, it's not, it's just bogus, and it ticks me off. like, it's so obvious. The day Savannah comes back on the Today Show and it's back to news, this guy decides to sit down and email 2 notes to TMZ. Why? Just for the, media attention? Is that what it is, Chris?
I got him on, but he's with patients. I wanted him on the out and about and bring out. Anyway, but and would the car data have shown?
Yeah,
proof?
Jay, that's what I thought. That's exactly what I thought. A data point that would either corroborate or dismiss the family story.
Nobody's gonna buy that book anyway.
What do you think, Chris?
Well, yes, but you don't tear the car apart to get to that computer. It's not complicated for those computers. I mean, a lot of people think that, you got to get in there and you do have to take it apart. But here's the other side of that coin. Law enforcement doesn't have to put it back together.
Right, exactly. That's not their job. Their job's to get the information.
Right. And so that was kind of even weird.
Yeah, that really seemed like Sheriff was doing Savannah's family a favor that nobody else would ever probably get. Maybe if you contributed to his campaign, maybe you would. But it's highly unethical. If you're doing it for one, you do it for all. And if you're not doing it for all, don't do it for one.
Yeah. And let's always remember that the sheriff is a politician, okay, who, his first duty is to zig and zag. Okay. I mean, if we watch the latest interview that he did, where he says, well, don't insult my guys, but insult me all day long. I'm the sheriff. I can take it. Well, okay, well, fine. Then we'll start doing that instead.
But people have said how vindictive he is, and he hates personal attacks.
Yes.
And extracts some retribution. So which is it?
Well, and imagine working for that guy on eggshells, walking on his eggshells. Can you imagine what his PIO is going through?
I feel bad for everybody underneath him at the department, because people get into this line of work because they want to help and they want to do some good. And when there's, a narcissist running the show at the top, it's brutal. It's just brutal.
Yeah, and we see where that personality extended from. We did a show on his record in El Paso. Okay. I mean, the guy was suspended. How many days? A total of 37?
37.
Okay, let me put that in perspective, okay? Within
6 years, 5 or 6 years.
Within a 6-year period of working for the public. Okay, remember that terminology, protect and serve? Okay, there's a reason for that, right? Whenever you would stop somebody and you always get that citizen says, hey, I pay your salary. Well, there's kind of some truth to that. Okay? And so therefore, you try to be on your best behavior. Okay, you saw that panel, you saw all of us that were out there in terms of law enforcement, okay? In all of my years in the business, I never got suspended once. Zero. Okay? And that wall of shame that I used to have in my other office, which I've kind of toned down behind me, okay, is for that reason. This guy, if this guy was working next to me and I was in patrol and he was in the car next to me, I would be like, no way, dude. We're not playing that game. That's why I don't have a problem talking about him like this, because I've done what he's doing. But not what he's done. Okay.
And yeah, and people have made the very astute point. If that had come out, he probably would have never been hired by Pima County decades ago. He wouldn't have qualified.
And this is a great comment here. Marin Channer. Is A&T's car still listed as being on evidence sheet even though it's been returned? That would be telling. The answer is yes. It is still listed as an item of evidence, but it has been signed out as returned to the family. In trial, there is a number for that car.
So I have a question. Would the Range Rover also be a number on an evidence sheet?
Great
because
point.
it was searched and returned? And same with Carlos's car, the guy who, the Rio Rico stop, the hot stop, and then house search. Would
Yes,
those be as well?
absolutely. And in fact, Nancy's car is on an evidence sheet, and they're still holding her car.
Which is not uncommon. It would be common.
Well, that would make sense unless it's connected to something else that we don't know about. Maybe that car was used.
Could be. We don't know. Yeah.
Think about that, guys and gals. Maybe Miss Guthrie's, her own car could have potentially been used. Why do they have that car still being held? Because it's evidence. They towed it. They seized it as a piece of evidence. Okay, and if they brought it back, okay, that's good. That means they processed it. And if you're crime time, if Cameron is driving it, okay, fine, then that's a good thing. But it's still on the evidence list, and it's been released. It's been signed off by the evidence manager. They call them the custodial of evidence. That person will have to come to trial, just like we see, in high-profile trials. That person will have to come to trial and put their hand up, and the DA is going to say, okay, would you take a look at item number 4? They're going to look at it, and it says, okay, would you read that to the jury, please? One blue Subaru belonging to Nancy Guthrie. Okay, and what's the disposition of that evidence? And first, they're going to lay the foundation for that person to even give a reason or an opinion, right? Are you the evidence custodial, blah, blah, blah. And they're going to basically give them a mini voir dire, right? As in, yeah, you're the right guy to be here to testify in front of the jury. And what was the reason you released that car? Well, I was told to release it from the lead investigator. And how did this individual tell you that? Well, I have an email. Okay, I'd like to show you item number 4 for the people. Is this the email you're referring to? Yes. And who's it from? Objection, hearsay. Okay, I'll lay the foundation. Did it come from somebody in the department? Yes. Did it come from the lead detective? Yes. Okay. What's it say? Release the car. Does it give a reason? Done processing. And did you do that? Yes. Did you call them up? Yes. Who came down? Blah, blah, blah. And the list, it just goes on, right? It just goes on. Okay. So that's it.
What are you talking about? Okay, so understanding him, he's really at this point, like, we're just at a stand, no information, no clues. The woman's dead or we don't know. But we're assuming at this point by the way he's describing it, her body was found. Body is found. Now there's more evidence to find out who the killer is found. Killer is convicted, and he for whatever reason trial by jury. Okay. Usually he's gonna confess. I did it, like, hey, if that killer was caught, Nancy's killer, that she's alive. God forbid the woman is dead. That's how it would go. The man will be caught, be caught because the body was found. You can't have a trial by jury if there's no body found, but or there's no body. So the body's found. They're able to find out the killer through the body being found. Killer for some reason wants a trial by jury instead of doing the smart thing, which is either most likely doing a plea deal or just serving his time. Like, yeah, you got me. Like having some morals after killing an 85-year-old woman. Like, hey, yeah, just to serve your damn time. But you know what? He trial by jury because there's a chance he could be acquitted and be set free. And we have double jeopardy in America. So if he does get a not guilty charge, that's it. Like even if he did kill that woman, that he's nothing. He's immunity. So. But I will say, if it does get to that point, I don't care how crazy the circus, the trial is, that jury is voting guilty. As much as bullshit, like we were so mad at this case, whoever that is, even if he didn't do it, even if it was like upset, I hate to say this, even if it was the wrong guy was being put on the stand and on trial, that is going to be a guilty verdict. I don't care how many objections are thrown. I don't care how much of a shit show is shown during the defense attorney does a better job than the prosecution does. Evidence, exhibits, and all that. No, that's going to be a guilty verdict. I'm sorry, it is. So yeah, Mm-mm. Because yeah, there's people know about this case. It's impossible now in the social media age to find unbiased jurors because usually during jury selection, if you say, do you know about the Nancy Guthrie case? If you say yes, of course you're not. You're going to be dismissed from the jury, of course, duh. So, but just lie and say no, or they're just eventually going to run out of people to reject. So they have to get some people who know some information about the case from the news and shit. So the way everybody knows about this case, how we're frustrated and been cold for all these months, no, it's going to be a guilty verdict. So all this, what he's talking about, oh, they're going to fuck the trial up with all this evidence and taking the son-in-law and daughter's car. Like, why did they take that car? Like, no, that has nothing to do with anything. It's going to be a guilty verdict if they get the guy and he, for some reason, decides not to just admit to it and just serve his time and do a trial by jury. It's going to be a guilty verdict. So, I mean, so yeah. Girl.
I just lost my train of thought for 30 seconds.
Yeah, you did.
I know.
I just saw
where you were going.
No, I just saw a comment for a second, and I wanted to answer the guy's question, but I can't do that right now. All right. So yes, it's still on the evidence list. I wonder. Yes, we answered that. Thank you. Half a Bitcoin. Why not go for the whole reward if they really know where she is at? Didn't make sense. And Chris Karen really suspect. Bring her home. We completely agree. Truth seeker for justice.
Doesn't make sense.
And thank you always for being here. So kind. Crime Time. You're awesome. Breaking news from Ashley Bamfield. FBI believe OG ransom letters were real. Okay. Yeah, there were 2 original letters that were sent in. Yeah, that's awesome. But the question is, did they connect to Nancy, or are they smoke and mirrors?
Well, and again, if they were real, why didn't they go after the $1 million reward? It's the same principle for today's 2 notes that showed up.
Yeah, the original ones could be real. It could be part of a plan. I'm all over that personally. Okay. Did you see 2 ransom notes? Yeah. Are you aware that T teaches CSI? I've heard that, but I can't confirm that. I've just heard that's a rumor. But if we have, total documentation on that then that would be very interesting as well. New note is trying to stir the pot. The perp is annoyed.
I
Yep.
would agree with that. Yeah, definitely.
I would agree with that as well. Chris, if you were put on the case, what are some of the first things you would do or change with the investigation? Love the show.
Great question.
Hund Saker Gumshoe. Well, the first thing I would have done if I got called out is what I've done in every case, is make sure the entire scene is locked down. 100%. And that a crime scene log has been started by the very first officer on the scene. And on that crime scene log is a date or a name, a date, a time, in, out, and remarks. And they're pre-printed. And we used to have them in a homicide package is what we called it. And so you go to your trunk, you pull the package out, you hand it to the first officer on the scene, and in there is a bunch of checklist things. Did you see any lights on? What was the temperature within the house? What was the exterior temperature? Did you notice any items missing? Did you notice anything moved? If so, what? And you just go down this checklist. And while the officer has dead time, no pun intended, okay, and nobody's coming in and out, then he's reading this checklist, or she's reading this checklist, and they're checking off the things that they saw or didn't see. And then the second thing I would do after that individual is busy, I'd make sure that the crime scene is extended far enough so that it's secure. And we call that a secondary pull, meaning if, let's say, the first officers get there and they put tape up, okay, well, I double that. I move it back all the way to the street and I wrap it all the way around the house, the entire house, not just the front of the house, the entire property. We shut it down. Once that is controlled, then you circle up. When I'll give you simple examples of routine habits. You get into these habits where you carry your flashlight in your left hand, you never carry it in your gun hand, because in case if you run into something while looking or searching or whatever, your gun hand is free. You don't have to switch hands, put the flashlight in your other hand. Always want that free, your gun side, your strong side. And if you're left-handed, then it's the opposite. And when you walk into a scene, just like we were walking the dog the other night, what's the first thing I asked you? Remember when we were talking? You were like, I don't want to step in the grass.
Oh yeah, you said you shine the light down and you look ahead or something like that.
Yeah, and the first thing you start looking for is, what do you guys think? What do you guys think? Right? And by the way, if we do get merch, I'm thinking of a hoodie that says, I was trained at the interview room. Would you guys wear something like that out there?
That's kind of cute.
Okay. And what I'm talking about here, we teach cops all day long. And you will be surprised how many officers don't know this, because they come from patrol and they go, here you go. You are now in homicide. Okay. Well, the agency I came from, you were put underneath somebody. Okay. And
you were sent to schools.
And I wasn't completely certified until, a couple of years in. Okay? And so you start looking for two things. You look for footprints, three things: tire tracks and blood. And you keep your head down. Okay. And I had an execution one time, a guy on a porch. He was a cartel member, and they took him to his mother's house. This is a crazy story. And they shot him on his mom's porch, and he dropped. Okay. When I showed up, the first patrol guy was, they used to call me Mac. He said, "Hey, Mac, everything's tight." I said, "Okay, great." And I started putting my flashlight down where the officer was. And I said, except for the blood you're standing in.
Oh, Lord.
And he looked down and went, "Oh, crap." I said, "Rule number 1, keep your light in your hand." Okay. And then we had to extend the scene even further. Okay.
Did he have to take off his shoes or what?
Oh, yeah. We had to take pictures of his shoes. We had his boots now go into evidence. Okay. Because it was the victim's blood, but the suspect had transferred it onto the suspect's shoe, which that was his blood trail leaving the place. Okay. And so those are just the common sense things. And once it's shut down, then you can start working. You can decide, do we need a search warrant? If so, why? Do we need to call the DA? Do we need to call a judge and get what they call a telephonic night warrant? Is this an exigent circumstance? 84 years old, missing in her house. You measure it off on the victim risk continuum, environment, situation, circumstance, low, medium, high. Where's it fit? Low. Okay. We may want to wake up a judge. Okay. And you go to your packet again, and there is a search warrant in that packet. And it's got verbiage. Your Honor, I'm at so-and-so, such and such an address. It's a brick building with yada, 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 an arch in the front. There appears to be blood on the front porch. The interior of the house, yada, 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 yada. I would like a telephonic search warrant to search this resident, Your Honor. And the judge over the phone with the DA on the phone, it's all being recorded. And the judge says, "Okay, detective, put your hand up. You're standing at in the front yard or, in a command van or whatever." And he says, "Okay, you swear, blah, blah, blah." "Yes, I do, Your Honor." "Okay, sign the warrant." And you sign the judge's name on the warrant. He says, "Date and time." "Okay, and now sign your name underneath it." Yada, yada. "Okay, you have a warrant. Now you go exercise, or you go now execute this warrant into the house, into the car, anything." And then when you're done, you've got this evidence list. It's all out here of all the things you've collected, all the photos you've taken, and you leave a copy in the house, you leave a copy in the car, you give a copy to anybody that had control or dominion over that property, and you leave with your evidence. Or better yet, you hold the scene. You don't shut it down like they did here in 24 hours. You don't do that. Because at that point, now that's what they call a rollback warrant. And you don't have a fight with the FBI behind the scenes because you didn't like the way the FBI handled one of your investigations from your department. And you don't kick them away. You don't kick them out and say, "You guys, we're not needing you. We don't need you. We're going to do it ourselves." And so they collect evidence and send it to their own lab. When you have the evidence response team out of Phoenix ready to go, what Pima County should have done in such a high profile situation is just step back for the evidence and say, "We need your help. Can you make this happen?" First question they're going to ask is, "Do you have a warrant?" "Yes." "Okay, let's go." And guess what the sheriffs do? They're perimeter. All they do is guard the perimeter. And that one guy with the log, when somebody, he goes home, goes to sleep, he hands it to the next person coming on saying, "Okay, this is where we left off." You don't put it in a little notebook like they did in Moscow. Go watch that video of the body camera of the officer at the door with a captain standing there. He's writing in a little notebook. Okay, Nonads just came in at 21:13 hours. Oh, Nonads left 21:64.
And that's another, in the Idaho 4 case, you had a 2-year, Detective Brett Payne had 2 years on the job, and I believe zero homicide experience in the Idaho 4 quadruple murder case.
Yeah.
Right?
And you know what else that does? The reality of this, when you do a lot of this, okay, is when the sheriff shows up, he says, well, I'm going to go on the scene. You say, no problem, sign here. And guess what happens? Now he's on the
Witness list.
the witness list and the subpoena list. And the first thing the defense is going to do is call the sheriff to the stand. And they're going to put him up there and they're going to say, so Sheriff Nonads, why did you go to the scene? Well, that was my guys, my scene, whatever. Okay. Makes sense. No problem. Why'd you go in the house? It was a murder scene, right? At least you thought it was a crime scene. You called your homicide guys out? Yeah. So why were you in there? Now he's got to tell the jury what he was doing. And then you get the other follow-up. I used to love these things. You get the other follow-up questions of, what were you wearing that night? Well,
Why would that make a difference?
did you turn it in for the chain of custody if you cross-contaminated something? That's where they go.
So the defense loves this.
Oh, the defense loves it. What did you think was on the front porch where there was blood? Did it look like there was a footprint on the front porch in that blood potentially? Yeah, it appeared that way. Were your shoes photographed? I don't believe so. So you could have actually stepped in the blood. Well, no, I don't believe so. Well, how do you know? Would you tell the jury? You see where these things can go pretty quickly, pretty rapidly?
No, it's still going to be a
Pretty rapidly.
guilty verdict.
I mean, just look at Murdoch. Okay.
Alec Murdoch.
Alec Murdoch. The clerk writes a book and he gets a new trial. An appeal. Okay.
He gets an appeal. He hasn't had a new trial.
You don't think, whatever his name, Harpoolian, is going to drive everything that he can, if he sees a hole and he can get a motorhome through it, he's going to drive right through it. And I'll guarantee you that Nonads has given more than a garage for a motorhome in this thing. Okay. This guy has opened up a whole new RV center.
That's the really sad point to this. On top of no suspects in custody that we know of, no arrests. And then, it seems like a stalled investigation. We're so far away from a trial, potentially. It's sad. It's sad for the family. It's sad for Nancy. Because you really got to question, is justice going to be able to be served in this case?
Again, I don't think she's involved.
We don't know.
That was a bad decision. But whatever.
I agree with you, Ronnie. Isn't it odd that there was an Uber? Karen?
I'm going to make a comment about the Uber. You guys, thank goodness there was an Uber. What if?
And I'll leave it at that. Girl, he's on. See, that was God. It was. Girl. They keep using the wrong picture of this man. That's his brother. That's not him. God, this is court TV. They should know better. See, this motherfucker is full or not the same because that's his brother. Don't even look the same. So stupid. This is clickbait. Nobody's talking about this man, who I think is this guy that did it, but that's just me. Nobody's talking about this man. Computer's glitching again.
Savannah Guthrie's mother, Nancy Guthrie, missing day 65. This, as we learn, special emphasis is now being placed on Mrs. Guthrie's bedroom and her garage. But why? I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us. Straight out to Crime Stories investigative reporter Dave Mack. Dave, what's the latest?
Nancy, one of the things that we've been wanting was Savannah Guthrie back on the Today Show. I say we wanting. The American people want to see some normalcy because, bless her heart, after 2 months, it's been a long, long time coming. But Savannah made her appearance back as pre-announced on the Today Show. Take a listen.
Welcome to Today on this Monday morning. We are so glad you started your week with us, and it is good to be home.
Yes, it is good to have you back at home.
Well, here we go. Ready or not, let's do the news.
Yes, so good to have you back.
Savannah also did another announcement. This one was for her church website. And in this video is very, very personal, very personal at times, talking about her faith and about the Easter season and what it means to her and how it applies to what her family has been going through since the disappearance of her mother. It is a very touching video.
I have long believed that we miss out on fully celebrating resurrection if we do not acknowledge the feelings of loss, pain, and yes, death. It is the darkness that makes this morning's light so magnificent, so blindingly beautiful. It is all the brighter because it is so desperately needed. So I close my eyes this morning and I feel the sunshine. I see a bright vision of the day when heaven and earth pass away because they are one on earth as it is in heaven. When we celebrate today, this is what we celebrate. And I celebrate too. I still believe. And so I say with conviction, Happy Easter.
That's Savannah Guthrie in a video posted for Easter Sunday through her church website.
Dave Mack, renewed interest in Mrs. Guthrie's bedroom and garage. Why?
We figured out that Nancy Guthrie regularly went through her garage getting into her house. But only thing that's been taken out to be examined has been her vehicle, which investigators had for a couple of weeks. But there were 6 days, Nancy, from the time she went missing until the time investigators even took her car out of the garage. So there's plenty of opportunities to find something in there. Was that a staging area by the potential kidnappers? We also have the bedroom. You've mentioned before, the home was in immaculate condition, yet there were certain things that were showing law enforcement that something bad had taken place. So now they're back trying to figure out the exact layout of that bedroom. Where were things placed and what could possibly be anything?
So were any objects placed in a different location than they normally would have been? You know, to Chris McDonough joining us tonight, director at the Cold Case Foundation, former homicide detective. He had extensive experience in searching for suspects in Mexico, over 300 homicides under his belt. And he is the star of The Interview Room on YouTube. Chris McDonough, you have a special interest in Miss Guthrie's bedroom. Explain.
So, Nancy, if we look at the bedroom where she's, making the bed, for an example, what I think the public is looking at is her making the bed. What I'm looking at is what we would call a control zone between the bed and the wall. Because if the suspect comes in there and this is her pattern of life to sleep on.
Oh, Lord. Again, like, why did she go back to the show? Now, people are saying this is what started everything. So, yeah, so before, I think this was like, what was this? Like 2023? Maybe 2024? Yeah, it was like some type of segment where Savannah, she went back to her, where she grew up in Arizona. And, throughout that segment, like a lot of personal stuff was shown, including this woman's bedroom. So this is the room where the masked men came and got her at. Ooh, this is so scary. Yeah, and this was all on the Today Show. You see the NBC logo right there. Yeah, all on the Today Show. They showed this bitch went right back to what probably started all this shit. Girl. Yeah, so people are thinking that whoever took her abductor or abductors, whatever, could have been more than one person. Saw this segment, and that's how they got the idea. Like, ooh, she has money. Look at that. Look at her bedroom. Look at that bed frame. Ooh, girl, this bitch has money. This old lady has money. Girl, in addition to the fact they could have been stalkers of Savannah, or we can't get Savannah, or we'll get her mother in some type of like weird ass, sick, twisted way of thinking. But yeah, this is
on the left side of that bed. Notice there's an alarm clock there. Notice her books are there. Notice her chair is there. All these items tell us that that's the side that she would be. So now picture this suspect on the left side of that bed. That also gives us an indication of potentially a point of entry into the house. Now, and that goes into this idea of the tarps. Where did this tarp idea come from? And how is the suspect going to control her and, quote, put her in a tarp? I think that's out of play here. And it goes back to the blood evidence on the front porch where he's taken her through the front door.
That's video of the inside of Mrs. Guthrie's home from our friends at Today on YouTube on one of Savannah's visits. Why do you think the theory about a tarp, and I agree with you for other reasons, by the way, why do you think that's misplaced?
Well, everybody has said, it looks like a tarp in his backpack, okay? Well, if you're going to control her in that house, the place you're going to do it is in that bedroom. And if you look at now we look where she's standing on the side of that bed, showing us how she makes her bed, how she makes her bed in the morning. That is a pattern of life. So are the books. She's a big reader. So is the alarm clock. So, the chair being there is critical because that's where she probably sits in the morning, at that age, you want to be moving your legs, you want to be, moving your body and just kind of waking up. And so the elderly need these types of items nearby. What we don't see is the Apple Watch device, the charger device that allegedly disconnects at 2:28 in the morning.
Let's take another look at the video of her in the bedroom. I want to take a careful look beside her bed. You're right. That's where she would charge her phone, most likely, and her hearing device right by the bed. But it looks like she's got it put away for the cameras. Now, why is her routine so significant to you, Chris McDonough? I'm not disagreeing with you, but I don't understand the probative value of which side of the bed she rolls out on.
Well, because the suspect would have to, confront her on this side of the bed. So when Savannah describes the horror of what mom is potentially seeing here, well, the suspect knows for a fact he's got her between the bed and the wall. So she's trapped. So if you think about that, horror from an 85-year-old woman looking at this guy dressed up like this in her bedroom, the first thing she's going to do, or he's going to do, is, push that terror a little bit more. Maybe she turns on the light that's right there. And all of this is a control mechanism for the suspect. So it puts us in the mind potentially of the perpetrator.
From our friends at Today on YouTube on one of Savannah's visits. And to you, Joe Scott Morgan joining us, professor of forensics, Jacksonville State University, and author of Blood Beneath My Feet on Amazon. He is the star of a hit podcast series, Body Bags with Joseph Scott Morgan. Joe Scott, the fact that that was his point of control, to me, is not probative. I can't use it to prove anything, except that's where I would find the DNA or the static prints. Right there, Chris McDonough is right. That's the place to look if Nano's people had thought to do it. Maybe they did, doubtful, but maybe they did. What do you think?
That area where she is, and you're right, that can potentially be a point of control because you're going to remove her from that spot. Well, what happens with that? When we go through our daily life, we don't think about where we put our hands. We don't think about where we step. The same thing applies, say, for instance, to a perpetrator at a crime scene. You just go through these motions. You don't think about, well, what happens if I leave something here and the cops find it later? All right, because you're focused on trying to get control over a subject, for instance, in a kidnapping. So, yeah, that whole area in there has potential for contamination. They're not thinking where they're stepping. They're not thinking where they're touching. And it's not just, say, for instance, fingerprints are leaving behind. It can be touch DNA. And touch DNA also, we can have deposition of, say, sloughing skin cells that fall off of the wrist, say the areas that aren't gloved. Maybe they've left a hair behind. Nancy, do you realize that in an area like that, if you don't secure it, you don't treat it like you're going into a surgical suite as a crime scene investigator, that stuff can be lost very, very easily because it's so incredibly fragile. That's what it brings us back to, this point of scene security, being able to freeze things in that moment in time as best we possibly can. So not only can we document it, photograph it, but we can collect it. At this point in time, there's nothing to collect.
If you have been leaning on credit cards lately just to cover living basics like groceries, gasoline, utility bills, you're essentially paying a survival tax of 20% interest or more. American Financing is helping homeowners tap into their equity to pay off high interest debt with mortgage rates currently in the 5s. On average, American Financing is saving their customers $800 a month. Not just $800, but $800 a month. There are no upfront fees to talk to a salary-based mortgage consultant. Why do I care about that? Because they don't get a percentage of sales. They're salary-based. Start today. You could even delay 2 mortgage payments. American Financing, America's home for home loans. 866-888 0344. That's 866-888-0344. Or simply go to americanfinancing.net/Nancy. And good luck. Dave Mack, you also mentioned that renewed interest is in not only her bedroom, and now with Chris McDonough and Joe Scott Morgan explaining it, we see why, but renewed interest in her garage. Do you know why?
The interest is that the investigation had her vehicle for a couple of weeks, but we don't know what they were able to collect inside the garage. That door remained shut. Every time it's been opened where cameras were trained on it, the vehicle was pulled in and the door was shut. So investigators going back into the garage looking for prints and anything else they can possibly find.
You know, that raises another question, Joe Scott. Let's take a look as best as we can from the video of her home that shows her garage. We believe there was a clicker that opened the garage. We know that Andy Guthrie's husband brought her home that evening. But very often there is a control panel as well. This video from our friends at 12 News. And those control panels are just about the easiest thing in the world to hack, which leads us to the possibility that the garage was the entry point. Is that where they're headed? We know the back door was propped open, maybe with flower pots. We know the front door was used as the exit for Mrs. Guthrie. But what about the garage door? How do you hack it, and what evidence could be obtained from that garage panel? Is that what they're up to, Joe Scott?
Very well be. And listen, the garage is an interesting spot because if you're trying to, say, sequester yourself from the view of the rest of the world, and I'm thinking here the watchword here is containment. If you're trying to get control over somebody, but yet you're still trying to exit a structure, what a perfect area to do this because you've got cover, right? Now, we don't know about other cameras and other data that might be collected in that area, but it is a perfect area. And if you have somebody that is sophisticated enough, at least when it comes to electronics and this sort of thing, yeah, I suppose that it could have been hacked. Most of the time, those control panels are inside of the house. So how does this work? Is it on Bluetooth, for instance? Because we know that there's a signaling device because all of us that do have garage door openers, that's something, we can just be rolling down the road, right? This is old technology. And you press the button and you're still several feet away, maybe even yards away from your house. And your door begins to lift at that point in time. Is there some way they could have gotten into that? I think that question has to be asked and it has to be answered. Is there any way to trace that and try to understand if anybody could have accessed that area through some type of potential hack?
Can garage door openers be hacked? Absolutely, they can be hacked. They use low-frequency radio waves. You heard Joe Scott state that very often you have a panel on it, but of course you have a panel on the outside that is visible, so you yourself can get in if you don't have your flicker. They're usually on a 300 to 400 MHz range. It communicates between your remote and the motor unit. Now, it's kind of like car radios. It's how they send songs through the air or how spoken word travels as sound. Same thing with garage door radio waves. They carry coded signals and they tell your door to open or close. How easy is it to hack into a garage? You can even do it with a toy. Watch.
We are really looking at a way that you could possibly brute force your way into any fixed code garage or gate using a device like the IMMe.
It's a toy from Mattel. I don't think they make it anymore. But some hackers out there found that it actually has a pretty cool chip inside called the CC1110. It's a microcontroller with a transceiver. And the transceiver is really cool because it actually transmits and receives on a really wide range of frequencies, down to around 200 megahertz up to like 950 megahertz. So you can talk to a lot of things, including garages, cars, power meters, alarm systems, all sorts of things are in those bands.
And there's actually some contacts underneath a battery in the back, which allows you to flash the board, erase it, and install your own software on this device. So you can program in the De Bruijn sequence and then use this device to play those bits at the frequency you want to play, and basically any garage door or gate you like.
That from Veritasium on YouTube. So, Jessica Morgan, hacking in is really easy.
Yeah, it's terrifying how easy it is. We're not talking about something, Nancy, a cellular device or a type of iPad or something like that. We're talking about access and control to your own ones. And when you see it demonstrated how easy it is to facilitate this, it brings into question how sophisticated do the individuals have to be this. And if you've got a crew of people that specialize in things like robbery or intimidation or this sort of thing, that garage door seems like it's really easy to defeat. That really broadens your spectrum here relative to what types that you're looking at that could have perpetrated this crime, Nancy.
But to Dave Mack, Stories investigative reporter, if garage door was hacked, wouldn't there be a log? Wouldn't there be evidence that the door opened and closed? I don't know if it would be the same if it was hacked.
That's the question I have, because, we know what time Nancy Guthrie was, because the garage door opened and closed, and that was documented. So if the garage door remote was hacked and the door was open, would that hack cause the for the door to not dock? If it goes around it, then yeah, we got a problem. But if not, if it documents every time, then we would be able to find that out.
Hi guys, Nancy Grace here. Please join us on Crime Stories and stream it first on Fox 1. When breaking crime news develops, we investigate it and bring it to you. Bombshell updates, answers to unanswered questions from cases making the headlines and cases you may never have heard of until Crime Stories. We go inside investigations with exclusive interviews, crime victims, families seeking justice, investigators, experts, and sources from within the case itself. Stay on top of the nation's biggest trials with us, including gavel-to-gavel coverage with real-time analysis. Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. Stream it first on Fox 1. I hope to see you there, and thank you, friend. Jessica Morgan, we were talking about renewed interest in not only Mrs. Guthrie's bedroom, but her garage as well, which leads me to the possibility of other blood evidence, whether they collected it or not. Question to you, many people have asked me if blood would reveal whether it is from the nose, like a nosebleed, or the mouth, if anticoagulant was used. Let's take another shot of Mrs. Guthrie. There's one of her in a lawn chair, and there's one of her with Savannah. Let's see the one with Savannah where you can see her hand and arm. I believe it's her left hand and arm. You see that she has bleeding under the skin, which is really common when you're using an anticoagulant like Eliquis or some similar anticoagulant. A, can you tell if an anticoagulant is in the blood? Would the blood pattern look different? And also, can you tell by looking at the blood if it's nose blood or mouth blood?
Okay, let's take the image first and talk about that. You're absolutely right, because when we are on blood thinners, there's been a study that has been done from a forensic perspective relative to warfarin, or otherwise known as Coumadin. That you will see this presentation in particularly the elderly, because that's generally the population that it applies to. Other people can be on blood thinners, don't get me wrong, but however, let's focus on the elderly. So yeah, and plus the skin itself is almost parchment-like. The older you get, less collagen, skin breaks really easy. Now, that brings us to this idea, can you tell the difference between deposition that, say, comes from a limb like this, like from the hand, the wrist, the upper arm, and compared to, say, the nose, the mouth, which we refer to as the nasopharynx area? Well, yeah, you actually can, and that's demonstrated in the blood that you see on the stoop, in my opinion, based upon these images that we have, because it appears that this blood, these droplets, have what's referred to as indications of aeration, which means it's passed through the nasopharynx, perhaps through the nose, through the mouth. Michael Bodden even stated this on Fox relative to this, and I concur with his assessment as well, Nancy.
Also tonight, an Amazon package being studied, not just the package, but when and how it got there. Dave Mack, take a look at this video of the porch guy. There you see him, and that is Jan 31 into the early morning hours of February. No package. Then, by the next day, there is a package. Take a look at it, Dave Mack.
It's shocking that it's crystal clear right there. Before, no package. Now, we clearly see a package. Was this used as bait? For instance, you're walking in the middle of the night. You're trying. That's all I can figure out, Nancy, is that you're using this package as some form of disguise of yourself. If somebody were to see you out in the neighborhood, why are you here? Oh, I got a package to deliver. That's the only reason you would see it there. But if it's really an Amazon package, then we can document when it was delivered, who delivered it, and what time they were there.
Well, as a matter of fact, Dave Mack, in Pima County, an earlier attempted home invasion was facilitated by a female pretending, these guys in conjunction, by a female pretending to deliver a package. Let's switch to the woman acting like, there she goes. See her? That's exactly what you're talking about. But I see a problem, Dave Mack. Let's go back to the before and after. He may have the package in hand when he's skulking around or have it somewhere to reach for and pretend he's a delivery person. But here you see, porch guy, it's not there when he's there, and then it's delivered. Here's where I'm going. To Chris McDonough joining us, director of Cold Case Foundation, former homicide detective, and star of the Interview Room on YouTube. We here at Crime Stories have now conducted our own investigation. Even the older models of Amazon delivery trucks have cameras. They're not 360, but they're really good. The newer delivery trucks do have 360. So, what, if anything, was captured in the days leading up to Nancy Guthrie's kidnapping? It's a treasure trove of information.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you're going to be able to see, this truck pull up to that residence, and you're going to see anything that's out of place prior to the abduction. And like Dave said on the porch with that package there, you're going to know date, time, right up to the minute where they took that picture. You're going to have the metadata on that phone when that picture was taken. And my gut tells me, Nancy, that he saw that blood and went, oh, whoa, and he placed it off to the side there, took a picture, and he went about, doing his thing, not thinking, obviously that there was a potential problem here.
American homeowners, the FBI has been warning about a type of real estate fraud called title theft. Your equity, the target. With just a forged signature, your ownership can be transferred out of your name. And without protection in place, you're left with an emotional and financial nightmare. That is why we partner with Home Title Lock, so you can find out today if you're already a victim and protect yourself. Use promo code Nancy at HomeTitleLock.com to get a free title history report. Free title history report, plus a free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That's 24/7 monitoring, urgent alerts, and if you are a victim of fraud, they will spend up to $1 million to fix it. Please don't be a victim. Protect your equity today. You've been working your whole life and putting money into your home. Don't lose the equity. That's HomeTitleLock.com. Promo code Nancy, or just use the link below, and good luck. Some people have even opined that the Amazon package is what was in his backpack. Now, I don't know how they're divining that. They must have x-ray vision. I mean, Joe Scott Morgan, I've heard everything from he had a tarp in his backpack. He had an iPad in his backpack. Now he's got the Amazon delivery package in his backpack. Where are these theories coming from? How do they know this? I mean, I see nothing. That is just a mock-up backpack. Let's see the actual backpack on the guy's back. Because when I'm looking at this, I can't tell in any way what's in the backpack.
I don't think that anybody could discern this. I think that people are itching for information, and they've got a lot of spare time on their hands. I'm looking at this, Nancy. I don't see anything protruding, hanging out. I don't see any discernible shapes. And listen, unless you work for the CIA maybe, and you have some kind of access to high-end tech where you can discern images that might be within this thing and be able to make out outlines and all that sort of thing, I don't see how you can arrive at any solid conclusions. Right now, all we know is that the individual did in fact have a backpack. It appears to be an Ozark backpack, and that there is something contained within it. I don't know. For all I know, it could be his laundry. But you have to ask the question, though. It has to be asked from an investigative perspective. Why does this guy show up armed and carrying a backpack? What could have been contained therein? Because if you're going into an environment and listen, just the weapon alone, he's prepared for violence, Nancy. What is it that he would need to have with him in the event that he has some kind of violent event or some type of encounter? Is this some kind of restraint mechanism he has in there? Maybe, I have no idea. Is it something that he could have used for cleaning, perhaps? Or is it something that he could have brought along, say, for instance, to contain valuables? You know, putting stuff into a bag, within a bag, and walking out so that he doesn't draw any further attention.
You know, I just still say there's got to be video of them leaving Joe Scott. I mean, if you got the video of them coming in, I'm hoping and praying that that's being resurrected as we speak. If you know or think you know anything about Nancy Guthrie's whereabouts, please dial toll-free 800-225-5324. Or if you wish to remain anonymous, 520-882-7463. There is a $1.2+ million reward for information leading to the whereabouts of Mrs. Guthrie. No arrest is required, much less a conviction. $1.2+ million reward. And remember, people can be charged. You can be charged for aiding and abetting after the crime. A jury is allowed to consider movements and activities before, during, and after the crime. And stark reminder, Arizona does use the death penalty. Right now, it's the needle. That in mind, $1.2+ million reward on the table. We remember an American hero, C.O. Dustin Pettigo, Tennessee Department of Corrections, stabbed and killed in the line of duty, leaving behind a grieving wife, Bethany. American hero, correctional officer Dustin Pettigo. Thank you to our guests joining us tonight, but especially to you for being with us tonight and keeping the search for Nancy Guthrie alive. Nancy Gray signing off for tonight, but I'll see you tomorrow night. And until then, good night, friend.
Hey everyone, I'm Ashley Banfield. This is Drop Dead Serious, and I'm coming to you early today. Normally I drop episodes in the evening, but today I'm doing an early one. It's April 6th, Monday, day 65 in the Nancy Guthrie investigation. It's an important day for Savannah Guthrie. This was her first day back on the Today Show. I have a ton for you today about this. It may not seem significant to you. It's actually really huge for a lot of reasons. First of all, I'm going to show you a whole bunch of clips that I thought were very significant throughout the 2-hour show that she did today with her colleagues. And then I've got a really special guest who's joining me. Brian Baltazar worked with me at NBC. He was a producer of mine on the shows that I did on MSNBC, and we've remained friends all these years. He's also been not only a producer on the Today Show, I think for over a decade, and he became like that with Kathy Lee Gifford. But he's also been a guest on the Today Show a lot. So he's very familiar with the protocol, the traditional, the standard, the format, the everything, and all the personalities when it comes to the Today Show. So he's going to join me with his thoughts about the program today, the significance of it, how hard it is. It's not just showing up on TV, y'all. It is hard to do one of those shows. You work all the day before, at night, you try to get a good sleep, you get up at about, I don't know, crack of ass, like 3 o'clock in the morning, maybe
More than $1 million. That's what's sitting on the table right now for anyone with information about Nancy Guthrie. 1.2 million to be exact. And nobody has called. Not one person. What I found out about why might be the
Welcome, everyone, to The Wizard of Radical Self-Respect. My name's Jared Mello, and I'm the Shepherd of Black Sheep. See, we got a good group of people here already. Dee, Maureen, Rammer Jammer, Kat, Bethany. What else do I see? Maureen from across the pond, like Kat. Good to see. Miss Kim, one of the mods, Miss Kim, welcome. So today, what we're going to do is TMZ got another ransom note. We can go over whether we think that's real or not. And Savannah Guthrie had her first day back at work on the Today Show. And I do wonder if there's a correlation between those two things. First day at work, and all of a sudden TMZ gets another ransom note. Coincidence? I don't know. But what do you think? But we're first going to go into, like I said, what TMZ has to say about the matter. But before we get into that, yes, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Likes are for Shadow the Night Owl here. Leave your DNA on the like button. Hello there, Hunter and Wendy. And remember to subscribe to the channel And also super chats, great way to get questions answered and to support the channel. Super stickers, great way to support the channel. And becoming a channel member or gifting memberships give you access to the members only live streams. I go live usually 5 or 6 nights a week. Often I take Sundays off, but not always. And I usually go live a little bit after 10 p.m. Eastern. Yes, it really is, Kat, isn't it? Danielle, welcome. Yes, everyone had a good Easter, I hope. Hello there, Jackie. Mod Livin back. She says, hi all, I miss everyone deeply. It has been the busy season at work, and so I've been MIA with early mornings, and the late start makes it hard. Thankfully, today is timely. How about that? Ruby, like I said, welcome. So let's jump into this TMZ thing here and see what they have to say for themselves.
Down. Welcome to the TMZ podcast. I'm Branson Quirk.
I'm Charlie Neff.
Charlie, how's your Monday going?
Hi, going good. Happy post-Easter.
Post-Easter?
Yeah, I think that's a thing.
What did you do? You were out in Newport, right?
Yeah, I went to my husband's family's house out there. It was such a beautiful day here in California. Apologies to anyone that's not in California and is dealing with snow or terrible weather. But it was beautiful here yesterday in LA, or I guess in Orange County too. And had a really good time. There was an Easter egg hunt.
Nice.
A kid Easter egg hunt, and then an adult Easter egg hunt.
Wow.
One person got the golden egg and won like $100.
Okay, we also had a golden egg.
Oh, okay.
I was in Temecula. Same thing, golden egg. It was like $75 to Trader Joe's.
Oh, that's kind of nice.
Yeah, forces groceries and be healthy.
I also brought, speaking of healthy, well, I guess you say unhealthy, I brought a lamb cake to my husband's family's house. It's a cake shaped as a lamb.
Oh, okay.
So cutting into it, I felt like it was cruelty.
Like a sacrifice, like the Bible. Yeah.
It did feel like sacrifice.
Enough small talk.
Big developments.
Big developments. Obviously, Nancy Guthrie, we've been talking about it. We talked about her this morning.
Yep.
No new updates whatsoever. No new notes in. But TMZ, we just received 2 of new ones. So both are from the same person offering information on the kidnapping. For the first time, this person's exact location and claiming that they saw her in Mexico. As we had previously reported, we talked about this before.
So 2 new notes. One of them claimed to have seen her in Mexico. I doubt that's true. I doubt that's true because I think she was probably paid long before that, is what I had to guess. And they were also saying they're going to get, for half a Bitcoin, they would tell you where Nancy's body is. And they said, don't worry, I'm not involved with it, but somehow I know where the body is. Okay. I'm not sure I'm buying that one either.
It was someone who was claiming to know her whereabouts and that did this
and saw her.
If we sent them 1 Bitcoin,
just 1 Bitcoin.
Right now, say it live, but maybe 67,000.
Okay.
Last time I saw, so hanging around 60 to 70,000. So there's a couple new notes. TMZ received the first Monday morning today. The same day, by the way, Savannah Guthrie jumped back on the Today Show, made her re-debut, and it's from that person offering to rat out the kidnappers for nearly 2 months now. They say their demand for 1 Bitcoin to, quote, deliver them on a silver platter still stands. Shortly after we talked about the first note on TMZ Live, though, The person sent a second letter saying, quote, I saw her alive with them in the state of Sonora, Mexico. Do you know where Sonora, Mexico
it's
is?
the border right below where Nancy Guthrie was living.
Okay.
So, I mean, look, that location would make sense geographically to where she could potentially be.
Mhm.
But it's kind of interesting because we're believing that this is a person that already has written in the past.
Right.
And the past times, this person said she was dead, said Nancy was no longer with
Right.
us. And kind of what they're saying now is almost like they know that they saw her alive with them at one point, we're believing. So just kind of some confusion if this person who claims to know or have seen her,
Right.
if they're trying to say she is alive or she's no longer with us, whatever the case, they are urging somebody to donate or to put money in to this Bitcoin. They're asking
Yeah.
for half a Bitcoin now, right?
Half a Bitcoin. But again, suggesting in the first note.
Great point by Ruby here. We got some smart people in the flock of black sheep here. So if you're watching this out there, one of the 152 people here so far, say hello to the flock of black sheep in the live chat. Very supportive and encouraging group, if not eccentric as well. But I would have it no other way, like I always say. And Ruby says, why would you settle for, it's not even 67,000, it's half of that, so 33.5, when you can get over 1 million? Makes no sense, just like this case. Well said, Ruby. Exactly right. Savannah was offering $1 million for, I don't even think that was for her body alive at that point. They just wanted to know where she was. They wanted her returned home. So if they really had that information, or at the very least could just tell them where Nancy is, why not reach out to Savannah, right? Well said, Ruby. Well said.
That Nancy is quote, she is dead.
Right.
We did send this first note to the FBI, but they're not convinced it's a legit note.
Otherwise, they would have, the FBI would have just been like, here's, 60,000 or 30,000 or whatever.
Right.
And like try to get the information. Look, the risk is that the FBI loses money and this person is bogus and disappears off the face of the planet.
Right.
But do you take that risk and just contribute or, put the money in just to see if something comes out of this?
Yeah.
I mean, like you mentioned, Savannah is back on the Today Show. She returned today. Her mother has been missing for 2 months. 2 months.
February 1st.
There hasn't really been a whole lot of movement. Remember, they kind of found some people who they thought were connected. They both weren't.
Yeah.
They've been released. No one's behind bars right now. They haven't found her body. They really don't have, at least from what we've seen, they don't really have any leads.
Yeah.
It's starting to dip into the cold case basket.
Yeah.
Which is so frustrating. So I think if you have nothing else, just give the 60,000 or just give the 30,000. I feel like Savannah is a woman that is wealthy. She herself thinks that it's possible her mother was targeted because of her, because of her fame, because of her wealth. I mean, what is it to the Guthrie family to put in 30 or 60 grand?
What's the principle of it? The USA, they say this, you've heard this in the movies, we don't negotiate with terrorists.
Yeah.
We don't do it because then it would encourage other terrorists to do the exact same thing, jump on our planes, hold planes for ransom, whatever it is. You can't encourage that behavior. So if we're going to start publicly, here's the thing.
Right.
Publicly, there's no information that they paid anything, right? But who knows what went on behind the scenes?
Well, but this person's still writing in, so
this specific person.
Yeah.
What about the two ransom notes that Savannah believes, and she just talked about this with Hoda, believes are legit?
But those
who knows if she sent money to
those Bitcoin accounts are public,
right? And we didn't see money go in or out.
Right.
There's just a lot here, and I'm with you though. I believe that you're going to regret the rest of your life if you did not at least try and send the money to that address. Because think of it. What if they had?
Right.
In those few days, it was shortly after the kidnapping. What if they did and Nancy returned the next week? That's a very hard thing to deal with. I can't even imagine.
And just her returning back to work today with not having any closure.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you go on? That is so challenging to come back to work and try to have a somewhat normal life, but your mom is gone and you have no idea what happened to her.
I had a dream like that recently where
About
I
your
lost
mom?
somebody. No, it wasn't my mom, but someone close to me. And like I for that dream, that moment, I felt that in my stomach. I have very vivid dreams. I felt that in my stomach, and that's something that I can't even imagine like living with.
Right.
You know, more so going back to work. It's also important to note this person clearly senses the FBI's disbelief that this person who sent these notes, saying in the first letter, it's quote, unbelievable that millions have been wasted, and yet here I am willing to deliver them on a silver platter since the 11th of February for a Bitcoin, but I am disregarded as a scam. They are free and the case is frozen, but the egos remain hot when it comes to me. Arrogance at its finest. This person
sounds like an antagonistic troll. So, hey, bud, why don't you reach out to Savannah for 1 million? What the hell's wrong with you? Like, makes no sense.
And also said that the reason that they're asking for a Bitcoin is because they want to be able to protect themselves in case these people come after them. May that be legal fees, hiding out somewhere for protection, because
We
this
also
person's
don't
dangerous.
know. We don't know this person's background, right?
And I guess I could buy that because I have said before that, yeah, it can be dangerous for someone to reach out and to come forward because now there's a target. Even so, even while that's correct, it could also just also be an opportunistic exploiter, and they are reaching out this way because if you're an opportunistic exploiter, it's going to be harder to detect anyway. So I still don't necessarily think it means it's real.
Not at
What
all.
if they are, I'm just throwing it out there, what if they're illegal?
Yeah.
You know, and are scared to give information because they don't want to notify authorities that they're not even allowed to be here. Or, you know, there could be other factors as to why this person doesn't want to go directly to the FBI.
Yeah.
But the fact that this person wants money, I mean, I would be so open to giving information for free.
I get it. Bitcoin's untraceable. That's the one. That's the way to go about this. That's what it would be. But Bitcoin is like the key factor in a scam. Any scam, cryptocurrency,
because it's
scam.
untraceable.
You know what I mean? And this person did try to distance themselves from the kidnapping. Had no in any way part of it.
Connection.
Claiming they've been out of the U.S. for more than 5 years and
Yep.
had nothing to do with this quote horrific crime, is what they said.
Yeah.
In the second note, the person claims they're not motivated by greed whatsoever and insists, quote, I want what's fair to live peacefully and want enough.
And remember, Bitcoin is traceable, but what happens is when you spread it out to other coins and privacy projects, it becomes much more difficult to trace with every transaction. So if you're smart, what you would do is you would divvy it up into like 10 different wallets instantly. And again, it's just going to be harder for them to track at that point.
To start my life again quietly without having to join a witness protection program. So yeah, that's the question too. Why does this person care so much? But then there's also money.
Right. I mean, look, presumably if this person knows the people that captured Nancy Guthrie and kidnapped her, you probably know some bad people. And
Yeah.
if you're in a crew with bad people, you might be a bad person yourself.
If you really want to, whatever you believe, what religion you are, you believe in God. If you're trying to do the right thing here, money doesn't matter here.
No.
Do the right thing.
Right.
And I'm telling you, giving is way more of a blessing than receiving.
Absolutely.
So give this information, like put it to God, you know, like if you believe in God.
To the person that wrote in, if you are watching our podcast right now, we, meaning me and Branson on the TMZ podcast, are encouraging you to just forget the money and just do the right thing and just give it up for free. Just either write into us, post it from an alias on social media or whatever. I mean, I get why people want money. A lot of people are motivated by money.
Well, this
but for
person
something
doesn't-
like this,
Right.
just say it.
Right.
Help out a family.
I know. And
deserve
it's
it.
important to know too that the reason this person won't come to the table here is because he's worried about the FBI. He doesn't trust them. He doesn't trust their reward whatsoever, and he doesn't trust them at all. I mean, who knows what kind of background this person has? Like you said,
right.
could be a hardcore criminal back, could be somebody on the wanted list.
Totally.
For all we know.
Yeah.
So witness protection program could be like, you're going to jail.
Yeah.
You know what I
totally.
mean? Like, I don't know what's going on here, but
yeah, crazy. What do you guys think? Should this person give up the information with no money? Do you think they should get their money? Because there is a reward, right?
yeah, there is a reward. I don't want to say the exact dollar amount because I don't have it right here, but I know that it's more than a whole Bitcoin.
Right.
100% more than a full Bitcoin. So yeah. All right. Well, we will keep you updated on this. The fact that there's new ransom notes coming in, not ransom, but there's new notes coming in, kind of gives me hope a little bit.
Like new interest, maybe closer to solving or at least knowing a little bit
just want
what
closure.
happened.
Like that closure is a blessing. in that
Absolutely.
situation. Like you need that to move on with your life, you know? So we'll keep you updated tomorrow morning. Hopefully there's something new. Cotton will be on here. But Taylor Frankie Paul.
Yeah, Taylor Frankie Paul.
I'll let you take this a little bit.
Sure.
Yeah.
She is cutting ties officially with the Mormon Church, which I think is like a little funny because I don't think anyone really thought she was still connected. But obviously remember who she is. She was on the Mormon Wives.
All right. We don't really need to go over Taylor Frankie Paul at this point. We went over her on another video briefly. Not that much to go over there.
That's why you had the PIO. And
You guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. I really appreciate. Please click to subscribe. Really appreciate all of your support.
Also, yes, make sure you check out Brian Nitton's channel. Support his work. Like Meyer, likes are free. Smash that like button if you're feeling a little bit frisky, or leave your DNA of choice on the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already, and say hello. Most importantly, to the flock of black sheep here in the live, very lively group
of my channel. Today is day 65 in the search for Nancy Guthrie, and there is some new news that just came down a little while ago. TMZ is now reporting that they have received yet another ransom note, and they're giving specific details of what that note said. I'm going to get to that in just a second. Also, Savannah was back on the Today Show for the first time since Nancy Guthrie disappeared. And one thing that I'm wondering is it just a coincidence that TMZ has received this new alleged ransom note on the same day that Savannah Guthrie went back to work? Look, I don't know if this ransom note is real. I think most of the ransom notes are fake. I think that TMZ has overblown a lot of these notes. And I'm going to get to exactly what it is in a second, but I have wondered if
Brian, on that note, I think TMZ also has overblown those notes. It's a sneaky way to get more attention, clicks, views. That's why it was surprising to me that Savannah said she thought any of them were real. I'm under the impression none of them are real. But chat, what do you think? Do you think any of these ransom notes are real? Press 1 if you think they are. Press 2 if you think none of them are real. So again, 1 if you think any of the ransom notes are real. 2 if you think none of them are real.
when Savannah Guthrie went back to work, would that spark new interest in the case? Would that spark whoever did this to somehow do something differently or react differently? So it's something that's kind of been in the back of my mind. I was wondering if there was going to be some kind of development today. So anyway, I'll get to the TMZ note in a minute. First, I do want to reference, though, Savannah going back to the Today Show this morning. She said that she had received many letters, that she had received so much kindness. She said, "Good morning. Welcome to Today on this Monday morning. We are so glad you started your week with us, and it is good to be home." She wore yellow, and she later went outside, you know how the Today Show anchors do, and was taking pictures with fans outside. And there were all these people who had signs saying, "Welcome back, Savannah." And there was no real direct mention of Nancy Guthrie or of the investigation or anything, but it seemed emotional, obviously with her first day back after everything that she has been through, and was obviously took an enormous amount of strength, and she has just been really incredible through this entire thing, in my opinion. Okay, back to this TMZ note. So I'm going to read, I took notes of what TMZ is saying happened here with this latest ransom note. They are saying that a person has been incessantly contacting us. They use that word, incessantly. That they received another letter saying, I know where her body is and where the kidnapper is. Give us half a Bitcoin and I will tell you. And again, they were saying this person has been very persistent. This is someone who has contacted them in the past, wanted to make clear they have not.
Did you catch that plural usage of us there? Give us half a Bitcoin? Who is us? That would be my question. Who is us?
Nothing to do with it, meaning Nancy Guthrie's disappearance, that they've been out of the country, but that they know who the kidnapper is and where the body is. And Harvey Levin at TMZ says that they've forwarded the letter to the FBI. He said, my spidey senses say there is something about this guy. So it doesn't seem like he's totally discounting the letter. At one point, Harvey Levin said at one point, the same person who emailed before said time was of the essence. Then
how am I not surprised that Harvey Levin is the one saying, oh yes, I think this one's real? Of course he does.
Later said time was no longer of the essence, which it seems like is making Harvey Levin think that this is legit, because the person may have sent the first note when they knew that Nancy Guthrie was alive, and then perhaps sent the second note when they knew that Nancy Guthrie was no longer alive. Now, I don't know what to make of these TMZ notes. I've been skeptical. I mean, are they just looking for attention? They make a good headline for TMZ every time they report on one of these. But again, I think the timing is interesting, that this is coming on the same day that Savannah Guthrie is back at the Today Show. And I think it's interesting that Harvey Levin is saying that his spidey senses say there is something about this guy. I also think you have to remember that Savannah Guthrie said when she did her Today Show interview that she believed that 2 of the ransom notes were perhaps legit, which actually surprised me. That was probably the most surprising in the interview for me, because I did not think that she was going to say that. I just assumed that they realized that none of them were legit, but she said she believes the 2 are legit. And now we have this new note reportedly coming from TMZ on the same day that Savannah Guthrie is back to work. I am joined now by Joe Jackalone, a retired NYPD sergeant. He's been involved in a ton of criminal investigations and cold cases. Joe, thank you so much for joining me. Really, really appreciate it, sir.
Thanks for having me on, Brian.
I first want to ask you about this new development within the last couple of hours. TMZ reports that they've received another ransom note. I've always been a little skeptical of the ransom notes, especially from TMZ. Like, are they just trying to get headlines? But I was just reading through what they said. Harvey Levin said, my spidey senses say there is something about this guy.
I agree with Brian. I think just more so for headlines. And back in the poll that I gave, only a couple of people think any of the ransom notes are real. The majority of people think none of them are real. And I would agree. I don't think any of them are real.
He's written them before. He's been very persistent. He doesn't claim to be the kidnapper, but says he knows who that person is and where the body is. I mean, what do you make of it?
Well, listen, law enforcement's going to have to try to track down anything they can on this. Like you said, I've took the ransom stuff with a grain of salt from the very beginning, because it was unlike anything we've ever seen before in history and textbooks or what have you. So listen, they have to do this as part of their investigation, but there's always been a couple of investigations, tracks going on here. Your ransom, stranger kidnapping, family members. I mean, all of these things happen just about in every investigation. So, it's just another thing that they'd have to concentrate on and quite frankly, probably waste a lot of time trying to figure out what exactly is happening on that end.
With Savannah Guthrie going back on the Today Show this morning, though, I had always kind of wondered in the back of my mind, when she decided to do that, would that have an impact in the investigation? Like, would that spark someone new to come forward? Or if it was like a obsessed Savannah person who did this, would they be sparked to send a new note or something? So the timing is kind of interesting, that the same morning she goes back to work after more than 2 months, TMZ suddenly gets a note. I mean, what do you think of that?
Eventually, I mean, she had to go back to work, all right? I mean, I remember standing at a homicide a long time ago at a scene, and I remember the detective.
And again, I think a big reason Savannah went back to work, it stems back from the reason why Nancy had said, if Savannah doesn't feel like she can leave the nest, so to speak, and be out on her own, I didn't do my job as a mother. That's what Nancy said. So I think partially what Savannah's doing with this is she's like, what would Nancy want me to do? Nancy, my mom, would probably want me to go back to work. And like she said in the interview with Hoda, she doesn't want them to steal her joy. Because again, as I've said before, if this whole thing was to get revenge on Savannah Guthrie or to punish her in some way, what better way to get back at them by not letting that happen, right? By going back to work, not letting them rob your joy, etc. That doesn't mean you're not going to grieve your mother, of course. Of course you are. But I think she's doing a good thing, Savannah. And she's doing probably what her mother would want her to do.
Next time he's saying, hey, Sarge, you know what? Life goes on, right? You know, and things just happen like this. But yes, I think the best thing for her in her own, you know, for her own mental health and overall health is to try to get back to some sort of routine where she goes back to work and does something that she loves to try to keep her mind off of this, because I'm sure she's basically losing her mind in so many aspects about what's going on with the investigation, worried about her mom and her health and everything else that goes along with it. You know, we can only imagine what somebody would go through that kind of trauma.
What do you think about the timing, though, of this note to TMZ on the day that she went back? Do you think that there could be a link there?
I don't think so, but like everything else, if this is somebody who's just been trying to make, you know, trouble, so to speak, you know, then yes, sure, they would do this, take this opportunity because she's back on the news and everything else that goes along with it. But I don't know. I just hope that they figure out who this person is, and if they have real information. I mean, there's over $1 million in reward for this. So, I mean, come on.
I think it's good for Savannah also to be like staying active and doing things. Like, what are you supposed to do? Just like torture yourself every day? Just dwelling on it all day, every day? And like the woman the other day said, unless you have an idea of where you should be searching is like useless, is what she had said. You need to have at least a condensed area of where to even look, or you're just spinning your wheels. So I get it. I get exactly why she's doing what she's doing. Also, please remember to like the video. Likes are for my spirit animal, Shadow the Night Owl here, if you were wondering who that is. Subscribe to the channel if you're not already. And again, Super Chat's a great way to support the channel and get questions answered. Becoming a channel member or gifting memberships gives you access to the members-only live streams. Super Stickers also help a bunch too. And make sure you say hello to the flock of black sheep. We got representatives from all over the world here, literally.
You don't seem that, just as the tone of your voice, you don't seem that convinced with these notes.
No, I didn't. Like I said, I wasn't really a big fan of this ransom stuff from the beginning. You know, and one person they did catch, right, that was trying to scam the people out of this, it would have rewritten textbooks, Brian, on how law enforcement handles ransom notes. I mean, they didn't go directly to the family. They go through the media, which is something we've never seen before. There's just some other, you know, things I just don't like about this, right? The idea is to get the money and be able to give the person back. But that doesn't seem to be part of the equation when this thing first happened.
And there was no proof of life ever, from what we know.
Right. And you're not going to send any money over the internet for this. I mean, it's not that it's gone forever. I know a lot of people don't think that the Bitcoin can't be, you know, traced, but listen, there are a lot of people out there that have the skills to be able to do this. And you know what? The FBI, I'm sure, is working on that as we speak.
Yeah, I sort of thought all the ransom notes were just made up. But then when Savannah did that interview with Hoda, she said that she believes that two of the ones that they received could be legit. So then I started to think to myself, well, wait a minute, if she's saying that, you know, that's probably the FBI telling her that. So maybe some of them have been, you know, real.
Well, I mean, listen, they don't tell. The FBI is not going to tell victim's family exactly everything that's going on. We think it's credible. But law enforcement's job is to make sure they vet all that information anyway. They're not going to come out and say this is nonsense and we're not going to even be bothered. So, you know, you don't want to give people hope, but you also want to say, listen, we're taking this seriously. We don't know if it's real or not. I'm going to try to track it down and see if we can get you an answer. I mean, I'm sure that was kind of like the conversation going on.
Yeah. And so we'll see where these notes go. I mean, again, if TMZ thinks it's a good headline every time they get a note, but obviously they're saying that they're forwarding it to the FBI, and we'll just have to see how that plays out. I'm curious, Joe, it's now been more than 2 months. You did so much cold case work. I don't want to call this a cold case yet, but if you were to receive, if you were working this case, you received the file now, like where do you begin?
It's easy for me to say I would be creating an international cold case task force. And we would be bringing in every agency that's within 100 miles of where this crime happened. Looking at least one representative. Of course, we would include the federal partners, including the DEA. Now, people say, well, why would the DEA? Because Mexico is not far away. I'm sure there's assets and confidential informants in Mexico that they can help out with this investigation. And one of the things that I would be pushing for is to be debriefing every prisoner that gets arrested in that 100-mile radius, asking them if they know anything about the case. Recently convicted prisoners, as they're sitting in the cell for the first time in the first week, you know what? Maybe they do know something. Listen, you have to go to the sources where these guys know one another, so to speak, and try to get information out of somebody. This is a get out of jail. And like I said before, over $1 million anywhere is really concerning, which means it could be a big part of the dark underworld that we don't know about just yet, and people have been keeping it quiet. But you know what? One thing I found in my career is that somebody who's been sitting in a cell says, you know what? I know something. I got to get out of here, and they can try to make a deal.
It's interesting.
And by the way, announcement, tomorrow I'll be interviewing Christian John again. So those of you who remember him, he joined me with Dr. Salerno once, and I spoke to him individually twice. I'll be talking to him again tomorrow. I think we're going to talk about narcissistic parents and how they distort who you are. They reflect back to you a distorted mirror of who you are. And that's going to be part of what we talk about.
You say that one of my cop friends, and he's not even a detective, he's a street cop and he's a younger guy. He was asked, we were chatting about the Nancy Guthrie case, and that's what he said. He said, I bet at some point someone in prison is going to have the tip. And I was like, why do you think that? And he said, I don't know. I just have a hunch. Like at some point it's going to be someone behind bars who gives up some info.
Well, I mean, it's a tactic that we use quite often when we're trying to investigate cold cases, when you're dealing with things with 20, 30 years old. Who else would know about things such as this? And listen, debriefing of prisoners, even at intake, and I don't care if it's for something minor, you never know exactly how many times people have been arrested, and they might be looking at some serious time and they have heard something. I'll take a rumor. I'll take anything. Of course, the police have to go and vet that information.
And that's an interesting point. Someone heard something in jail. The people that have less to lose, right? They're like, I heard this. And maybe they can hear something through the grapevine. So if anyone knows about this, criminals would. That's what I would guess. They probably have a closer ear to the ground in the criminal world than most people, even in prison. So that would be an interesting avenue to explore, in my opinion.
But it's a lead, right? There comes a point you have to go and shake the trees and create your own leads. I don't want to see police departments sit back and say, well, we have DNA possibly, right? Well, no, you have nothing until you get it back. That's the first thing. And even if you get it back, you don't know if it's going to be usable, if they were able to extract the mixtures, all those things that go, right? Get off your butts, go out there and start shaking your own trees. Make something happen. And listen, law enforcement has the capability of doing this, but having all of those other departments doing the same thing you're doing, you shake enough trees, it could be something falling out of it.
You mentioned Mexico. I've always wondered why it seems like they've downplayed Mexico. Like in the beginning, they made a point to say, well, we have no evidence to believe this has anything to do with Mexico. The Mexican government said the same thing, but it's so close. I mean, I drove there from Nancy's house. It takes like an hour and a half, maybe even less time if there's no traffic. Like, I just have a hard time just saying it has nothing to do with Mexico. It seems like we should keep that possibility open.
My whole thought would have been, if I did this, probably the first place I would go is Mexico, because I just think it's easier to get away with things there. People, less eyeballs on you, less people who know who Nancy is. So that's where I'd be going. I mean, think about that, chat. If that were you, I'm not saying whatever would be you, but if you're a criminal and you want to get away with something with a person, where are you going to go? You're probably not staying in America. You'll probably go south. Just easier to stay away, right?
Keep it open. But I also remember, whatever the law enforcement agencies say too, you never take them for full value. They say everything and nothing all in the same sentence, right? Oh, everybody's cleared. You know, nobody's cleared until the case is over. I mean, it's as simple as that. First of all, you don't want to keep people, you want to keep people calm. You want to keep people, in a situation where they might make a mistake. So we never want to label anything as, this person, that person, or anything else. But yes, you have to keep the Mexico angle open. Not even saying that there, drug cartels are involved. It's just an easy escape over the border kind of thing, which in this case might even help even more in respect that it's an automatic federal takeover at that point, as soon as you have that international line cross or a state line cross. And quite frankly, something I was hoping for, where the feds would be able to just step in and say, okay, our turn. The feds are always lurking in these cases. I mean, I've worked with the feds, and it's not like television where you're always fighting. It's actually really a symbiotic relationship, and I've always had some good relationships with those guys and girls. But you know what? We hear differently. We don't know for sure what's happened in Pima, but if that's the case, it would be an absolute shame if that occurred.
Tammy, the new news is TMZ got a new ransom note asking for half a Bitcoin, and they would tell people where Nancy's body is. I don't think it's real. They also said they had seen Nancy alive in Mexico at a point. I don't really agree with that either. I don't think that's true either.
Yeah, so what I heard from sources is initially that there was an issue between the FBI and the local sheriff's office, that the sheriff's office wasn't sharing it.
And also, the people that want to go search for her, it's like, what would you even do? Like, it sounds good to say it, but what would you actually do? Like, how would you spend your time? Would you ask the Cajun Navy to hunt? Like, would you go out in the desert yourself? Like, seriously, what would you do? Talk to people? Like, I don't even know what you would do. Like, the people who are equipped to handle it are the detectives, people that the FBI, the people that know what to do with themselves.
Everything that the sheriff has this longstanding beef with the FBI, and there were issues in the beginning, but now they have this task force, and apparently it's pretty seamless now. They're getting along. It's less about the sheriff and more just like the detectives and the FBI agents working together, and they've sort of straightened all of that out, from what I'm hearing.
Well, let's hope so, right? I mean, but even then, you've lost valuable time in those weeks where you're trying to iron this out. And did it get ironed out because it finally became public and became part of the discourse of what was going on in the investigation? Because if that's the case,
they didn't give up on Elizabeth Smarts because she got returned. They looked like she got found by someone else. But so if Savannah looks for her every day, the criminals have won. They've robbed her of her life. And every day she'll be searching for her mother instead of doing the things that gives her joy in living her life anyway. That's given them a win, in my opinion.
Okay, great, you fixed it, but it's still like you got to shake your head and say, well, what were you thinking? I mean, there's so many things that I look at this case and I just scratch my head, and I always make the joke that I said if I had hair, I'd pull it out, because things such as not even holding the crime scene. I mean, there was no reason to let that crime scene go. I'll tell you right now, if that case happened in New York City, not only we would have kept the house, we would have cordoned off that entire piece of property, and we would have parked one of those big old temporary headquarters vehicle right on the front lawn. And I mean, we're talking, I haven't seen a line or a grid search or a zone search. I haven't seen any of that. I mean, you have people walking around like, on an Easter egg hunt. That's not the way you do these things. David dogs, why aren't we bringing them in? Why have they never brought back bloodhounds? They said that they did it in the beginning.
There's also a huge difference between looking for a 15 or 16-year-old girl that's probably still alive and was still alive versus an 84-year-old woman who is almost certainly dead. Let's keep it real here.
They said canines. They didn't specify the kind of dogs that they brought in. I don't know for sure. I'm sure if you heard the type of dogs. But at this point, bring back bloodhounds. Let them sniff the clothing, the pajamas, whatever was left over, and see if we can get a trail, anything. But I mean, now we're talking months into this, and I just say this is like basic investigation stuff. And why wasn't it done? I don't think we'll ever get the answer for.
I still don't understand why they cleared the crime scene that first time, because the family wasn't itching to get back into the house. I don't know what the urgency was in doing that. There didn't seem to be any pressure from the outside. Like I couldn't figure it out.
From all we know, that there was nobody else that even had an expectation of privacy for that house, meaning the only person that had access to the house or the privacy was Nancy herself, which means we wouldn't, we meaning law enforcement, not me personally, wouldn't need even a search warrant at that point. So, I mean, to say that you would just do this and then leave and then let everybody kind of walk all over the place, it's kind of like, I question that. Say that entire place should have been done. Because remember, we saw the guy come into the, I think it was the septic tank, right? And kind of like poking in a few days. You found the blood, on the doorstep, right? I mean, the gloves. Talk about another nightmare scenario, right? Having 16 pairs of rubber gloves that they were left at the scene by searchers, and then another pair of rubber gloves from 2 miles away. I mean, it's like, what are we doing here, folks? I mean, this is not the stuff that we train. And there are no national standards per se on how to run a crime scene, but there is plenty of literature on this. The National Institute of Justice has guides out on this stuff. There have been plenty of textbooks written on this. So to me, it's unacceptable in 2026.
When I think you saw my story, we had a source close to the investigation in Silhouette talking, and I think you tweeted about it, where he was saying that the supervisor had never investigated a homicide, which I think I remember seeing.
Tim, thank you for becoming a member. Member for 1 month. Appreciate that. You have access now to the members only live streams. And to Tech and Kat, I just don't think it's realistic for everyone to do that.
Your tweet, like, that didn't seem to bother. Weren't you trying to say, well, that part didn't bother you that much?
Right. It doesn't bother me that, because the supervisor's there to make sure that the detectives have what they need in order to investigate the case. So when I was a sergeant in the detective squad, I remember the lieutenant telling me, when I was a brand new sergeant in the squad, I remember the lieutenant says, give the detectives enough space. Your job is to make sure that they have the equipment and the necessary means to do their job, and just let detectives do their work. So yes, when you saw that, I said, that doesn't matter, right? The idea behind the supervisor in this is going to be the manager, the mentor, the trainer, to be able to go in there and say, okay, guys, have you thought of this? No? Okay, why don't we give that a shot? I mean, that's really what the supervisor's job should be. But we're hearing all kinds of stuff about what's going on, like benching your homicide detectives or the people who had the skill sets already. But you know what, Brian? I don't know if you've asked this question, like, why didn't they ask for a mutual aid from Tucson or Phoenix, right? And initially, I'd be calling Phoenix and Tucson and say, hey, I need 5 homicide detectives or 5 detectives with experience. I need them there within 48 hours. We're going to pay the bill, but, send them down here. We need everybody at bear on this, because it's been proven. The more detectives on an initial case, the faster you'll get it solved. It's as simple as that. And having all these people involved and all this experience to do so is something that needed to be brought bare to the initial stages of this investigation.
Yeah, and beyond the supervisor, we're hearing that the detectives also had less than 2 years experience, because the experienced detectives were moved out of homicide because of a beef with the sheriff.
And again, though, does that mean they had no missing persons experience, or was it just homicide experience? We didn't get to the bottom of that question, did we?
And all this drama with the election, and it gets very political.
Oh yeah.
And I realized that, like, pretty much right when I got there and started talking to people.
Ellen, thank you very much for the super sticker, Ellen. Shadow, the Night Owl, says thank you. That'll help him pay for some Hootie snacks. So thank you very much.
Well, there's just these beefs with the sheriff that have been ongoing for a long time and seem to have bled into this investigation.
And the silence is sort of deafening too, in regards to like what people know from the outside, if they were even asked, or what they even feel about the situation. But yes, listen, detectives who never caught a homicide or an investigation like this, the only way they're going to learn is until they do so. The idea is having that experience to help them move them along, right? Let them do the case. We saw something very similar happen in Moscow, if you remember, right? The detective there, he never really did the homicide, and they made an arrest in that case too. So if you've investigated cases before, we train our detectives in New York City to solve homicides because you will then use all those tools to solve your lesser crimes. So we prepared our detectives to solve the ultimate crime against society so that anything less than that, they already have the tools necessary, which would bring in another conversation. What is their training like? Who does the training? How often is the training? And was anybody trained? You know, I mean, those are the next questions that would come up. I mean, I would like to see if they have a detective guide or a procedure about how to handle a crime scene, even from the uniform cops, the first cops on the scene. Listen, they often make or break cases. Did they hold the scene? Did they see any witnesses? Did they detain anybody? Did they notice something out of place? Those are all real important steps when you're dealing with a case like this.
Yeah, and I was in Idaho for the Moscow.
I mean, generally, the people that really tout about how much empathy they have, often to be covert narcissistic people, are the ones that say they have so much empathy all the time. Seriously.
Go murders too. And I think the difference there was the police weren't saying anything, and we didn't know what was going on behind the scenes, but we just didn't know. I mean, we didn't know if they were busy, if they had a lot, if they didn't have a lot. With this situation, though, in Arizona with Nancy Guthrie, like, we actually have sources telling us that they have nothing, that they have no suspect, that they don't have any good leads right now, that they're basically just, I mean, like, the latest I've heard is that they're going to all the construction sites in the neighborhood and trying to get a full list of everybody who's worked these construction jobs, just to go down that list and try to rule those people out. And apparently they're having a hard time because some of the crews are nervous to give up names, and, you know, like, some people are in the country illegally. There's, you know, issues there with all of that. But I mean, they're not to say that they're desperate, but they're, I mean, kind of like you said, shaking the trees. Like, it seems like they're really shaking the trees. Where when I was in Idaho, they actually had, like, really legitimate stuff going on behind the scenes. They just weren't, they were closing in on Brian Koberger. They just weren't telling us that. Whereas they're not closing in on anyone from what we know in Arizona.
Right. And I kind of agree with that, so to speak, because you see these over $1 million worth of rewards, and we haven't seen anything that resembles anything of reports, except for, remember, in the initial stages, and you were part of one of those where they had somebody in custody, and they made the cardinal rule of saying, we have somebody in custody, right? You don't do that until after you vet out the information and who this person is, because it looks bad. I mean, I just wish that the sheriff, and I've seen this a number of times recently, would have just used a public information officer at the very beginning stages of this. When you have a major case like this, I want to see my police executive at the scene. I want him or her directing what should be going on, what assets they need, if they need cell phones or batteries or even just food to keep them at the scene going. That's what I want my executives to be doing, not sitting in front of the press conference. That's why you have a PIO, because, as you know, Brian, these cases are dynamic and they change in the matter of minutes. And when you the executive say something, everyone expects that to be the truth, even though you're not lying, but you gave out bad information. Who can walk back the executive? There's nobody above you. That's why you have the PIO, and then the next person who's higher than them can step in and say, okay, we know we said this, but that was the initial thing. Now the investigation has shifted. This is what we found. We will keep you posted. And that's it. And instead, it turned into the mess that it has been.
That's such a good point. The sheriff could have almost protected himself and his reputation. You use a PIO, and then it's kind of like, oh, we had bad information. It's more on them, versus now you got the top guy making mistakes, saying things different ways. And then it like it is now, it's like, who can we trust?
Right. And now every time he says something or every time he did something, nobody believes him. And that's part of the problem. But that's why we have PIOs. Listen, this whole incident management system technique has been in place since September 11th, where we have an incident commander and we have different sections. And one of those sections is public information. And that person is generally the public information officer. And I can't remember the case offhand. Well, it was a much smaller department, and it was a major case, and they actually got a PIO from a major city that wasn't too far away. And he stepped in, the sergeant stepped in and controlled the entire narrative, and everything worked out well. We spend the time and effort to train our PIOs to deal with the media, to be able to speak in front of the media and do all those things. As you know, it's not easy. So if we have somebody that's trained, for somebody who, in this case, a police executive who really doesn't have that kind of training, who might think that they have that training, stand up there and say things that end up not being true, I think it turned off a lot of people. And of course, we see now a lot of negative attention directed his way, and unfortunately, is rightly so.
Well, you brought up Idaho earlier, and they did something like that. They brought in the Idaho State Police public information officer to handle things for them in Moscow, even though it was a city case, city of Moscow. You know, they had someone from the outside come in and just handle all the media requests. And the chief maybe did like 1 or 2 interviews total. I mean, and it was very rare. And he just let that PIO handle everything.
And that's the way it should be done, right? So we have the model, we have the training, right? FEMA runs this. We know exactly what we want them to do and say and be able to handle something during a big major case so that we don't run into these kind of problems. But we saw this up in the Brown University incident. We saw this with the shooting at Charlie Kirk. People coming out who shouldn't be saying things in the media, and it just doesn't foretell well about what's exactly the investigation is going to reveal. Plus, you bring in chances for the defense attorney to be able to do things, because remember, the defense attorney, if he's going to say, well, my client wasn't the guy because we're excluding all others. You had all these other people under arrest. What happened to them? Why weren't they the ones? I'm sure, you're just opening yourself up to this kind of stuff. And it's just, you have to prepare from the very minute this case starts that you're going to trial, and you dot your I's and cross your T's, and that's the way it should be handled.
I know there's still a lot of holes, but I haven't talked to you about this case yet, so I'm just curious. Do you have a theory? I mean, do you have a working theory based on the information that we do have of what happened here, what the motive might have been?
Well, there's a lot of things that a lot of people have speculated on a lot of things. But one thing that I can think of is that I don't believe she was a targeted attack. I think there was going to be a planned burglary and that this went bad. Why do I say it's not a targeted attack? Well, listen, look how they the guy dealt with the camera, right? I mean, putting flowers on or whatever. He wasn't really in a big rush. He wasn't really too concerned about this. And I had said from the very beginning that this guy was.
So my cousin is a narcissist who I have cut off. And so everything he does is tries to smear me in front of everyone. My own family tries to do that.
Was an amateur, and the reason why I said that is because he did not look prepared. Now, the people will throw that back at me and say, well, Joe, he's not an amateur, but we're 2 months into this. Well, listen, these guys make mistakes. It's up to law enforcement to be able to figure out what those mistakes are. But, listen, most burglaries happen directly through the front door. So that was his first intention. Does it happen through the back door? Apparently that's where things go. But you have an 84-year-old immobile person who has a heart monitor and all the other things that go along with it. Bad choice if she was a targeted attack, because the likelihood of something going wrong with her is extremely high, and now you're looking at murder charges. So,
but if it's just a burglary gone wrong, though, why would he have been there previously? Remember, we think he was there January 11th, which would have been 3 weeks before. Would he have been planning
staking out
long?
Staking out the joint, right? He's actually doing his homework. He's looking at things. Maybe he's knowing that her routine is like she goes over to her, she leaves every Sunday to go to, wherever. So, it was that day of Sunday. I mean, was it on a weekend? So was he doing his homework, so to speak? That's just the way I would be looking as the working theory. And I had said before we started, once the ransom notes started kicking in, you have another level of investigation that has to be done there. So you have to be able to pivot. So you have, like I said, 3 investigations happening: ransom, stranger abduction, and always friends and family are always included in these investigations. I don't care what anybody says. Most people are victimized by someone they know, and that's a direction that cases often go through. That doesn't mean it's true, but you as the investigator have to exclude all others. That's the goal. So if I can exclude the family, great, move on to the next one. Let's go through this. But that's why I was, I'm pushing this debriefing of prison stuff, because this isn't the first time I don't think this guy would do a burglary or do something like this. Show that photo to your prisoners. Show the video, because he had a little bit of a funky walk, right? He had that knapsack on that might have been a little too heavy. Looked like he almost would lose his balance. Maybe somebody identifies the gait, right? I mean, anything. You're never going to know until you try, and that's the bottom line here.
One of my friends, a retired FBI agent, Maureen O'Connell, who I have on a lot, you mentioned the gait and looked kind of funky. She thinks he was high. She's just convinced that the guy was on drugs.
He might be. I mean, listen, you have an elderly person. public information out there is who she actually was. So, guys like this who may be using drugs or whatever think there's drugs in the house, there's cash money, right? Because elderly people senior citizens tend to have cash in the house, right? So, I mean, it becomes a target-rich environment as far as I'm concerned. Listen, I don't have any background on this information. That would just be our working theory. And listen, this happens in every investigation. The detectives get together, and you sit there and you talk, all right, what do we think of the scenarios? And then you lay out all the scenarios, and then you see what evidence leads you to that. One of the things, maybe you have the answer to this one, Brian, I've been asking.
I can address my cousin if you would all like to hear about it. He's someone that a lot of my content ideas have come from him because they are things that he has done to me years ago. And so I've cut him off. And he's someone I've been no contact with for about 5 years now, but he doesn't like it. And so every once in a while, he'll reach out to my Instagram or try to reach around my no contact. He'll be friendly when I have to see him, like at my grandmother's birthday, but then he'll try to get me to unblock him. And if I don't, then he just tries to smear me. He'll say, oh, you abuse your grandmother, or you're with your grandmother and you haven't given her rent. Meanwhile, I do everything here and I help her, but he tries to make everything seem like it's the worst possible thing. And so apparently he reaches out to other people like Kat as well. And it's just one of those things where I've had to learn, okay, it's just what I have to deal with. And I've never wanted to get sucked into the game, but see clearly some of them are absolutely relentless. And my cousin has beaten his ex-girlfriends, by the way, multiple of them. That's the biggest reason we went no contact, as I mentioned that to him. Like, oh, did you know your ex reached out to me and told me you beat her? And I said that to him, and he didn't like it one bit. So I was like, you know what? Go fuck yourself. You're dead to me. So it's just disappointing that that's what he still does. I've tried to avoid him for a long time. So, but like I said, when they can't control you, they'll try to control how others see you. So, and all I was saying to Kat was, there are a lot of covert narcissist people that go on and on about how much love and light they have and how empathetic they are, when in reality, it's a ruse. I'm not saying Kat is that.
All along, and no one's ever given me an answer. Was there a router in the house? Did they take the router? So why is that important? Well, if you have friends and family and acquaintances and the pool guy and all the other stuff, they connect to the Wi-Fi. And that Wi-Fi that router becomes a real record of who was there. And even if you don't have access to it, right, you happens to you go somewhere and it says, hey, there's a Wi-Fi here. It connects onto your MAC address or whatever it is on your phone or your watch, and people are going to turn around and say, well, he made her take off the wristwatch, the Apple Watch and the phone. Yes, because the word is out there that these things can be easily traced and trackable. So bad guys know to get rid of these things now. It's unfortunate, but it's just a sign of the times.
You think we'll get a resolution soon?
No. If you would ask me this question in the first week or two, I would say yes, because I was really hopeful when I saw the FBI coming in here and doing this, because it is it's not a mini department. People think like this is like some mom and pop sheriff's department. They have 100 deputies in this department. And as far as the 18,000 agencies goes, it's huge, because most departments have fewer than 20 sworn cops. So this is a big department. But the FBI brings so many there. And quite frankly, I wouldn't seeing even the Secret Service coming in because of cell phone data and technology and all the other things. Like I said, the DEA because of the drug connections that they have in Mexico. So I would look to further my federal partner thing and just throw it out there. I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying I'd be answer to everything and all that other stuff. I'm just saying this is how my brain thinks. Even thought of this is that I'd be doing this, and this as of right this second.
Yeah, and you make a good point. People do think it's like some small little country department. There were 100 deputies.
Yeah, a couple hundred. Yeah,
it's not a small. It's not a small department. Tucson isn't like some small. It's a city. With the ransom notes, what are you looking for as an editor to see if they're legit?
Well, it would be that direct connection to the family. They want the money.
But I see issues keep on coming up. It's not just as simple as going no contact and then they respect your boundaries. It's like Christian John said, challenge to them to cross your boundaries, to break them, to get you back under their control again. Because when I was younger, I didn't have as much confidence as I have now. So like I was picked on and I just didn't stand up for myself. And it wasn't until I started standing up for myself that things become a problem. But again, this is what happens. You stand up for yourself, they'll twist and distort everything you can do, try to make you look bad. And again, I've never had someone treat me worse than a member of my own family, which is disappointing. And again, it's not always that easy just to go no contact, because unless you stay away from every family gathering, you're going to have to see them occasionally. It just is what it is. So you have to make some tough choices. And again, you've probably heard me talk about this, right? Where do you think I got this from? It's because I live it.
They don't usually, I don't think they've ever wanted a big production out of this. It's usually very quiet, one-on-one kind of conversation between them, the law enforcement agency, and or the family members to get the money, to come up with a scenario where they're going to drop off the victim and get and be gone with it. So to bring in all of the national media and all the other stuff is just way too much for me as far as I'm concerned, because if you're trying to keep something like this, you want to keep it on the down low. You don't want to have the FBI getting involved in this thing off the bat. You don't want that if you're a bad guy. No way, no how.
All right, I appreciate Joe for taking the time to talk with me, help me go over all these new developments. There's a couple of other things I wanted to tell you about that's developed over the last couple of days, specifically when it comes to Sheriff Nanos. You guys remember the Board of Supervisors in Pima County has been investigating the sheriff. There was this whole controversy with him allegedly lying under oath and saying that he had never been suspended before, when actually at his last job decades ago in El Paso, he had been suspended a number of times. So the Board of Supervisors hired this legal team to look into the sheriff. There's also been allegations of ethical violations involving his opponent when he was running for sheriff.
Tina, thank you for the super chat here. I love this channel. Why is it difficult for some people to allow you to be happy? You are for them, but they always find ways to bring you down. It's really just about control. It's not because they care about me in any way. It's just that they're not feeling like they're in the one-up position. That's really all it is. And how do you know it's that? Because he used to do the same things to me all the time. He would cut me off, and that was fine. But now that I did it to him, it's the end of the world. That's just how it goes. You live and you learn.
A woman named Heather Lappin, who also worked at the sheriff's office, and these allegations are that he was purposely punishing her ahead of the election and that there was election interference. So there's this new document that's come out where there are 3 different things that he was being investigated for bullying. It said that they don't have the evidence to support a finding. But then these 2, they backed up. Ethics, the preponderance of the evidence supports a finding that Sheriff Nanos used his...
And to repeat, all I was saying about the empathy thing is this. There's a lot of covert narc type folks that go on and on about their empathy, and it's really not that. It's performative at best. I'm not saying that was Kat, but there are a lot of people out there that do that.
Authority and department resources for political gain. The evidence includes considering Lieutenant Lappin's political campaign in investigation and disciplinary decision-making, culminating in issuing a press release that included information obtained in his capacity of sheriff. So they backed up an ethical violation, basically saying that he put out this press release before the election against a woman who he was running against, who was also under him at the sheriff's office. And then also code of conduct, the preponderance of the evidence supports a finding that Sheriff Nanos violated applicable code of conduct rules by including confidential information in a press release about the reasons he placed Lieutenant Lappin on paid administrative leave for political gain. He did not maintain rules about courtesy and civility. So they upheld that one, and it says the sheriff's actions were found to be inconsistent with the listed policies. However, the sheriff is not subject to these policies as an elected official. So again, it just goes back to the fact that because he is an elected sheriff, they can issue these rulings, but there's really not much they can do in terms of getting him out of office because he is elected by the people. There, of course, is the recall going on behind the scenes, which I've told you guys about, where they're trying to collect enough signatures to try to have another election to get him out. So he's obviously been under fire from all different sides. There's also this new report that came out from Fox Digital over the weekend that he tried to bring a loaded gun on a plane and was going through TSA. I had that here. Accused of bringing a loaded gun to an airport security checkpoint. It was apparently in his carry-on bag. The sheriff wasn't charged, but he was required to secure the gun before continuing his travel. Just makes you wonder if it had been anybody else, would they have been charged or fined or something like that? But because he was the sheriff, maybe they just sort of let him go. But again, a loaded gun trying to get on a plane, that was kind of a shocking report. So those are the latest headlines from today. I got a couple of other things I'm working on this week that I'll keep you guys posted on. Again, I really appreciate everybody for all your support, for checking out the channel. Again, day 65 since Nancy Guthrie just vanished out of her home in Tucson, Arizona. So I hope that, and I still believe that answers will come. I just hope it's sooner than later. And my heart again goes out to the Guthrie family. And I just think of how difficult it must have been for Savannah Guthrie to go back to work with everything going on. So I'll keep you guys posted if there are any developments. And I'll talk to you guys later.
Hey everybody, I'm Ashley Banfield. This is Drop Dead Serious. I have some really big news to share with you about the Nancy Guthrie case. We're on day 65, and I know I already dropped an episode earlier because Savannah
And yeah, so usually how it goes is he would reach out to some of my stuff, and rather than reply or justify, argue, defend, or explain, I would just block him. But clearly, it's not good enough to do that. And really, what is really the problem? That I'm doing better on YouTube now. And so he wants to tear me down. So what can I do? All I can do is ignore and try to do the best I can in my own life. And I'm glad Kat let me know he's also doing that, because she didn't tell me he was doing that until right now.
Turned to the Today Show this morning, but I've learned something from TMZ that I did not know before, and it all comes amid sort of a whole tumble of information about new ransom-like letters that have come into TMZ. So let's be really clear, because it's getting confusing about all of the different letters, but the headline here is that the original letters that came to TMZ and local TV stations in Tucson, there were 2 letters. They threatened to kill Nancy Guthrie. We had not heard that until now. We always knew that there was a consequence threatened if you don't pay by Thursday. Then by Monday, there's a second deadline, and the consequence is that the money goes up, I think, to $6 million. But we never heard that the other consequence was that they threatened to kill Nancy Guthrie. And then, of course, after those 2 letters, they went silent. And we never heard anything afterwards, and they didn't give a mode of communication to the FBI, to the police, to TMZ, to KVOA in Tucson, to KGUN in Tucson, and incidentally, KGUN, also called KGUN, they received a second letter from these same people. And it's known that they're the same people because they had the same Bitcoin address. So the first letter went to KGUN, KVOA, and TMZ. And the second letter just went to KGUN. Don't know why, but it did. But they had the same Bitcoin address. So they're from the same alleged ransom seekers. And that's the one that Savannah refers to in her interview with Hoda Kotb when she says we received, the 2 that we received, we tend to believe are real. And TMZ has also told me that the FBI, with whom they've been working, hand in glove because they're receiving the communications and they're turning them all over to the FBI. The FBI indicated to TMZ that the FBI also believes that those 2 ransom letters are from the kidnappers, the real kidnappers. So let's talk a little bit more about what other notes came in because it started to get confusing. Then there were text messages that went to Annie and Tommaso. Annie is Savannah's sister. Tommaso, named Tommy, is her husband. There were text messages that went to those 2, and there were 2 separate messages. And an FBI's, or I should say, a federal affidavit lists out a man in California who was arrested. Derek Colea is his name. They say he was scamming. They arrested him for scamming. To my knowledge, they don't believe he's involved in this. He hasn't been charged with kidnapping or anything related to the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, just the attempt to extort money. So he's facing those federal charges in the near future. He's made his appearance. I believe either he was extradited or he brought himself to Arizona to make a court appearance in the initial offings of that case. But that's a different set of letters. And then come the third set of letters. And these are the letters from somebody who has reached out repeatedly, a half dozen times to TMZ to say, I'm not the kidnapper, but I know who they are, using the words they every time there's a reference, whether it's they in the singular, as some people use, or they in the plural, we don't know. But I know who they are. And for 1 Bitcoin, I'm willing to turn that information and, quote, hand them over on a silver platter. Those emails went into TMZ early on as well. Okay. Many thought that they were phony. Not necessarily TMZ, though. The information started with time is of the essence. And then suddenly, just within a day, I think, time is no longer of the essence. And that's important to Harvey Levin because he said if the sky isn't real, why would he downgrade the importance of his information or the fact that he could deliver either alive or dead Nancy Guthrie? Either one, there's value there. Why would he diminish that himself if he didn't know for sure? That's the gut feeling of Harvey. And you're going to hear from Harvey Levin in just a moment. And he's going to tell you everything about what they went through at TMZ today. But I do want to read for you. So I didn't make Harvey read on camera. I'm going to read for you their communications. And so first off, Harvey and Charles Ladabodiere, they went live on TMZ to say they've received another communication today from the guy who says he has the information, he knows who those kidnappers are, and he wants to turn them in, but he wants a Bitcoin. Wants half a Bitcoin now, half a Bitcoin upon the arrest. And they said the news that sort of was made with this initial overture in an email to TMZ today was that Nancy's dead. That this person said, Nancy is not alive. She is dead. That's what TMZ says. But he's still willing to turn these people in. And so Harvey Levin and Charles Ladabodiere did their TMZ lives telling the news that they had received this email communication from this same person who they've received each time because it's the same Bitcoin address each time. So the half dozen communications about, I know who the kidnappers are and I'm willing to turn them in is always from the same person with the same Bitcoin account. But after they did their live broadcast, they got another email from him, her, whoever. They got another email after their live address. And this one was more specific. They said, in the second letter, quote, I saw her alive with them in the state of Sonora, Mexico. Interesting. I saw her alive with them in the state of Sonora, Mexico. Okay. And then this is where the sender starts to get angry. They're frustrated that the FBI isn't taking them seriously and said this, quote, it is unbelievable that millions have been wasted. And yet here I am waiting to deliver them on a silver platter since the 11th of February for a Bitcoin, but I am disregarded as a scam. They are free and the case is frozen, but the egos remain hot when it comes to me. Arrogance at its finest, end quote. And then you should know and TMZ made this deal saying, look,
the only reasonable explanation for that is maybe harder to track Bitcoin than actually getting the reward from Savannah. But even so, Bitcoin can be tracked too. But like I said before, you want to dispute it. You want to like divert it into many places first, if you didn't want to get caught.
We could get the ransom money for you, right? You tell us the information, we tell the FBI, therefore there's a record that you're part of it because the guy didn't believe he was going to get the ransom money, but we still can't figure out why he wouldn't go for the $1.2 million instead of the, half a Bitcoin's 35,000. Maybe if you get the full Bitcoin upon the arrest, it's only like 70,000 compared to 1.2 million in ransom money. So this isn't, rather in reward money. So this isn't making a whole lot of sense. But you'll hear why Harvey is unable to impart that wisdom on this letter sender. They also are distancing themselves from Nancy's kidnapping, saying they're not the ones to do it. They said that they've been out of the country for more than 5 years and had nothing to do with the horrific crime, just that they know who it was who did it. And in the second note, they said they're not motivated by greed. This is what they said. The motivation was, quote, "I just want what's fair and to live peacefully with enough to start my life again quietly without having to join a witness protection program." Again, I don't know what 70,000 is going to get you in terms of trying to live your life out peacefully if you're afraid of these kidnappers, right? Because 1.2 million would be a lot better. It would be a lot more money to buy yourself some safety if that's the concern. A couple of other things that I want to let you know is that TMZ, I mentioned they've been working hand in hand with the FBI by giving them all of the communications that they receive. But it has been a two-way street. And Harvey Levin is going to tell you in just a moment what the FBI has been doing with TMZ, because they have been busy working with TMZ. I know that there are a lot of people out there who say, what's TMZ got to do with anything? A lot, because that's where the communications are coming in. So the FBI is taking it very seriously, and they are doing a lot with TMZ. That's coming in just a moment. But first, I want you to hear Harvey Levin. He was super busy today, but he stepped aside to do a quick interview with me. First, a quick note from my side. I covered some pretty dark stuff out from these alleged ransom seekers.
Well, we've gotten more than.
Annie, thank you very much for Super Sticker. I appreciate you and your support. Super Sticker is a great way to support the channel. Same with Super Chats and becoming a channel member. Also, make sure you like the video while you're here too.
And a half person. This is somebody who says they know. Who the kidnappers are, plural, and we haven't heard from. But today we got from him, and. You know, he is persisting. Now he wants half a Bitcoin, and he will divulge the location. Now, he says the Nome, let me just
Sonora.
Sonora,
Yeah.
Mexico, and says he is dead, but says that he can lead them to the kidnapper. And so, you know, he said this before, but you know, he is kind of repeating what he told us early on, which is she was no longer alive as of the Wednesday after she was kidnapped.
And the interesting thing is you have turned all of these communications over to the FBI.
Yep.
They won't tell you, they won't tell anybody what they do with them. But I mean, you're privy to the Bitcoin wallet.
Yeah. And so far, no money has been deposited. And look, I've talked to the FBI. And I've frankly said to them, look, I'm not you, and you clearly know a heck of a lot more than me, but my spidey senses are just telling me something about this guy, because they asked me.
I don't really buy his spidey sense, to be honest. I think his spidey sense is just wanting more attention, views, and clicks.
A long time ago to put the word out, which we did, that anybody who is, doing this as a hoax to get money would be prosecuted by the federal government. And this person wrote back and said, I understand that. I am not in any way hoaxing. This is real. And then the other thing that just got me was, I believe it was the Tuesday after Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped. He sent us this note saying, I know where she is. I know who the kidnappers are. Time is of the essence. That was on a Tuesday. On Wednesday, we got another note from the same person, but said, time is no longer of the essence, meaning, I think, she is no longer alive, right? Well, if somebody is carrying out a hoax, why would they take the immediacy away and say she's no longer alive? That made it feel to me like there's something legit, because why would he take away the incentive to get the money fast?
Or take away the incentive for a bigger payout.
It's just bugged me that there's something about it that I just thought I took more seriously. They have very consciously looked at this. They've tried to find out who this is, but they are not convinced enough to pay that money. And I know that as of a conversation I had with the FBI today.
And so to be clear, because I think a lot of people...
I mean, it makes sense. They don't know enough, so why would they pay?
People are getting confused about all the different ransom notes. Savannah herself made a comment to Hoda Kotb saying, the 2 ransom notes we received, I tend to believe they're real. Those are the ones that originally came to you, correct? And KVOA and I think another Tucson local station?
Yeah, so there are 2 different things we're talking about. These notes that I've just mentioned are people, not somebody who was a kidnapper, somebody who says he knows where the kidnapper is and where Nancy is. The ransom notes you're referring to, yes, there were 2. They were written by the same person. We know that because it has the same Bitcoin address in both. We received the first one along with 2 Tucson stations, the local stations. The second one was sent to just one local station, their K-Gun, but it's from the same person. I know that the FBI believes that those ransom notes are real, that is from the kidnapper. They have done everything they can, from what I understand, to figure out who sent these notes. They were on with my IT team for hours and hours and hours, working with my IT team, and they came up dry. And they could not find it, and they still haven't found out who wrote it. This is a cold case, and they're just waiting for one of those breaks that often comes, but they are at a dead end right now.
You heard from the FBI that they believed those first 2 overtures were really from the kidnappers as opposed to scammers overseas or some ne'er-do-well?
Yes, and they are from the same person.
Holy cow. So when Savannah said that, she must have had that indication from the FBI. They must have told her that they thought that they were real.
Yeah. Now, what I don't understand is that she was going to pay, and for whatever reason, they backed off. They had a reason for backing off. And I know they did something. I don't feel comfortable saying it, but they did, because they had asked me not to way back then. I don't know if it's changed at this point. But they thought they had a way of tracking that Bitcoin address. Didn't work.
Holy cow. And there's been no other communications ever since those.
So that is interesting. They thought they had a way to track the Bitcoin address, and then it didn't work. That's interesting. I think there's got to be a way to at least track a Bitcoin address. Sending it to other projects and coins, that's a different story. But Bitcoin address, they should be able to track a little bit.
those two, right? Like there was the first note that said you've got deadlines, right? You've got a Thursday deadline and then you've got a Monday deadline. And then that second one that went to Kagan, you said. And how was the second ransom note different from the first? What was it suggesting?
I never saw it. I never saw it, but I don't think it changed the game from what I'm being told by the FBI, that they believe from the same person. It had to be because the Bitcoin address is the same. And they just told me that it was from the same person.
And those folks at KGUN never did disclose the contents of their note.
They've never talked about it. We don't know what's in it. We didn't read it. But it didn't change the game. The person who wrote that first note, they believe is the kidnapper. And they have just come up dry.
And we know that they used the same Bitcoin address in the note that went to you and the two stations and to KGUN. That second note, they all had the same Bitcoin
That's
address.
what I'm told.
So the interesting thing is, Harvey.
So I think they're talking about the ransom, people who wrote the ransom note. And then in terms of tracking it, I think they're talking about the FBI. I think.
If you think back, and it's hard now with 64 or so odd days, Savannah and her family did a second or subsequent address on Instagram saying, we understand. We've heard your communication and we understand. And we just now want her back with us so we can celebrate with her. And we're willing to pay. And that to many people sounded like, we've heard what you've said. We understand what's happened. We still want a body back. Like it sounded as though they had made an overture that maybe Nancy died.
I agree. I mean, that's the way I took it as well. Again, if you believe the guy who's been writing us these notes, she died somewhere between Tuesday and Wednesday after she was kidnapped. And I don't know whether that's because, look, and they said in the letter that they would kill her if they didn't get the $6 million by that Monday. So it's unclear whether this was foul play or she died because, she was ill, she didn't have her meds. So I have no idea. But if you believe this guy, it happened somewhere between Tuesday and Wednesday.
So the ransom letters did threaten to kill her.
Yes.
So again, we haven't read these ransom notes, right? They haven't read them, the whole thing. So he's saying that in the beginning, they threatened to kill her. I don't recall hearing that. I mean, I don't know why we just didn't get a copy of the notes ourselves. They tell us what they were. They're going to tell us everything else. Why just not tell us what's in the notes?
Say one other thing. Yeah. When I talked to somebody from the FBI today, this person wanted us to repeat that there is still a $1 million reward out there. They believe money can be a motivator here, and that's why they're doing it. But they wanted that word out because they feel forgotten it. But there's a lot on the line for information.
And I think it's even up to 1.2 million with every podcast. 1-800-CALL-FBI. If you know anything, anybody acted weird, on February 1st, even 2nd, 3rd, 4th came out of the masked man. That guy had to be scared. He had to act differently that day. I always say for people who think that someone they know acted in a weird way in those dates, 1-800-CALL-FBI. Harvey, the letters that came out today to you, it seems like there's a mixed message. Like in the first letter, does he say she's dead? And then the second letter to you today, he says, I saw her alive with them in Sonora?
No, he never said she was alive at all. He says she's dead.
But he just said after you talked about, when you did your TMZ live today, they sent a second letter saying, quote, I saw her alive with them in the state of Sonora, Mexico. Maybe he's referring in past tense because in the first letter, they said she's dead.
It's past tense. Yeah,
And so now
I saw her. No, he's saying I saw her alive with them in the state of Sonora, Mexico. My request is not huge, and he goes on. He's talking about. He says he saw her there, but he's talking
Past
back
tense.
then.
Yeah. And now he's
In
definitive
the first,
that
yeah.
Nancy, he says, if this person is truthful, he's saying that Nancy is dead.
Now, again, I talked to the FBI about this. I had a fairly long conversation today. And, it's just, I've gotten to know some of these people, and we were just talking. And I said, look, I feel kind of out of place to even say it. But there's just something that's been gnawing at me with these letters that, this guy knows it's a federal crime. He keeps sending these notes. And it was that whole thing about time is no longer of the essence. And they said, yeah, we hear you, but there are a lot of crackpots out there. So maybe they know something. I mean, I'm sure they do, that I don't know. But on the one hand, they seem to be dismissing it. On the other hand, I can tell you they spent a heck of a lot of time trying to track down this guy's email, and they weren't able to do it. I'll tell you, that's the craziest thing about this, Ashley, is that this is 2026.
Yeah.
And when you look at it, it's like the perfect crime that I didn't think that existed anymore, but that you can kidnap somebody from a residential area where there are cameras that people have in their homes, and yet you can't find the car, and that you've got these emails and you can't trace the emails, and you got these Bitcoin addresses. And I can tell you that the FBI did something with that Bitcoin address from the kidnapper, and they actually did something, came up dry there. And I just never thought of the perfect crime being something like this, where somehow you could evade everyone. Now, there were clearly mistakes made, especially by the sheriff. Nonetheless, the FBI came in and they got nothing. And in 2026, it is really stunning.
Yeah, I mean, you've got all of the opportunities for the regular forensics to work, right? A guy's got a bite light in his mouth, which he had to put in and take out, maybe with those gloved fingers, and touch something. Door handles to get in, the actual bracket behind the camera, which he's messing with. There's all sorts of opportunities to find that, right? There's a vehicle that he had to have conveyed Nancy in. He can't take her on a bike or a moped, Then there's the digital trail, and none of this is working.
It's crazy. And we cover so many cases, as do you, where, people make mistakes, they get spotted, and he just disappeared.
Yeah, vanished. And as did she, which is just so. Tell me about the frustration in this latest email from this perpetrator, or at least the person who suggests he knows the perpetrators. I would consider this a perpetrator as well. He feels like millions of dollars have been wasted, yet here I am willing to deliver them on a silver platter, meaning willing to deliver the kidnappers. And he's talking plural. I don't know if he's talking about them in plural or them in the singular sense.
He's constantly talked about them in plural.
He is?
Yeah.
And he seems angry that the FBI is dismissing him.
He's been kind of bent out of shape from almost the beginning, saying everybody thinks I'm crazy. They don't take me seriously. He's gone on and on about this. And he says, at different times, at one point he said he had a criminal record. I forgot what he said the crime was, but it was some kind of burglary or something like that. And that he was worried that they might try and implicate him, and he would have to go underground, take care of his family, he said. And that's why he needed the money. So, he's kind of given this life story in kind of a weird way over a series of letters. But that's his point. He's saying that I'm going to be put out a lot by cooperating, so make it worth my while.
Well, what doesn't make
worth my
sense?
while is a Bitcoin, and now he's saying, give me half a Bitcoin up front, and
Yeah.
I'll give you the info.
Half a Bitcoin's about $35,000. A full
Right.
Bitcoin is about 69 or
Right.
so today. It's gone down since the original overtures, but $1.2 million would certainly guarantee him a whole lot of freedom and protection from whoever it is he fears. It just doesn't make any sense. Are you able to email him back?
No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Yeah, and we, he addressed the reward. I don't know he addressed it after they made it 1 million, but when it was 100,000, he said, I don't trust the FBI. That's why he started contacting us. He said, I don't trust the FBI. So, he said, we're going to you guys. And we ended up doing, social media which he saw. And we said, look, if you don't trust the FBI, give us the information and we'll convey it to the FBI.
Yeah.
But now you've got a record through us that you've given us information. So they're not going to screw you out of the money if you really believe they would do that, because we have the record that you gave it to us and we gave it to the FBI, but he didn't do it.
No, you're playing checkers and maybe he's playing chess, and suddenly he didn't know what to do other than just rant and get angry and just try again. I know your time is precious, and I'm just very appreciative of the time that you've given us. Keep me posted. Let me know if you hear again.
Yeah, I mean, you'll be my second call.
Right?
Honestly, we're giving everything to the FBI when we get it. I just don't think they are looking at this in a real serious way. And I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just telling you what my spidey senses say. And I may be all wrong here too.
1-800-CALL-FBI. Anybody who sees this, and we've got thousands watching. So thank you, Harvey. I appreciate you telling us about this.
My pleasure, Ashley.
So there you have it. I could have talked to Harvey a lot longer.
So what do you all think about what Harvey had to say there? I mean, a couple good points, but I still don't know if that means the notes were real. But what do you all think?
But he is wall to wall today. Obviously, he's got a lot going on with 2 communications from somebody who is committing a federal crime, by demanding money for information, leading to, where Nancy Guthrie might be. And he's working with the FBI, as you heard, hand in glove, right? That the FBI has spent hours at the offices of TMZ working on their servers and working to try to track these people. Multiple different people have been going through TMZ, making communications in the Nancy Guthrie investigation. Whether they are legitimate or not is not for you and me to decide, nor Harvey, and he freely admits that. But these people are doing this. And if they're not the kidnapper, they're still committing a crime, a federal crime. If they are the kidnapper, holy shit, that is a massive series of crimes. And it is huge to me to learn that these alleged ransom seekers threatened to kill Nancy Guthrie. We had not heard that. I wondered, I assumed, I had thought, but I also thought that the threat was, we just don't turn her over until you play ball. That's also equally a threat when you're talking about a family member. And that the FBI believes that those 2 first notes are real. When Savannah said it, I wondered why. I wondered why she believed the 2 we received, I tend to believe are real. I wondered why. And now perhaps it's because what the FBI told TMZ and the people they were working with at TMZ and Harvey Levin at TMZ, that they indeed believed that those 2 original alleged ransom notes.
And I agree with what Laura just said. That's more than we've heard about any of the ransom notes in the past, right? We never got them. Bella said they were sealed. I don't know exactly what that means, but we never saw any of them in full detail. So the fact that they threatened to kill her in one of those ransom notes, that's the first I've heard of that. So again, when we're not playing with all the information, it makes it difficult. It makes it difficult to make logical conclusions or logical decisions when you're not playing with all the information. It just makes it more tough. But yeah, we didn't hear any of that before until today.
Came from the kidnappers. It certainly does throw quite another wrench into solving the puzzle. But anyway, I wanted to come to you with this additional episode today to make sure you had all of this news. It's pretty big and it's pretty breaking. Who knows where it'll go from here, though. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for watching. And remember, the truth isn't just serious, it's drop dead serious.
So remember, check out Ashley Banfield's channel And there's really not much else to go over today. We'll check out some Tony to see what he's got going on.
This is Hidden Killers Live with Tony Bruschi and Robin Drake.
Well, reporting has now confirmed what many of us have suspected in the Nancy Guthrie investigation. The initial team assigned to work the case, by really no fault of their own, the ones that they were assigned to, they lacked homicide experience. The sergeant supervising the response has reportedly never worked a homicide. Seasoned detectives were allegedly moved off the squad before the case even started, and sources inside the department say it was about loyalty, not merit. That's where the problem lies. The critical first hours of the abduction belong to who's ever in the room, and the people in that room may not have been ready for what walked through the door. That's where we're going to be starting today. Your questions in the comments section on Substack, YouTube, Facebook, X, wherever you're watching us. Be sure to leave them. We'll try to get to them. Joining us, as always, Robin Drake, retired FBI Special Agent, Chief of the Counterintelligence Behavioral Analysis Program, my co-host. And it's a fun day. It's Friday Fun Day. Jennifer Coffendaffer is with us. So we have both perspectives in here today. Let's start, Jen. Sources saying that the sergeant who supervised the initial homicide response to Nancy Guthrie's home had never personally worked a homicide case and had only been a sergeant for about 6 months. Okay, I mean, everybody's got to start somewhere, I guess, but you don't want it to be your case. You're like, I don't want the rookie on.
So they got Jen Coffendaffer and Robin Drake here to the right, both former FBI agents.
This one. But when you hear that, Jen, I mean, what is the first thing that comes to your mind of concern of like, okay, rookie and like rookie mistake? Here's likely what could have been missed. What came to your mind when you heard that?
Well, as you said, this was something that seemed evident by what we saw. In other words, the crime scene being abandoned early and the mistakes made in regards to search parties being called off literally on day 2. We saw the rookie mistakes come to light, and now we're hearing, of course, the source reporting that that's because he was a rookie. So as you said, as you opened with, I don't think any of us are surprised. And for me, I'm not surprised that Nanos made these calls, because we've been hearing about how he chooses people not based on their abilities, but based on his relationship with them. And whenever you run an department like that, you're going to run into problems like this.
Yeah, my gosh, Jen. I mean, in every organization, because we had one of the comments, why aren't all departments trained in this type of investigation? You are. What happens typically, where Jen and I worked with the Bureau, is you always had a lead investigator that had all the experience. And even if the junior person came in and initially found it, got the tips, got the call, whatever it is, once it gets back to the squad area, it gets transferred to the senior guy. You become a support role until you are mentored, taught, and trained by those senior agents. And what it does is typically it makes you very hungry at a young age with a lot less experience, because you want to be that guy. You want to be the person out in front. You want to be in charge, because you now have all these reps of following in the footsteps of these great masters and Jedi in front of you. But Nanos destroyed that entire. It's so disappointing.
I mean, like I said, everybody, I'm trying to play devil's advocate here a moment. And everyone knows I'm not a fan of Nanos, but everybody does have to start somewhere. I'm assuming, the sergeant that was in charge only 6 months. Before that, they had their way up, probably probably saw a lot of things. Finally got the title, and you hope by the time you get the title, enough reps with you that yes, you're new to the position, but you're not new to that sort of work. Is that what's going on? I'm not sure to that, but is this something where obviously we haven't found answer yet, but where this on paper and it makes for a great headline more than it operationally is super deficient in the case. I don't know. Your thoughts, Jeff?
Tony, I love the side of you. You're kind and gentle today. No. You find out and you believe this is an abduction, your first call has to be to the FBI, period, end of story. There's not even a check mark in the Pima County statistics that shows they've ever had an abduction, because they haven't, not in this vein. And second of all, even if you look at their homicides, remember homicide is way different than murders. You look at murders, now you're also down on.
Also, Shadow the Night Owl needs his Hootie Snacks, so likes help me get Hootie Snacks. So do people subscribing to the channel, as do super chats, super stickers, and people becoming a channel member.
Reps, as we're talking about.
12 in 2025, I think it was, or 2024.
See, this is simple. Call the FBI, not 3 days later, not after you've processed the crime scene that, by the way, has only one time to ever be processed. After that, it's really not fun. You got one chance.
Yeah, they just had no one out in front and tell them what to do, saying, hey, and so even if you have the junior guy in charge, there's always someone like right here saying, kind of give the nudges, because you're right, Tony, good job on giving the grace and the positive aspect of this. But, and granted, it could be going on because again, I'll do the same thing. I'll be kind, because it's the lower levels that you want to support because they're the ones doing the hard work. But it doesn't sound like they're doing what they should be doing, in the sense of there's no senior experience with reps with the junior guy that's leading this investigation. And what happens is you get the deer in the headlights and you hit fight or freeze. They froze, it looks like, because there's a lot of things they should have done quicker.
What I guess what makes no sense to me about this whole damn thing, Nanos, in my opinion, seems kind of like an egomaniac. He likes the attention. He likes the spotlight on him. And typically that's for good things. You want to be looked at as, okay, you're a hero. You're solving cases. You're doing this. You're doing that. His department actually has a fairly decent track record of solving homicides, although there's not many of them, but it's still there. It is what it is. Why? I mean, like, if at the end of the day, the people below you are going to be a reflection of your leadership, he should know that. He's been doing this 40-some years. Why would you, in something that is truly, this is going to be a high-profile case because of who it is, why would you allow for that, putting somebody on this case that doesn't have the experience, when you do have other people that could handle it more efficiently, more professionally, with more experience? I know we go to and maybe this is the answer, the ego thing of, well, some of these people didn't support him, so this is all he has left. But at the end of the day, the reflection of the performance is going to come back at him. He knows it. Why would you be going out there with your weakest link, knowing eventually this will reflect back on you?
It's very simple. Control. He wanted to maintain control, which means he's going to put the people in charge that he can easily control.
Narcissistic people want to be in control, right? This is a great question, Shaddy. Jared, what is the backstory behind Shadow the Night Owl? Well, a woman named Linda in the chat, she sent it to me because I've mentioned many times before that a lot of people that had a narcissistic parent, they became night owls because during the day they would be criticized, put down, belittled. It felt like they had to walk on eggshells. They were constantly judged. But there was one time a day that was not the case, and that was at nighttime. Could also be very early in the morning too. But I found that to be true of many people that grew up in that dynamic. That is the origin of Shadow the Night Owl.
And that they side with him. And honestly, and I can't wait to hear what Robin's take is on this. We really just didn't see that much in the Bureau, at least that I saw, personally working from matters. Mm-hmm. You put your best, the best, and sometimes those guys and gals didn't necessarily jive with the supervisor, but the supervisor knew, let them run. Let them run. We'll wheel them back in if we need to, but let the horses run. I don't remember having anything like this, really.
No, and I'm with you, Jen. And I'm not the rah-rah bureau guy. I'm very pragmatic about rights, wrongs, and everything else. But when it came to this kind of stuff, whether it's the criminal side or my side, national security, yeah. I mean, it actually, as a junior agent, it made you really, really frustrated because you felt like you had the reps after 5, 6, 7 years that you could take lead on this. But again, if the big one came in, it went to the senior person on that squad with all the experience and the experience in that particular area. And then if you're lucky and you were a good support person supporting the lead, they'd allow you to be part of it. And then they would test you. Well, we'll give you this to do. And if you can keep your mouth shut, not complain, and do this a good job, we'll give you a little bit more responsibility. So they're constantly doing a really good job. And that's not just Bureau. That's everywhere typically does that. And Jen, great point on Nanos. It's about control, right? And also, Tony, I didn't know the timeline you mentioned. He might have gotten rid of all the good people before this happened, thinking that, hey,
demoted many of them.
Yeah, so think about it. If he's got his mind, nothing ever big happens here. I'll just maintain control, and then boom, and then what happens? Something big. So he don't have anyone left.
I mean, is this, the word that I overuse all the time, narcissistic? But I mean, is this just a narcissistic move where, did he, pure conjecture and speculation, but is this something where he did see an opportunity? There's going to be a lot of spotlights on this. I can't believe that he didn't think that there's going to be a lot of spotlights on this, although who knows? He doesn't seem to be the brightest bulb. But let's say he did see it coming. Was this a play of, let's put somebody out there who may not be the best, and then, as we know, a lot of narcissists, they like to knock the blocks down and build them back up and go, look at me, I'm saving the day. I'm wondering if this is some sort of a calculation.
That's a good tactic by the narcissist, right? I should make a video about that. How they create a problem and then they come in there and act like they're the savior so they can get the credit. But really, they created the problem, so they should really be not getting the credit. When they're the ones that created the problem, you don't get the savior points when you're the one that created the problem intentionally.
Quietly in the back of his mind of, we're going to let this person fail, and then I'm going to step in, you're going to see me in the spotlight, and I'm going to answer the questions much better than they ever could. All for the ego play. Maybe that's a bit too deep, but I don't know.
It might be deep for Nanos. I think it was.
Yeah. He's not a deep thinker, right?
It was a little simpler than that. I really think it just came down to, listen, I'm going to put you in charge because you're a yes man. You're new. I'm going to have total control. I'm not going to have to worry about argument back and forth about decisions that are being made because they're going to be my decision. And, that's the last thing you want, by the way. You want people on your team that are going to push back some on the things that they feel strongly about, that you can cut up. That's what we call it. We cut it up and we look at it, and we're, the person that might be the case agent, and they might have 2, 3, up to 10 was the largest amount of agents I had to assign to a case.
Yep.
You cut it up and you work through it. And oftentimes, I know as a case agent, I'm like, you know what? You're right. Let's switch direction on this, or let's try this. That's how it should work.
We did it all the time on the behavior team too. Exactly like that. Whether you're a team leader or fell in another role, whether it's on your squad. I mean, it is literally a team effort to do that. I think it's overconfidence played in too, because we keep talking about his narcissistic tendencies, control. Part of that, I think, he's because of all his time there, he's overconfident. He probably thought this thing was an easy case to solve, maybe.
What damage has been done by these decisions? And is there any rectifying it? Is there any way of correcting any of this at this point? Jen, what's your thoughts?
Well, first of all, you can never get a crime scene back. Second of all, you can never get the first 48 back. Third of all, Nancy's gone. Still no idea where she went, what happened to her. And number 4, we have no pointer on a subject. So that's your answers to all of that, I think. And then I'll go one step further, which nobody's really talking about. And this is why I hate to see this. I cringe when I see this, not because of the reporters again, but because of the message. This is such fodder for a defense team. I fear,
Really good point.
But will there ever be justice in this case? Because you think the social media hounds are on this and the creators? Oh,
And that's a good point by Jen. I mean, the defense team is going to have a field day if it ever even gets to that point with all the contradictions and things Sheriff Nanos has said, and they're going to use them to what? Create reasonable doubt. That's going to be what they try to do. Now, we're a long way away from that because that requires an arrest. That requires a charge. We're a long way away from that. But down the line, that's what a good defense attorney would do.
oh my gosh, wait till we see a defense team when now they've got 100 reasons why the guy that probably is the guy that they're going to end up arresting isn't the guy.
Well, just the debacle of the gloves. You know, who is one of the glove a perpetrator glove, or is it a glove of an ERT agent? I mean, just the glove debacle for one thing. You're right. I mean, just the handling of the crime scene because of how it's handled at the onset. That's going to be a lot of fodder. Oh my gosh! Yeah, this whole thing is like ripping the rug of hope out, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, didn't the glove turn out to be like somebody that worked at a restaurant down the road or something?
Yep.
It's like
there's 16 gloves though, and I saw an interview. And I can't remember what date it was because he's done a lot. Even after he stopped his pressers, he still was, interviewing with NBC and the local affiliate, where he said that wasn't even the glove. You got to watch it where he's like, that's not even the glove, something like that. In other words, not the glove everybody's been talking about. There were 16 gloves, everyone.
Does he even know what glove? I mean, at the end of the day, does he even know what one it was? Here's a thought I had on the glove, with it being the guy from the restaurant. I'm going to guess this guy has reps in throwing gloves out his window every day. I'm guessing after he leaves the restaurant as a line cook or whatever he's doing, gets in his car, rolls down the window, takes them off, boom. It's probably a pattern. That might be why there's 16 gloves from 16 or 8 different dinner services. I don't know. I mean, but I don't know. I mean, it's maddening. The fact that there's really no levers to pull for repercussion on poor decision making by leadership in these sort of positions. Is that a flaw in our system? Do we have a system that relies too much on people doing the right thing, being professional, being good, doing the right thing, and we also then rely on our citizens to pick the right person as well? Is this something that maybe should be re-examined, because we end up with a lot of folks like this in these sort of positions, and everybody's like, how did this happen? You chose them. That's how. You didn't pay enough attention, and you picked the person.
Tony, at the end of the day, you said it. He was chosen. He was elected. And the amount of power in these sheriff's offices, it's very different than the Bureau.
Yeah.
There's a lot of checks and balances. You are all powerful, really. You're kind of like the SAC, I guess, in a field office. So the head of that field office is pretty much all powerful.
Mm-hmm.
But still accountable. They can still be removed. We've seen it, and I'm with you, Jen. He's got too much power as an elected official in charge of this, and you can't remove. I mean, if this happened inside the Bureau, and I'm so sorry, Jen, I totally jumped on you on that one. But it's so accurate. He can't be removed. So if this was inside the Bureau and you had a couple of case agents, too young, assigned to a case, I can guarantee you, I don't care what program it is, they won't be doing that again anytime soon. The supervisor's going to be having a good talk to. It might be shifted squads between what they do. I mean, there's always repercussions, especially if it's an outward focused case, and it's going to not just impact the case, but the reputation of organization, which goes to that feeling of you can trust the organization to do right. All those things matter when it comes to optics as well as execution. So there would be major shakeups inside of the Bureau if that happened.
Let me give you one example really quick, Tony, and Robin, is if you look at the New Orleans case.
Yes, I know exactly. Yep, that's what I was thinking of. Go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
ASAC, she got on there and she said, despite all the information that was out there, the banners waving, ISIS, everything that was known, she said, well, this isn't necessarily a terroristic event. When basically you just needed a pulse to sort of see that. She could have just said it a little bit differently and maybe gotten away with it, she was plucked out of there so fast it made your head spin.
Yep.
Because you said when it comes to a public reflection of the Bureau and not looking like you know what you're talking about, you're gone.
Yeah, and they sent the DAD down, a deputy assistant director, I think, from headquarters to handle that until they got someone new in there. I remember that very specifically because we're all watching like this. Oh my God, did she just say that? And they fixed it.
I wanted to help her. I was like, oh.
That's what happens when you get called in over because that was New Year's Eve, right?
Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you put somebody who is new and a novice and doesn't have experience in that role.
Brand new ASAC.
You're brand new ASAC.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that the general public gets shocked by, but it's how the system is working as designed right now. The system needs fixing, and that's ultimately, I think, what the solution is to something like that. We can complain about it all day and how this is, but at the end of the day, that's why people vote, and that's why people need to pay attention.
And that's a good question for both of you. Why are there sheriffs that are elected? I don't understand why some organizations they're appointed, but like the town council, and then others they're elected. I mean, why? Because every time there's an elected official, it seems to really go sideways sometimes. Have we seen a good one?
Well, I think one issue is, and I'll use the Bureau. You have to, in my opinion, and thank goodness the number 2 at the Bureau came up this way because I'm affiliated with him from time back in Houston. But you have to have somebody that came up through the ranks, earned their way, made their mistakes, made their bones, and then comes up. And typically the best people are people that never want to get into management. And they decide to, for whatever reason, either they're coaxed into it by upper management, or they're just like, oh my God, I cannot work for this idiot who has 3 years in and now he's my supervisor. So I got to make a move here. Something like that. But yeah, my point is it happens.
And that's why Louis Freeh was such a good director for us too, because he spent time as an agent first. He's like 10 or 12 years before he went to private sector. So, I mean, he was a great director. He's in, I think, with you too, right, Jen, when you came in?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, Louis, yes. He was
beloved.
and this is the type of guy he was. I got a quick personal story. So he was coming through the DFW airport. At that time, I had responsibility. I was SRA there. And when he came through, normally all the directors have this huge SWAT contingent.
Right.
He didn't want that. Like he was carrying his, it might have even been a revolver back then. No, it wasn't. We were 10 millimeter. So anyway, they assigned me to be his bodyguard. Just me. He didn't want anybody else. He didn't even really want me. Talk about an agent's agent. This was an agent's agent, and that's what you got to have. Although Sheriff Nanos, he came through the ranks. I will say that.
Yeah. And something happened. Fell in love with his own story.
Look at the Duggars. There's a lot, 19 kids that came out of the house. Some are good, some are not.
Someone goes sideways. Yeah, pretty bad.
Speaking of which, your thoughts in the comment section on this on Substack and YouTube. We'd love for you to weigh in.
Want more on this case and others? Then press subscribe now and don't miss a moment.
Well, there's really not too much else going on tonight. All the videos were shorter too. So Brian did a video, but it was really only a half video. Ashley Banfield did a video, but it was also only a half video. And then we did the TMZ video. Again, I'll be curious what all of these ransom notes say, but we have no idea yet. We just don't know. Because bald is a choice, Rooster. Balding is not the choice. Bald is a choice. That's when you own it, which is good. United says Sheriff Grady Judd would have had grid searches and called in FBI within hours. I totally agree. They should have done that. Tony Bruschi, Brian, of course. Shorty, any JLR updates? As far as I know, he might be in some deep doo. Washington State has some things going on with him. Plunder talks about his stuff sometimes. But whenever I talk about him, there's all sorts of wild stuff comes on in the chat, his defenders. And again, they're just, they're a little bit defensive about him, but there's a lot of smoke with JLR, right? That's the problem. Like back in the past, there was all sorts of things going on. And Magnolia, she's not perfect either. And to her, unfortunately for her, that situation with whatever it is, Project Veritas, is hurting her credibility with this in some people's eyes. Yeah, we've gone over a bunch of his, D. I like Gavin. Gavin's genuine. What flavor position you going for? What do you mean flavor? I mean, it would be a lot. This would be a pretty big lie for Magnolia to say all that, honestly. For Magnolia to make up years and years of abuse and make up 24 strangulations and black eyes, that would be a lot. Project Veritas. So Magnolia was complicit with a Project Veritas scheme. They were basically trying to entrap the Washington Post. And she was trying to get them to say, if I say Roy Moore did this, will you guarantee that he won't win? So they're trying to get the Washington Post to say something that would make them complicit or guilty of something. That was the goal. So it wasn't necessarily a straight up false accusation, but let's not get it twisted. It still wasn't good. What Project Veritas and her were up to were not good in any way. Jody, welcome. Mace, welcome. CC was on TMZ a couple days ago. It was good. Yeah, I think, did we watch that? The genetic genealogist, CC? We could watch that one perhaps before we close it down here. I like CC. I did not know that about John DePetro. What part of Rhode Island is he from, Maureen? Well, we will watch the first one with the new ransom note.
Well, as promised, Savannah Guthrie is back on the job. She is at today, and she was actually on the air when they started the show this morning. Remember, she had been back to visit them once during the last 2 months while she was dealing with her mother's disappearance. But this was the first time she went on the air, and everyone was watching to figure out what was her mood going to be? How could she handle this?
Would she talk about it?
Would she talk about it? This is how they started the day.
Pretty shot of the sun coming up. Good morning. Welcome to Today on this Monday morning. We are so glad you started your week with us, and it is good to be home.
Yes, it is good to have you back at home.
Well, here we go. Ready or not, let's do the news.
Yes, so good to have you back. All right, those folks out on the plaza to welcome back our dear friend. Yay.
Some beautiful signs out there.
There's been signs for so long. They're going to be so excited to see
I'm
you.
excited to see them, give them all a hug, and really feeling the love so much. Thank
welcome
you.
back.
Good to be back.
Great to have you.
You know what struck me about this? Her dress. The yellow.
Which is the idea of coming home.
Spring and,
no, coming home. Like yellow ribbons?
I thought of it more as sort of a new beginning of spring.
I'm thinking of it as yellow ribbons.
You went with Tony Orlando and Dawn when they tie a yellow ribbon around the old oak tree to invite back the soldiers. No, that's not nothing.
I don't want to trivialize it because that's actually become a thing too with missing people.
Without question.
With wearing yellow, so that really struck me.
It's also a sunny color. I mean, she does seem as upbeat as you can be. She's delivering the news. It's obviously extraordinarily difficult. She was out there for part of it with Jenna Bush Hager, and she was clutching her hand in the beginning, looking at all of this.
when they went outside.
The outpouring of love. She was holding her hand the whole time and looking at the signs. It's hard to feel anything but warmth over this.
Good she's back, though. Yeah. I mean, it's good she's back. And, it's awful what she's going through. This is a cold case. I will share a little bit of news with you. The person who has been incessantly contacting us.
Although
saying,
stopped for a while.
Stopped for a while. We got another letter today from this person, an email saying, I know where her body is and who the kidnapper is. Give me half a Bitcoin and I'll tell you. And this person has been really persistent, knowing that if it's a scam, it's a federal crime.
Right. But they also made the point that they wanted to make it clear that they have nothing to do with it.
Right.
They've been out of the country, but who knows?
We forwarded
we forwarded it to the FBI,
Right.
as we have in the past.
Right.
And for whatever reason, and this is the thing we haven't figured out, you have to assume that the law enforcement, they believe that this person is not legit. Otherwise, they would have advised Savannah to pay the money.
Can we just be really transparent? I think you're right that the law enforcement doesn't. There's something.
I just can't figure out why.
Well, why not take a flyer? The price of Bitcoin is much lower now. These are like, you can just take a flyer and see what the person knows. The most you lose is 20 grand, 25 grand.
I'll tell you why. My spidey senses tell me that there's something about this guy, because one of the emails he sent said early on, time is of the essence to do this. And then the next day he said, time is no longer of the essence. If he was pulling a scam, why would you say time is no longer of the essence?
Right. You want to keep the value high.
You want to keep the value high.
Yeah.
And the fact that he said this made me think, this guy knows something.
Yeah, it's a way to look honest as well, though.
I'm not, look,
Right.
I'm not FBI.
We're not privy to all the information they are, but
you're talking about
just
the
from the
psychology,
outside looking in, it sure seems like this person knows something.
Hi, this is Hannah from Boston. I'm really glad to see Savannah back on the Today Show. There's been some controversy online that I've seen where people are saying that they think she came back too soon. But when something so traumatic happens in your family, I feel like it's only up to her to decide when the time is right to come back. So whether that's today or a year from now, there's no right or wrong. She needs to continue on with her life, and I'm glad to see her back.
100%.
And people online who are saying that about her need to get lives and let her live hers.
Yes.
She's the only one who gets to make that decision.
100%.
A piece of what?
Well,
initial disappearance.
I can say if they get a viable profile, genetic genealogy will definitely solve it, and it will be solved within weeks.
Hey everybody, it's Jackson Buhai here with TMZ. Today I am joined by Miss Cece Moore. She is an expert genetic genealogist, and today she is here to talk to us.
I hear you, Jackie. I mean, people are friendly here. You just have to talk about, I don't know, whatever floats your boat. You'll see.
About the Nancy Guthrie case. Miss Moore, thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks for inviting me.
Of course. Now, today marks month number 2, if you can believe that, since Nancy Guthrie's initial disappearance. And there are a lot of questions revolving around evidence found at the scene relating to DNA. Being a genetic genealogist expert yourself, can you provide us with some insight as to how we can leverage that DNA to find the suspect and what that process looks like?
Well, when Nancy wasn't found immediately, I really strongly believed that genetic genealogy would be the answer to this case, like it has so many others. But for us to be able to help law enforcement identify these perpetrators or this perpetrator.
And yeah, this guy named Jackson for TMZ, I think he's their best interviewer, honestly. And he's young. I don't know how old he is. Mid-20s, early 30s at latest, right? But he's probably mid-20s. And I think he does a great job.
We need to have a viable DNA profile. And that is apparently the challenge in this case. I find it really hard to believe that this person or persons didn't leave DNA behind at the crime scene. But from my understanding so far, it doesn't sound like they've been able to create a viable single profile of an unknown individual in this case. What I've heard is that there are mixtures, and mixtures are certainly workable for genetic genealogy. Many of my successful cases have involved mixtures, but there are simple mixtures and complex mixtures. And this sounds like it's a complex mixture, which means there are more than two people in it. And
that's good to know. Simple versus complex. Complex means there's more than two people. And
very likely more than two unidentified individuals. So a simple mixture would be if there was Nancy's DNA and one unknown male. And then we could be pretty confident that that would be viable for genetic genealogy. But if it is Nancy's DNA and two or three unknown male profiles, it really depends who is the majority in that, whose DNA is the biggest proportion. And if you have several unknown people in it, you wouldn't know which person or persons are relevant to your case. I also am concerned about contamination, because if they're working with a complex mixture, that means it could have been taken off a surface, say a doorknob that many people have touched, or another surface in the home. And it's possible that none of those individuals are the perpetrator in this case. And so it's really disappointing, because if they were able to single out that DNA of the person who took Nancy, then there's no doubt in my mind he would be identified and relatively.
So this is Cece Demore, I think her last name is, but the more important part is she's a genetic genealogist. So she's examining and going over with Jackson how the DNA that was found could help the case. Right now, we have that sample from inside the house. It wasn't a good match or even a good sample for CODIS, but they're going to try to do genetic genealogy on it. And we don't necessarily know, though, the percentages of how many is from one person. So it has to be over 28%, according to Reagan, who is our forensic expert. I haven't seen her recently, though.
Quickly through genetic genealogy.
And when you say, complex mixtures usually involve more than two people, how long does it take to sort through those complex mixtures and identify the DNA that person belongs to?
Well, it really depends on the proportions. If there was one unidentified male in that mixture who had contributed 40% or more to it, then we could very quickly work with that. The scientists I work with are incredible. And
yeah, so Reagan said at least 28%. So I guess Cece's saying if it's over 40, it's got a very good chance.
I am pretty confident they would be able to what's called deconvolute, extract out that individual's profile. But if everyone that is of interest in that mixture has less than 40%, maybe there's only 20% for the person of interest, that is where we start really running into challenges. And to my knowledge, there are not yet any techniques to create the type of profile that we need for genetic genealogy in that case. So the type of profile we use is very different than what law enforcement uses traditionally. We use what's called a SNP profile, and it has hundreds of thousands of genetic markers across the genome. And so the methods for deconvoluting a SNP profile are very different than the methods for deconvoluting an STR profile, short tandem repeat, which is what law enforcement has used for decades already. And so they've made a lot of progress in that with those traditional profiles, because they've been working with mixtures for literally decades. And you very often run into mixtures in sexual assaults, in stabbings, or when you're working with transfer DNA, or what's known commonly as touch DNA, because you are detecting such small amounts of DNA, and it's really common for there to be more than one contributor. But with SNP profiles, we've only been working with law enforcement since 2018. And so that's really when the attention started being paid to what we're capable of doing. And then scientists became really interested in the idea of pushing our part of the science forward. Before 2018, most people...
By the way, folks, please remember to like the video. Likes are free. Spank the like button there. It helps me pay for Hootie Snacks for Shadow the Night Owl next to me. Remember to subscribe to the channel too. if you haven't already, and say hello to the flock of black sheep here in the live chat. We got a pretty awesome group here. So feel free to be yourselves and say whatever comes to mind.
Kind of rolled their eyes at us. They were like, oh, they're just doing genealogy, or they're just helping adoptees. And so we've seen huge jumps forward in creating these SNP profiles and the science behind that. But still, we're only not even 8 years into that. And so I am very confident that as time progresses, we will see better methods for dealing with these mixtures. And I think that's why the sheriff said, it might take a year, right? That the technology doesn't exist yet. I'm sure there are multiple people that have pushed this up to the top of the priority list and are working as fast as they can to try to create a deconvolution method that could help in this case and many others.
And since 2018, in your career, have you seen a case like this? Obviously Nancy Guthrie, she lives in a very deserted environment, not a lot of cameras around. It was pretty easy for the perpetrator or perpetrators to get away, and it seems like DNA might be the key here to solving this case. Have you seen a case hit such a dead end to where DNA opened the door to find that person, whether it be 6 months to a year from when it was initially conducted?
Oh, absolutely. We are usually last resort with genetic genealogy. It's typically used after every other avenue of investigation has run cold. Now we're starting to see agencies using it earlier and even in tandem with their traditional DNA profiles. We saw that in the Koberger case, and we've certainly seen them attempt to do it in this case. But the majority of my cases have been cases that were extremely cold. I've helped solve cases from before I was born. And so it's not at all unusual for genetic genealogy to come in and be the key. But for us to be able to help, the key to that is always that we have to have biological material to work with. We can't work with that traditional profile that law enforcement creates for their databases for CODIS, and that is the one that is used in court. And so a lot of cases have that, but if they don't have the biological material available for us to go back to, then we can't help, because we have to reanalyze that from scratch using more advanced technology than had been used previously.
I'd be curious the biological material she's referring to.
And what's amazing in the last 8 years is how fast we've seen that ability advance. We used to need a fair amount of DNA on these cases, and now we just need the tiniest amount, even just some skin cells, which is why we can use transfer DNA or touch DNA. When we first started doing this, that was much more challenging, but the scientists have rallied behind genetic genealogy now. And I think that, like I said, this case may also help to fast forward some of those deconvolution methods. I did hear recently that the sheriff, or there was an insider who said that that's exactly what was happening, that there was some new technique that was being pushed to, be finished earlier because of this case. And I strongly suspect that is a deconvolution software package, perhaps by the company Astrea, which is creating those packages to offer to law enforcement and to labs that are working with law enforcement. And so I'm really hoping what they did is maybe they had it planned for later in the year or next year, and they said, you know what, let's push this up to the front of the line and get it done more quickly. Because of course, the Guthries need answers, the community needs answers. And if genetic genealogy can get that profile to work with, they will be the ones that provide answers, in my opinion.
You just mentioned briefly that genetic genealogy is usually the last card in the deck, if you will, once all other investigative options have been exhausted. Does the fact that they pivoted to genetic genealogy so quickly in the investigation say anything grim to you?
No, that's actually great news. And it's exactly what I had been hoping to see since I helped solve the first active case using genetic genealogy way back in 2018. It was something that everybody saw as a cold case technique because the Golden State Killer was the first, big public case that people heard about. But we can stop criminals in their tracks. We can stop people from becoming serial offenders and potentially do away with serial killers and serial rapists if they decide to use genetic genealogy immediately in these investigations. Because the problem is you don't know if you're going to get that hit in CODIS. until you processed the DNA, created that profile, and uploaded it. And then if you don't, and you don't have any other leads to follow, you've got to start all over. And so we saw in the Koberger case, and I believe in this case, the attempt to create those in parallel. If you have enough DNA, split that DNA, give some of it to the crime lab to create that STR profile, and then have a lab, and it has to be an outside lab because none of the crime labs have the capability to create that genetic genealogy profile. So then send some of the DNA out to do that at the same time. So as soon as you don't get that hit in the law enforcement databases, you can turn to genetic genealogy, or you can even have that started in progress. I've certainly been working cases where they ended up getting a new CODIS hit as we were in progress too. So sometimes we are working on it and then they get a new upload in CODIS and it solves the case. But there's no reason not to be trying, especially when there's public safety issues. I can't help going back to the Koberger case again. He very likely was stopped in his tracks from victimizing more people. We don't know in Nancy's case if this is just targeted to her, or if because they failed to get a ransom, they could try again. But I think its best use, genetics genealogy best use, where it can be of most value to society, is when it's used right away to stop that violent criminal from hurting anyone else.
One thing I also want to touch on that you mentioned is that even the smallest amount of DNA can solve a case through genetic genealogy. And I'm wondering, if that's the case, and forgive me if I've asked you this question in another form, but why is this taking so long? Why is this deconvolution process taking, over a month and a half at this point?
Well, unfortunately, it seems that the only sample that they feel is viable in this case is a complex mixture. And so if it were a simple mixture, I think we'd already have answers, or we'd be very close to having answers. But based on what the sheriff has said and what I've heard from other insiders.
So that was important. Complex mixture, not a simple mixture, which makes it harder to tell. And as far as we don't know the percentages either yet, but that's very important.
This is a very difficult sample with which to work. And that is the issue. And that's why I've talked about in other interviews, a second crime scene. If and when there is a second crime scene found, meaning somewhere where Nancy was held, a car she was taken in, or if, unfortunately she is found deceased at some point, there's a second opportunity to collect DNA from that perpetrator. So if they did not successfully find his DNA at this crime scene, I'm very, very hopeful that there will be another opportunity to do so. This case doesn't just go cold and nothing else happens. We saw in that case in Australia where a grandfather was abducted very recently, right around the same time as Nancy, that they ended up finding the location where he'd been held for a while. And so that gave them additional evidence. And that's what made me think about that in this case, is she went somewhere, right? She went in somebody's car. If she was alive, she was held for some period of time. If she was deceased, they had to have taken her somewhere. And so that person should be very concerned, because even if they don't have a viable DNA sample right now, either technology will advance fast enough that we will be able to get one, or there's another opportunity where their DNA could be found, with further investigation, with some other object or crime scene or Nancy herself that can lead to further collection possibilities. I still believe his DNA has to be at that initial crime scene somewhere. It's just a matter of whether it got collected or it could still be collected. DNA is hardy. I've seen amazing crime scene investigators that have just had a hunch and swabbed something, and it ended up being the key to the case. It's really hard to know, right? When you go in a big home like that or around a big home, what do you swab? But if he was there for what the theory has been 42 minutes or so, and he had what appeared to be that bite flashlight in his mouth, he's not going to keep that in his mouth all that time. And as soon as he touches his mouth, takes that out of his mouth, he's got DNA on his gloves, on the outside of his gloves. If he touches anything in the home or outside the home, which we know he touched the camera and that camera mount, there almost has to be DNA there. And so I'm hoping there's more items that they're in the process of trying to.
And that's what we've heard Ashley Banfield mention too, right? That flashlight on the mouth. and then the glove to the door, all over that area, you'd think there's got to be something there, right? But it's all collected either way now. Like, there's no going back in time and collecting it. It's either been collected or it hasn't, right? That's the problem, right? You're not going to find new DNA now. This was all within the first 48. It's like whatever they got is what they got.
Extract DNA from. And sometimes that can take a while. If you've got dozens of swabs or hundreds of swabs, they have to test every one of those, hoping they're going to find that relevant DNA sample. And so, that takes time unless you get lucky. If there had been say a mixture of blood, if there had been Nancy's blood and this unknown male's blood, again, I think this case would already be solved. But they didn't get lucky in this case, and they're dealing with a much more difficult, challenging DNA sample to work with.
And, I know Sheriff Nano said a year from now, we could possibly have an answer. But at the rate that you see technology relating to genetic genealogy evolve, what's your time frame?
Well, I think with so much attention on this case, it will help push that forward faster. If there are scientists out there that are bioinformaticists and want to make a name for themselves, they are hopefully already working on advanced deconvolution methods. I've even heard recently that there is equipment that's going to be coming out in about a year that's going to be able to help with this. And that's rare, because usually it's processed the same, but then the data that comes out is what our bioinformatics scientists work with to try to deconvolute it. But I hear from an insider there are some advanced machines that are going to help with that deconvolution process, which would be brand new, because that's not something that we're currently using. And
that's a new thing, right? New machines to help with the deconvoluting process. Fascinating.
And so, this case and many others have helped to push the technology forward for genetic genealogy to be used. I think all of it's fast-tracked now.
Interesting. So an insider has told you that there is actually new equipment specifically for this investigation that has been dedicated.
Well, it wasn't for this investigation. It was to address these complex mixtures, because we deal with mixtures in many cases, right? You can understand with sexual assaults, it's very common. With the technology getting more and more sensitive, where we can pick up smaller and smaller types of DNA samples, that means you're more likely to have mixtures. So this is something that was already being worked on. But like I said, I think it will be fast forwarded because we've got such a high profile public case that involves a complex mixture, and there's so much attention to that right now.
And just to round this off, Cece, I know I'm asking you to shotgun here, but with this technology at hand and at the disposal of the authorities, if you could quantify into a percentage or maybe a score out of 10, the likelihood that the perpetrator will be caught, what would that number be?
Well, it's really difficult to speculate because it's going to matter on what DNA is found and what happens here. If it just goes totally cold and they only have this one crime scene, then, obviously they're struggling with that. But if there is additional opportunities to collect DNA from that perpetrator at, as I said, a second location or an object, or Nancy is found, dead or alive, then I think absolutely he or they will be identified and it will be solved. But if all they have is this one sample, this complex mixture, I think it's going to take some time, because even if they're fast forwarding it, it's probably going to be months before that software package or equipment is able to deconvolute this sample. If it is, there's no guarantee that it would, because I don't know the proportions, right? If they told me it was 30%, I'd say, oh, that's doable. Even though it's not something that has been done to my knowledge, it can be. But if they told me it's 10%, or they have 4 unknown males in it, and they're all only 10% or 5%, that's pretty unlikely to ever be the evidence that solves this case. So if they get a viable profile, genetic genealogy will definitely solve it, and it will be solved within weeks, in my opinion. And that is because the FBI genetic genealogy team is ready to go on this. You know, if they get that viable SNP profile, they will be working night and day on this. And as I've said in other interviews too, I believe they will likely serve warrants on the big databases that we're not allowed to use for genetic genealogy.
So it begs the question, what databases are you allowed to use?
Well, despite the fact there are over 50 million.
Remember, we heard the answer to this question already with Brian Etten and her. The top 3 are not allowed to be used. It's the other ones. They would have to see if they can get an exception for the top 3. So Ancestry, 23andMe, and whatever the other one is.
In people who have taken direct-to-consumer DNA tests, the 3 largest companies have barred law enforcement from using their databases for this purpose. So we are limited to the 3 smallest databases, GEDmatch, Family Tree DNA, and DNA Justice. And so that makes these cases much more difficult to solve quickly. And that's why I believe if they get that viable SNP profile that they can upload to the genetic genealogy databases in this case, I believe they will serve warrants on those big companies to try to find him sooner. And so if you're dealing with 2 million profiles to compare against, which is what we typically work with, compared to 50 million, that means that person could likely be identified in minutes, hours, days, versus weeks, months, or years.
Cece, you've been absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for joining.
Jackson's a very good interviewer. I like him. He does a good job, Jackson. But that was really it, because there's really nothing else. I mean, and let's face it, we do well on this channel when we talk about the case, but the last week or so, there really hasn't been that much new going on. We're scraping the bottom here with new ransom notes. What was the other recent thing? Not much though, right? Just like other kinds of theories. We're here, but we're scraping. We might go over some of the Dr. Koenig again tomorrow, because it's interesting in the fact that it's a court. And then this week, tomorrow, is closing arguments. Isn't that interesting? And then I guess later this week is the verdict. Now I think Brian's back in Arizona. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, about the ransom notes, Autumn, we did. I mean, I didn't know there was a threat to kill in there. But Harvey said there was, which was interesting. Thank you, Danielle. Old school, casual sweater. Who, what, Bella? Who's being very performative? Maybe all the channels, perhaps, I guess, right? Are you really, Rammer? Stationed in Bagram Air Base in Afghanistan. Are you an American or are you something else? Well, whatever it is, thank you for your service to whatever country you serve for. It's one of those things I think a lot of people take for granted. Oh, did he really, Marina? I guess he did the interview. What, in the beginning of that episode, was he not? Was he not in Arizona? I guess he wasn't out there very long then if he's already back. I have to pay closer attention. Yeah, Kelly, I kind of think he's toast. I think Dr. Koenig is toast because his son's testimony and the eyewitness testimony, this doesn't look too good for him. It doesn't look too good when eyewitnesses see you on top of someone hitting them with a rock. Not too good. But again, innocent until proven guilty, right? So we'll figure that out later this week. And we'll see what other cases float on by. Thank you, Maureen. Maureen's on the ball. She's sharp. Like I say, I was reading the chat, and sometimes when I read the chat, I don't always look at the screen as much as I should. And I agree, Belle. Savannah deserves some grace. I agree. Like I said, I'll say it again. I don't blame Savannah for going back to work at all because I just don't know what else she would do. I mean, what are you going to do? Like, watch the law enforcement and the FBI do their jobs? Like, what is she going to be able to do? I just don't think it's going to be that much. Like, it sounds good to say, but in the process of doing it, I mean, she wants to be able to, like, live her life. She just want to be able to have them rob her of her joy. And I totally get it. I totally get it. And again, I don't think it's easy for her. I think she's in a lot of pain. But at her age there, 84, Nancy, I mean, what are the odds that she's alive at this point? Not very high. Jared, what do you think about Annie not sharing her feelings like Savannah had? Honestly, she's probably a little nervous too, considering all of the accusations, right? Like, you know how when Luke Daly did that interview, everyone was kind of like going over the whole thing with a fine-tooth comb? I kind of think Annie and Tommaso are under the same impression that, hey, we're not going to say much because if whatever we do, it might just blow up on our face. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's how they were thinking of it. You have a good one, Mace. Glad you caught the tail end here. And I agree with that, Bella. Routine is healthy. Good question, Roxanne. I am not sure. You don't have to put on that red light, Roxanne. I agree, Maureen. I don't know what she would do. I don't know what she would even do. I think also in a case, if someone's younger and they're still alive, I think it does change the dynamic a little bit. And she came back. Like Elizabeth Smart case, she came back. I mean, she was found. So it was pretty much a miracle. Thank you, Miss Kim. Thank you, Pamela. You have a great night as well. The Paradise trial, Tim. I'm not sure if I know about that one. Yeah, Maureen, Annie and Tommaso are probably under a lot of scrutiny. And it's probably not very fun to be them right now either. But granted, though, like if they were to be guilty somehow, then it would be warranted. But right now, you can't say that right now. I mean, to me, until they have suspects and have made arrests, you can't really rule anyone out, but you can't condemn them either, right? It's that middle ground. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Autumn. Make a lamp. A leg lamp, Rooster? But all right. I got to do some homework for this interview here tomorrow with Christian John. Hopefully we have a good conversation. And we'll see what else. Have a good night, Tim. Perhaps I'll try to chat with Cal to see if I can come to a solution with that. Yep, I'll be live tomorrow night. Interviews during the day. It's just going to be recorded. So thank you everyone for watching. Like I said, like the video on your way out or your way in. Likes are for the Hootie Snacks, by the way. Right on, Rammer. I appreciate that. All right, Holly, you have a great night too. Have a good night, everybody. I apologize for the little bit of drama earlier. I did not expect that to occur. But sometimes life just comes around, you know. Have a great night, Jackie. I will see you all on the morrow. Thank you, Autumn.